the way Jesus made me. Whether you wanted to or not. All right, guys, I think we've got everybody sitting down. We've got a couple more folks coming in. But I wanted to welcome everybody to our 7th annual Wyoming Blockchain Stampede. A lot of faces in here are new. Some folks have been here several times, and some folks have been here from the very get-go. I think that's pretty much Steve and Caitlin. Yeah, I got drug along on this rodeo. But here we are, and it's fantastic to see everybody once again. Annually, this is something that's been kind of a little passion pledge from Steve, where he's really stepped up and made sure that it's kept going every year. And we started out a couple of years ago, 7 years ago, where we had a bunch of kids sleeping on cots in the middle of the University of Wyoming's indoor field, their old indoor field. And it's blossomed to more of a business conference as we currently see it. But Steve keeps promising me one day we'll get kids sleeping on cots in the middle of nowhere once again. So if you know anybody that's interested in sponsoring a hackathon for a bunch of rowdy kids, we promise not to feed them whiskey this time. We're also happy to present Growing Wyoming, and all of this is presented by the University of Wyoming Center for Blockchain and Digital Innovation, and our title sponsor, Input Output Global, IOG. Once again, they came through for the state of Wyoming. They're our big title sponsors. They make all of this happen so that we can have the opportunities that we do, food, the great facilities that we're in, schwanky badges. So we really appreciate it, guys. So right off the get-go, I want to introduce Steve Lupian. Steve, if you could join me up here. He's the Ada Lovelace Director and UW's Center for Blockchain and Digital Innovation Director. And then also Caitlin Long, who's our honorary Stampede chairman. And she's the CEO, co-founder of Custodio Bank. You might have heard of that. And Matt Fields, who is also the CEO of VMXL. Steve and Caitlin, if you would, kick us off.
Well, first of all, wow, I'm really humbled by you all coming out and joining us. This really is a passion project that started 9 years ago, Tyler, when Wyoming started down the path. And I'll let Caitlin tell the story of how the first hackathon kind of came about, because she does a much better job at it than I do. And for anything in our space to be 7 years old is pretty astonishing when you really think about it. We really started out this event when people were like, digital asset, what? Bitcoin, aren't you just drug dealers and money launderers? I mean, most of us all in this room have experienced that. But back then it was, that's really what this industry was about. So for the University of Wyoming to step up in the way it did and actually commit to this asset class and to make sure that Wyoming is the enabling environment that it is, I think is absolutely fantastic. And a lot of that is to the credit of, really, I'm going to say this truthfully, really these two who were really first. There's a third person who I will mention, Chris Land, and the reason he's not here right now is, believe it or not, he's rescuing a bunny that fell into our window well at our house. And he's staying with us, and he's like, those deep window wells you have, and he's like, I swear I heard something. And then we look this morning, and there's a little bunny in there. So he's rescuing a bunny right now. So you'll see Chris Land shortly. But really, Tyler, Caitlin, and Chris Land, the 3 L's, really are the ones that got this started back in 2015 and 2016. And I'm just pleased to be a part of it. And I do want to take a quick minute before I introduce Caitlin and just thank, I've just got a fantastic team at the Center for Blockchain and Digital Innovation that really put this together. So if you have an opportunity to see Candace Ritter, you'll see her badge. Please, say hello to her, and but also Matt Skurlak, who's right here, is driving our Bitcoin mining initiatives on campus, and we are holding some separate Bitcoin mining stuff concurrently over at Co-Library. So please go back and forth between there, and please, we've got Nathaniel and Joey and Stephanie and Brian all up at the registration, and Tegan's there, and so quite frankly, none of this would be possible without all of their help. So yeah, thank you. But now for the most important person. So I'll tell the very, very quick story before she tells her story. A lot of this came about after Tyler ran some bills, and resistance would be the right word, you think, that you experienced? Caitlin, who grew up in Laramie, whose dad was an engineer here for 40 years at the University of Wyoming, and you lived like stone's throw, right? And Caitlin decided that she wanted to donate appreciated Bitcoin to the University of Wyoming in 2016 to endow a scholarship for female engineers, and ran smack dab into a poorly written money transmitter law. And so Caitlin then, being the person she isn't one that goes, okay, I'll write you a check for cash. She went, this is ridiculous. And what do you mean no exchange will operate in Wyoming? This is a freedom-loving state. We should be leading in this space. And that's when Tyler and Caitlin got together. And now here we are, 9 years later, 46 bills have passed since then. No other state even remotely comes close to what we've done here in Wyoming. And so it's really, and this event, and I'll let Caitlin tell the story about how this first event came about, is really a thank you to the state of Wyoming. So, but with that, let me introduce Caitlin Long.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for coming to my hometown. This event really was begun, as Steve said, as a thank you from the digital asset industry to the state for those first 5 bills that were passed in 2018. This whole initiative got started, as Steve said, in 2017. That's when, through a mutual friend, I met Tyler, and he ran the bills on the legislative floor. I was the person who was the conduit from the industry to give the ideas to the legislature. And then Chris Land, who hopefully rescued the bunny and will and will be here. He's the guy who drafted it, and he went on to work for Senator Lummis. He's the one who's drafting the stablecoin bill, the market structure bill in Washington, D.C. now. But obviously he likes to come back home. He actually moved, even though he's working in D.C., moved back home to Wyoming and lives in Jackson Hole. But it's an interesting history because obviously I'm wearing my Bitcoin orange today, and I must say also something very special to me. A childhood friend made this necklace. A couple of you have commented on it. It's Bitcoin on the front and a special little Wyoming on the back with a lasso because she wanted to say thank you for coming back home and from New York, where I was for 30 years, and trying to help the state diversify its economy. And so that's why, in her honor, I'm wearing this today. But the industry got started. This was originally Bitcoiners, but very quickly it was more than that. And the first hackathon, getting up to the story of what Steve said about how this whole thing got started, it was Joe Lubin's idea. He was the one who said, we've got to thank the state of Wyoming, because back in 2017 and 2018, nobody was interested as a state in helping the industry become recognized. And the things that we did were foundational. we recognize digital assets as property so that if they're stolen, that it's theft. In most states, that still hasn't been done yet. So judges don't have a roadmap, and they're probably going to, if it's stolen, consider it property, but they don't have something definitive to make it easy for them. And so there's uncertainty. And probably the biggest thing we did is the most boring, which is the commercial law, defining digital assets in commercial law. And it's fun. There's a fun backstory on that. And again, Joe just loved what we were doing here because he knew the big fight that Wyoming got itself in. And Tyler remembers this well. The Uniform Law Commission got really mad at the state of Wyoming because there's something in law called the Uniform Commercial Code. And that defines what the rights and obligations of parties in any commercial transaction are. Every one of us touches it every day. Every time we pay for anything at any store, it's governed by the Uniform Commercial Code. And they try to make it uniform. And Wyoming, Chris had drafted an addendum for digital assets. And we defined digital assets into money. So in Wyoming, digital assets are legally money. And the Uniform Law Commission got really mad because they said, no, this is all supposed to be uniform. Well, they didn't recognize that it was just an addendum. It didn't actually change the base of the law. But here's the point. They sent a letter demanding to the Wyoming Senate that this bill not pass. And if you guys, so many of you know that Wyoming's a freedom-loving place and tends to kind of be independent. And then one of the mottos of this university is bucking the system since 1886. So as you can imagine, that was not well received. But it had the opposite of the intended effect. The Uniform Law Commission demanded that Wyoming not pass that law. And the senators, it had passed, I don't know, by a huge veto-proof majority in the House already because Tyler was whipping the bill. But the Senate, when it got to the Senate, and they received the nastygram, every one of the 30 senators received the nastygram, the response was, if we've pissed off a national organization, we must be over the target. And it ran up the vote count, and that bill passed 27-3. Okay, and so then the Uniform Law Commission, after it became law, realized, all right, Wyoming was onto something, and decided that let's stop fighting. They invited us onto a commission, and some of you who are lawyers now know there is something called UCC Article 12, and that's now gone nationwide, and it defines digital assets under the law nationwide, so that if there's any dispute, a judge now has a roadmap. Really kind of a fun backstory that gives you a sense for some of the things that happened, and it was just crazy getting all of this off the ground. But there is something special about this state that made this state the place where this all got started. And it is the rugged individualism, it is the independence, a desire to go our own way. And there are two examples of that. Most of you have LLCs if you're in the business world, limited liability companies. I see Colin Crossman, who's from the Secretary of State's office back in he's wearing his Bitcoin owned shirt under his jacket. Yeah, he registers those for you. And Wyoming created LLCs. And that was also something that Wyoming did in the business world that ultimately went nationwide. That started in 1977, and by 1985, all 50 states had LLC laws. And Wyoming did the hard work of getting the LLC recognized as pass-through for taxation purposes at the IRS. And within 8 years, the entire country had the same thing. Now, I think this is all going to happen with Wyoming's digital asset laws, because this is where the world is going, and and Wyoming has blazed the trail. And we're doing this in the banking world. It's been not as easy as it was for the group that did the LLCs back in 1977 with the IRS. It took them several years to get it done. And we're 6 years into the banking efforts right now, and you're all, I'm sure, watching that saga. But I'll go backwards a little bit further in history, which is to 1869. Wyoming was the first state to give women the right to vote. That's why you'll see on the medallions around here, the equality state. That is what Wyoming is, and it led the rest of the United States by 50 years. And I think, again, just to reiterate, the same general philosophy of Wyoming being independent, being willing to lead, being out in front, And we also fought around that time, very close to where Tyler lives, up in northeastern Wyoming, something called the Johnson County Cattle War. Very few people recognize that that was actually a civil war in the United States, and the war was fought over whether property owners could fence out trespassers. And you can see the obvious analogy to Bitcoin. Do we have clear property rights? Yes. If you control your private key, and any crypto, if you control your private key, you're fencing out the trespassers, and the property owners won. So the commitment to rugged individualism, the commitment to doing our own things, blazing our own trails, bucking the system, all of these things are the zeitgeist that helped Wyoming be the one that recognized there was something very special about our industry. And when Tyler had the discussions with the legislators and twisted arms, he got them to, in most cases, veto-proof majorities for those early bills. So you are in a very special place. It is welcoming to new ideas. There are 2 institutes here at the University of Wyoming now for this industry, Steve's Center for Blockchain and Digital Innovation, and the Bitcoin Institute, which is in the Department of Philosophy, and they're going to be involved at the Bitcoin mining event, which is running simultaneously to this one, over at Co-Library, which is just, if you walk out the back there and go down the stairs, that's Co-Library. So I hope everybody goes back and forth between the 2 events, because pretty much all the Bitcoin miners are here for that event as well, and you can meet a group of dedicated Bitcoiners there and come and talk about the broader industry here. So thank you all for making the trip to Laramie. It's not the easiest place to get to, but it is worth it, and we're really grateful to all of you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin and Steve. So I would be remiss if I didn't mention our sponsors for this event. They're the ones that make this happen. They're the ones that have contributed their treasure and time to ensure that we have a great event. So obviously, right off the top, our title sponsor is Input Output Global. Really appreciate those guys. Charles and his crew have been loyal to Wyoming. In fact, they're one of the first companies that came to Wyoming after passage of the first 5 bills. And I met Charles, and I was like, I don't know who you are. You look like a nerd, so this checks out. He said, no, I just moved IOG, well, IOHK at the time, to Wyoming. And I was like, isn't that Cardano? That's like a top 10 market cap. And he's like, yeah, no, we did it. And I was, at that time, I was like, holy shit, this actually works. The state does not have to spend money to attract companies to the state. And that was the goal, that was the intent, was economic development all along. Well, certainly, we all have a passion for Bitcoin and those types of things. Our love for Wyoming is even greater. And so getting these companies to move here was the goal. So Input Output Global, Custodia Bank, of course, 44 West Mining, who's up in Northeast Wyoming, mining up in that neck of the woods. Aleo, I'm certain I'll mispronounce some of these. Blocktime Financial, CleanSpark, Alting, Blockchain Services. Alting's been a sponsor for multiple years and has been around the state of Wyoming, also from the early years. Really appreciate those guys. VMXL, they've been around for a hot minute. The UW Bitcoin Research Center, the UW College of Business, the UW Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science, and the UW School of Computing and UW School of Energy. If there's any thought that the University of Wyoming hasn't leaned in, there's your example. So first, I want to introduce Matt Fields, who will talk about the vision for growing Wyoming involving blockchain, AI, and other innovative technologies. So Matt, if you could join us up here. And there's mics there. Well, but you can use this one.
Always know when I follow after you, Tyler. It's a little bit tall. So, hi everyone, I'm Matt Fields, CEO of VMXL. We are actually AI accelerator clouds and AI infrastructure for various companies, Intel, AMD. We came to Wyoming, and I'm actually a Wyoming native up near where Tyler grew up. And we saw an opportunity with Wyoming. Can you hear it? That's much better? Yeah. Thank you. Okay. I grew up in northern Wyoming, and for me, technology was always a distant thing. We grew up in Crook County, which it's about 2,000 square miles and not much there, not even stoplights. And so for me, getting started in Wyoming, still no stoplights. Yes, we actually like it that way. Yes, it was very, very difficult to get into technology and things, and so my dad ended up buying a bunch of computers for me. I had to put it together because I wanted to play video games as a kid. Got me into tech, moved me forward. I ended up leaving the state for a while, came back to Wyoming, and enjoyed it. But right now, with the Caitlin Long, I'm glad she mentioned it. With Wyoming has a lot of firsts, both from women voting to the LLCs to now with the digital blockchain laws. But we've oftentimes kind of missed the boat. We've gotten things running, but then we don't fully follow through in the rest of the state. We end up being like the cattle you meet on a rural road where you're driving down your vehicle, they turn around, they look at you, and they're like, what are you? Where are you? Why are you here? And while you know you're there, you're enjoying the beauty, the cow doesn't care and just like, okay, whatever, keep going. Well, a lot of people in Wyoming are similar to that, where they look at these blockchain laws, they look at everything that's coming in, the companies, and we appreciate the companies coming here, but they don't know what to do with it. And so as part of Grow Wyoming, we looked at how do we get the rest of the state up to par and to be a part of this, to participate in this. And so we created a program with 4-H in Wyoming to start educating the state's youth and the state's adults on the STEM activities, including blockchain, entrepreneurship, and everything else. So we started that in 2022, and we are now in 13 out of Wyoming's, I think that's 23 counties, which is great. But what we do is we take kids as young as 8, and we go clear up to the ages of 18, and we teach them how to do programming, how to do building, how to do entrepreneurship, bits about cybersecurity, blockchain, and we bring it into the communities. And because it's 4-H, it gets accepted in Wyoming. They're like, it's 4-H, we do agriculture, it's great, they love it. And that program is widely accepted, like I said, 13 out of 23 counties. And so these kids are learning, they're moving forward, but our idea was that Wyoming's economy is not always going to be able to stay as mineral based. It's not going to grow, it's not going to move beyond what it is. So we need to end up replacing that with a technology based economy. We don't have lots of trees except in northern Wyoming, Crook County. We don't have lots of ways that we can get to the ocean or do anything else. We're kind of landlocked. So Wyoming can really only do technology, and moving forward can only do technology for the most part. We are considered high plains desert, as most know. We have lots of power in the state. We have lots of fiber in the state, and that gives us the opportunity to upskill the current state's citizens and move them forward. We're going to continue to bring in companies like Microsoft, Meta, but we also need to be able to build Wyoming up from internal, and so that's what we're trying to do with the Grow Wyoming initiative, is go through, educate the youth in the state, and as we move them forward, working in towards University of Wyoming, G Beta, Alpha, hopefully we can move that forward. We can take these youth, and as you come into Wyoming, you're going to have a tech workforce that is now educated on the latest technology trends. They're interested in moving forward, and then we'll start getting the communities to be more interested in tech and start building out your restaurants, start building out other initiatives around that. That would make Wyoming communities as a whole much more appealing, and would also get Wyoming so that as you come into Wyoming for blockchain or anything else, you're going to stop getting that blank stare, and you're going to start getting, hey, welcome to our community. Here's how we can help you out. We would love to be a participant in what your company is. So Grow Wyoming, we want to take that not only just for a future tech workforce, but we also want to look into it because we have a lot of industries that are currently not utilizing it. Agriculture is one, manufacturing is one. There's several others, oil and gas. All of these different industries need renovation, and we hope the workforce that we're helping to develop in the Grow Wyoming will end up moving into those, innovating those industries and bringing tech further into Wyoming. So Grow Wyoming is a much larger idea. We think it's going to take probably around 10 years or so to really get this ramped up and moving forward. But when we do that, and along that line, we're going to start putting out more and more youth that will be interested in what you're doing, will be interested in moving forward with the technology that Caitlin and others are bringing. Because these youth that we're working with, they're bright, they're smart, and the biggest thing is they're persistent. So they're going to learn, and they're going to keep growing, they're going to keep trying, and that's the kind of employees that you're going to want to work with. So with that, I'll turn this back to Tyler, and we can go from there.
Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
Well, good things come out of Crook County, Wyoming is what I took away from that, and I hope you did too. Just a little anecdote before I introduce the first panel, because I do think it is super important. Wyoming got to this place because of some industrious individuals that took time out of their own schedule to dedicate their time. And in some cases, those are elected officials. I know this is going to sound crazy. Everybody thinks about elected officials having a bunch of money. I've been an elected official for 6 years, and I promise I'm still broke. You're not going to make money doing that in the state of Wyoming. But there was a lot of time dedicated, and throughout the years, a lot of individuals have put forth a lot of time to ensure that this nascent industry, even though they might not have known anything about it, felt welcome in the state of Wyoming. There's going to be a couple of those guys running around here today. Representative Daniel Singh will be here. Representative Ocean Andrews, State Senator Chris Rothfuss. All of those guys have dedicated a lot of their time. With that, I do like to note that elections have consequences. Some of those individuals that stood up this and pioneered this are no longer elected in the state of Wyoming, and part of the reason is because, you know, it's a little crazy, some of the stuff that they were doing, and their constituents didn't find it that great. Representative Clark Stith will not be back because he was unelected. And so situations like that are tough, but there is good news. There's some really good news. Right here in our capital city, House District 44 just elected the first Bitcoin miner to the House of Representatives, and Representative-elect Lee Filer, sitting right over there, raise your hand. He's a Bitcoin miner that just got elected to the Wyoming House of Representatives. And so there is good news. I've got to kick that in. I am the state director for Americans for Prosperity, a nonprofit that does engage politically. So we're very proud that Representative-elect Lee Filer could join us here today. And also he's a Bitcoin miner, so he'll be talking about his business right out of Cheyenne, Wyoming, and hopefully expanding across the state shortly. Speaking of expanding this, in the state of Wyoming, our first panel is going to be Growing Wyoming, and that's helping, essentially helping startups and expanding businesses. We're going to be joined by Rocky Case, who's the Director of Manufacturing Works, Betsy Hale, the CEO of Cheyenne Leads, and Steph Reese, who's with Beta, the program manager for that. If I could have those guys join me up here, that would be great. Is Betsy here? Not seen, haven't seen Betsy yet. Okay, well, you guys get to run the show. And so this will conclude about at 9:50. When you guys see me stand up and start walking towards you, there's your sign. Thanks, guys. And those should be on. Yeah, so it's a red button on the bottom. Yep. Here.
So just do that.
Yep. I'll swap you. And your
Technology.
Do you guys want to?
Hello?
Can you moderate yourselves, or do you guys want me to ask you weird questions?
I don't know if I can moderate
question.
myself for 45 minutes, but
He usually needs moderation.
I usually do need moderation.
No, we'd love to have you.
Okay.
Ask us weird
I will
questions.
absolutely help. All right. So right off the bat, Steph, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself and who you work for?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm so excited to be here. My name is Stephanie Reese. I'm with a company called Generator. And like he said, I'm the program manager for our G Alpha and G Beta programs here in Wyoming. I run our Wyoming market. But Generator is a venture capital firm and accelerator. They started in 2012 in Madison. We're since all over the country now and globally now, started with an investment accelerator and since added so many different product lines. Free accelerators, upskilling, conferences, lightning rounds with investors and startups. And so we have quite the array of product line. But I'm a native of Cheyenne, and so I went to the University of Wyoming. I've lived about 3 lives at this point. I've professional lives. I started out in higher education, then moved to business management. Rocky knows that with Blacktooth Brewing Company, but I opened our Cheyenne location and subsequently was the director of taproom operations for all 3 of our locations. And then finally got into program management and economic development with Generator over the last year and wanted to focus more on directly impacting people, managing program as opposed to part-time employees, a little bit different there, and just really explore the Wyoming ecosystem that is definitely growing, getting stronger in terms of supporting entrepreneurs and expanding in different realms. So, and here I am today. So thank you.
So you had a business in beer and you left it?
It was fun and sustainable. I actually opened our Cheyenne location during COVID.
Oh.
Had to lay some folks off. It was going to be St. Patty's Day of 2020. So yes, I did leave that, but wanted a little bit different. It had been in customer service and food and beverage for over 20 years now. And so as anybody knows in that industry, the turnover is quite rapid and, burnout is a real thing.
Sure,
Same with
sure.
education. So, yeah.
Well, and the Cheyenne Blacktooth Brewery is in a great spot. So if none of you have visited it, right across the street, this is a coincidence, I promise, is the headquarters for Americans for Prosperity Wyoming. It's not a coincidence. It was.
Everybody likes beer. Yep.
Yeah.
Beer. Yep.
So Rocky, tell us about yourself.
Yeah, good morning. I too am a recovering former elected official from the city of Cheyenne. Cheyenne City Council may or may not have tried to get my name on the ballot recently for House District 43, and if I did, it was not successful. So, in any event, so Rocky Case, I'm the director of Manufacturing Works. For those that don't know what that is, the Department of Commerce at the federal level has the Manufacturing Extension Partnership. And our goal, simply put, is to help manufacturers do what they do better, be more profitable, be more efficient, penetrate different markets, you name it. I like to say we help companies, manufacturers dump their problems out on a table, and then we develop solutions to help them fix those, simply put. So I think what I'm here to talk about is more broadly what has been known as the Business Resource Network, which includes a number of other economic development entities throughout the state, and I think I'm knowledgeable enough to cover those. But I came to this job, well, back up. Each state has an MEP, so we've got a broad nationwide support of small and medium manufacturers across the U.S., and we're the Wyoming one. So came here via GlaxoSmithKline Pharmaceuticals, where I was a business development trainer for 5 or 6 years, something like that. And prior to that, I was in project management in a manufacturing company, thick gauge acrylic. If you've ever been to SeaWorld or Disney World or Las Vegas and seen an aquarium, those were my projects. I actually worked very closely with Apple in developing their storefront signage. They're a very particular company, and I was on the group that got that. So if you ever walk into an Apple store and see that bright, shiny apple, I was involved in the beginning of that one. So there's me in a nutshell.
Okay. Well, I've always been kind of curious about this myself, since both of you are working in empowering existing businesses and startups, those types of things. When you're talking with whether it's a new business or an existing business about Wyoming and about why this is the place to be, what's the one thing that seems to really light their eyes up? What's the one thing that is the biggest attention grabber that you can think of when thinking about Wyoming?
I'll take a stab at that. This is interesting. I was thinking about what is it about Wyoming, and I was in Denver yesterday with my daughter, and had to go down to Children's Hospital and decided it'd be a good idea to take her out to a good lunch. And if you've ever been to Cho Lan down in Denver, it's a fantastic Asian restaurant. And she says at the end of it, Dad, I am not going to leave Wyoming. These people down here are way too fancy for me. But I think in any event, I think the big thing is the open and welcoming environment by which the business community operates, and the friendliness and the business climate, making it easy to do business in the state. The legislature and the Wyoming Business Council have offered many, many different incentives to not only continue and exist in Wyoming on the retention side, but also on the recruitment side. So the assets and tools that are in place to support that effort here in Wyoming are phenomenal. We need to keep them in place. Mr. Filer, thanks. Good. Shout out. We do. We've got a lot of assets for recruitment and retention, and we need to keep them in place. But all those things. What I can tell you that it's not, particularly in southeast Wyoming and the I-80 corridor, is the wind in the wintertime.
Okay,
Yeah,
Steph?
yeah, I'll just add on to that. So I run programs that are statewide. They focus on Wyoming entrepreneurs. They have to be, established here in the state, live here, based out of here. We really want to celebrate the Wyoming entrepreneur. But working with them, our programs are virtual as well. So we want to make it accessible, and I think that's the biggest thing is we've got these diamonds in the rough in these rural areas. They're not all located in Cheyenne. They're not all in Laramie or Casper. We've recruited all around the state, and the majority, if not all, really love their community. They are so creative, and they just have these ideas, or they have an established company, and they just don't know how to grow it, or they don't know what resources are available. They don't realize, they don't realize that a lot of the resources are free for them. And so I think they want help. They don't necessarily know where to go, but they want to be here and make a difference. And, they're loyal to their community. They are really Wyoming through and through. And so a lot of the companies I've worked with also have very Wyoming specific products where we know that market, sorry, I used to teach PE and I always have a raspy voice, so I apologize, you guys, but they have, Wyoming focus in mind, but also some who know that they can maybe grow within Wyoming, but also scale outside of the state. So they have kind of that dual impact there. But yeah, commitment, loyalty to the state. We get a lot of applications that come in, and they actually more in the crypto and blockchain space, to be honest, just because it's such a friendly state for that area. But they want to move here, or they want to headquarter here, or there's thousands of LLCs that are established here in Wyoming. They may not be based here, but we do get applications from people all over that want to either come here, headquarter here, they plan on moving here. So we see it from both directions.
Okay. Go ahead, Ricky.
Yeah, I was going to add on to that a little bit too. One area where I think that we can do a whole lot better in this is youth awareness. We talk about retention. I'm amazed. We work with manufacturers of all sizes all over the state, and there are really cool things happening in this state. People don't know about it. And when they don't know about it, they don't know that there's job opportunities. We have an individual right now that he's a mechanic, MBA, whatever, MBA mechanical engineer combination thing, and we introduced him to a company in Gillette that the base of their revenue comes from coal, oil, all of our traditional mechanisms of revenue, but they're exploring opportunities in nuclear energy, space, aerospace, space mining, et cetera. People don't know this is happening right here in Wyoming. This student of the University of Wyoming is going to wind up with a job offer when he graduates next spring. And we need to make that awareness component needs to be much, much stronger. I chuckle. Somebody mentioned we're landlocked, and how many people knew that there's a company right here in Laramie, Wyoming, that makes ballast cleansing systems for ocean-going vessels. I mean, right here in Laramie. It make a lot of sense, but they're doing it. So
Maybe they're up in Keyhole?
no, they're not. They're down.
Keyhole's a little shitty reservoir I'm playing as.
So in any event, the awareness component, we need to turn up the noise as leaders and as educators and whatever to what is truly happening, so that those translate to job opportunities for our youth.
Right, right. Well, and so translating that conversation into job opportunities for the youth, relatively speaking, an unfortunate truth about Wyoming is that not everybody wants to be a cowboy or a coal miner. And those two things are what we're known for here in the state of Wyoming, is either being a cowboy or a coal miner. I still raise cattle, and I've been a coal miner. And the reality is some of my kids, I have 4 kids, might not want to be a cowboy or a coal miner. In fact, all 4 of them don't want to be a cowboy or a coal miner. I don't know what's not so cool about it, but they want to pursue other interests. And so when we're thinking about economic development and getting some of these other businesses here, what that really means and translates to as an existing parent, Wyomingite that's 5th generation, what that translates to me is I have a better opportunity of keeping my children right here in the state of Wyoming. Kind of a hostage situation, one could call it. But those opportunities to keep our kids here in the state of Wyoming would not exist if not for these new companies moving in. And so when you're thinking about these new companies coming in and they're interested in that, do you talk a lot about the University of Wyoming, the various different community colleges? How do you explain that to folks?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of our recruitment, we do focus on an array of different types of entrepreneurs. I see entrepreneurs as creatives. They don't have to have the business background. They don't have to have an MBA. I mean, we tend to focus on STEM, especially with the university. Try to get the word out about our programs, or researchers with IP that want to commercialize, or just someone who might have had a business or an invention for so long and they just don't know where to start. So I try to recruit. Our mission at Generator is to be the best partner for communities to invest in their best and brightest, and we focus, we try to provide opportunities across race, place, and gender, and so we see anybody really being an entrepreneur, so we don't focus our attention in one spot. Which has been great because our programs are industry agnostic. Again, we help entrepreneurs grow their startups, whether they're at the idea stage or early stage, and they want to meet investors, meet mentors. But not sure if I answered the question, but yeah. I mean, we try to think about those areas where anybody could potentially be in these programs and grow and be an entrepreneur.
So Manufacturing Works is really not on the recruitment side at all, but we are there to explain all the support mechanisms that are available for companies interested in moving to Wyoming. We really partner with the Wyoming Business Council on those recruitment efforts. Caltech is a big win recently out in Rock Springs. They're a handful. The Australian company that's going to be making fencing over there in Cheyenne here shortly, Eagle Claw, comes to mind. UPI up in the Bighorn Basin. There have been a lot of recruitment efforts. There's a lot underway, project whichever they're working on at the Wyoming Business Council that's top secret. But there's tools and assets in place to support those mechanisms. One of the, not to go on the negative side again, but what we need to be careful is some of these recruitment efforts translate to a startup that grows and they take advantage of those assets in Wyoming, and when they're profitable and successful, sayonara Wyoming. So that's a little bit problematic as well. But I've observed a lot of very successful recruitment efforts for a number of different reasons, whether that's Stag Arms coming to Cheyenne via Connecticut because of some of their 2A laws that aren't supportive. Caltech, I think they left California to come here. Similar efforts. So there's reasons to come to Wyoming, and I can speak to what I've observed, but definitely don't directly participate in the recruitment side.
I was just going to add to what Rocky said. We tend to focus on the venture capital side, so preparing these early startups or individuals with ideas on just what is venture backable. And so we introduce them to investors, and a lot of those investors are based here in Wyoming, to provide the opportunity to actually talk to an investor in Wyoming and keep, maybe the money here, but also keep that startup here, or be headquartered here, or manufacture here. Or so we do try to highlight that. Or we introduce them to outside investors who don't really care where they're at, but they do want to invest, and we also have opportunity to potentially have an investment accelerator through our pipeline. So G Alpha, G Beta, an investment accelerator or a fund that we're working on that really would focus on investing back into those Wyoming companies, the pretty much the alumni that would go through our G Beta program, or if we have an investment accelerator, they become part of our portfolio. So there's ways to keep, we want to focus on keeping those folks in Wyoming and thrive here, but also not leaving us for Silicon Valley. And so you won't see any of our market in those areas, New York or Silicon Valley. We focus on markets that there either isn't the opportunities for entrepreneurs or accelerator programs or maybe even investors. So we focus more on those type of areas to expand it. So
I'm going to add on another one. Apologies here, but anybody in the room attend the Supply Chain Roadshow with BWX Technologies over here in town yesterday? I know there's 3 in the back that are on my team that did, but in any event, tell a story there just in terms of retention, business expansion, diversifying portfolio of business. So BWX Technologies manufactures nuclear power plants for aircraft carriers, submarines, other DoD type things, and these just can't be commercialized. And at some point, we're going to need to supplant baseload energy with something. There's not enough wind and there's not enough nuclear, or there is enough nuclear. There's not enough wind and there's not enough solar to do that. And so there are a number of companies in the micro and modular nuclear space. Everybody's probably familiar with the project in Kemmerer via TerraPower, but there's a handful of these others, BWX being one of them, that has partnered with the University of Wyoming and with the Wyoming Energy Authority and the state to analyze what is the supply chain and how ready is Wyoming's manufacturing base to support micronuclear energy in the future for not just this region, but nationally and globally as well. So those efforts are underway, and that is an opportunity for those businesses to expand their portfolio of business, and if/when traditional sources of revenue decrease, they flatline or even increase. So pretty exciting stuff. And again, that's just a very good example of a lot of resources coming together to pull a really cool thing together.
Great. So let's break down kind of the barrier as far as what kind of services and resources each one of your organizations offers to entrepreneurs, startups, or existing companies. What are the things that really drive the narrative that make folks want to work specifically with you? Steph, can you start?
Sure. So I feel like we fill a gap. There's so many resources, and we work closely with Wyoming Resources, but we fill the gap in that we focus on the venture capital side. So, or even just illuminating the path to that strategy, getting an early stage startup or an individual even open to potentially raising money, as opposed to just, self-funding or financing or whatever they need to do. We encourage either one, but we fill the gap in that we do prepare them to talk to investors. And so our program specifically, our business workshop, which is just G Alpha, very beginning stage ideation, we prepare them to really talk about what's venture backable, what's potentially innovative and marketable that they could move forward on or gain momentum on. G Beta is going to be the early stage company for established companies, but they could be pre-revenue, post-revenue, but really looking to grow. But they do want to expand their network by meeting mentors, investors, so we introduce them at the end of the program to 25 or more investors. And so it can be VCs, angels, it could be accelerator programs that provide investment for equity, in addition to that sort of boot camp, which is essentially the accelerator, or bankers potentially. So we kind of have an array of different investors that are included. And so we see that as really important because they not only get confidence in talking to investors because it seems to be a bit scary, or they don't know what it's about. So we provide that education, we provide or facilitate the opportunity to talk and pitch to those investors, and they come out of it with feedback from the investors. If they don't potentially want to write a check or meet again, they say, look, this is what we want to see, certain milestones on how to grow, or even just give candid feedback. And that has been extremely helpful. Same with the mentors in our program. We also coach them one-on-one, really growth-based, strategy-based on whatever they want to work on. I just ran a program over the summer, and I had all 5 companies were pre-revenue, basically ready to launch their products. We get press out there for them, help them with whatever they want to focus on. So it's a really in-depth program, but it is only 7 weeks, and that's essentially the accelerator concept is what can we focus on in a short amount of time? How can we get you this momentum and the opportunity to meet with investors that you potentially look better than otherwise, right? Not having these opportunities or really knowing where to start. So we definitely a hands-on concierge approach, and that's really all the reason why we only take 5 in our G Beta cohort. So it's relatively competitive, whereas G Alpha, it's not capped. So we do try to help anybody with a business idea. If they want to, if it's more Main Street, maybe traditional financing type of business, we'll refer them to Wyoming Women's Business Center or SBDC, market research tool. Anything there that we can connect them to, we do. So it's not just nope, we only do this. It's how can we collaborate and get you where you want to go or what you want to do.
Real quick before we jump to Rocky, what are the costs of those services that your organization provides?
Thank you. Yeah, so they're free. I don't think I mentioned that, but yeah, they're free. They're statewide and virtual. So like I said before, thankfully, we do have our program sponsor who is Microsoft here in Wyoming. And so it allows me to facilitate these free accelerators for Wyoming entrepreneurs, and which is incredible, really. They think it's a catch at first, but not the case. So.
Does that mean also that a Wyoming business, right, could apply for something like that, even though they're not in Wyoming currently, they're starting up their business in Wyoming?
Yeah, so that's where it gets a little tricky. So our program sponsor, they require the companies to be based in Wyoming and also have a registered entity here. So we do have several folks who do apply. They are already registered here, but they're not based here. I just talked to a guy last night. He's in Russia. Loves Wyoming, definitely would move here, has plans to, but for the program, and especially being a free program, for them to move from Russia to here would be
problematic, probably.
It'd be hard to say for a free program. That's not to say they don't, because I've had a couple folks who have reapplied over and over and over again, telling me they're going to move here, and 2 of them actually did. And so it's just a matter of where they're at, traction-wise. Are they a good fit? Are they coachable? So we do have a little bit of criteria, but our program sponsor does want to focus on Wyoming entrepreneurs first who are here, who have these local roots, because there's so many here. And so we want to make sure we focus on that beforehand. But it's not to say somebody might actually work or move here from Russia.
Gotcha. Okay, Rocky, same question. What are some of the resources specifically that Manufacturing Works provides?
So I'm going to start a little bit different and talk about what was known as the Business Resource Network. So that includes the Wyoming Business Council, then at University of Wyoming, Manufacturing Works, the Small Business Development Center, and Impact 307. I suspect that Dr. Chitness is going to be here at some point, and under that whole umbrella would be a better question from him. But from the Manufacturing Works side of things, there's a lot of assets other than us. And don't let Manufacturing Works throw you for a curve. We're happy to offer our services to any industry. I don't get credit from NIST or the Department of Commerce for doing that, but we'll do anything. So why us? You can Google a consultant to get you an ISO 9001 certification. You can Google a consultant to get yourself a CMMC certification. You can Google a consultant to get a Lean 101 training, or if you want to go down a full path of 5S'ing your entire shop or get Master Black Belt in Lean Six Sigma, you can find somebody to do all of that. We're not necessarily walking in the door trying to sell something. We get measured by the Department of Commerce and the National Institute of Standards and Technology on, did we help a company increase their sales? Did we help them retain sales? Did we help them add jobs, retain jobs? Did we help them consider an expansion opportunity that resulted in purchasing new equipment that help them become more efficient, profitable, all these kind of things that NIST MEP wants to see our impacts. So we're measured on impacts that are real to the economy in Wyoming in terms of direct, indirect, and induced economic impacts, rather than how much money is in the bank at the end of the day. I come from a world in my corporate growing up that's what mattered. But we're really here to help, and that's the bottom line. So we do all those things and a number of others that I mentioned you could find consultants for. And we do it in the backdrop of offering what we call a business health assessment. So we come in and we ask you as a CEO or your mid-level management, your senior management, we'll go all the way down to the very bottom if you want. And we ask a bunch of questions that give us the outputs of what's working within your company based on your opinion and what is needing some work to get you where you want to be. And we focus on developing solutions that are in that red or yellow category to help you as a company do what you're doing better.
Okay, and right back to you real quick, Rocky. When thinking about all of the different industries and companies that you meet with, what's the one thing that you wish these companies would do right off the get-go that would make their lives so much easier? If you could name one thing that is a constant hurdle.
In order for sustainability and future relevance, I would say become disruptively innovative. You are going to get left behind by your competitors if you don't.
Okay, same question.
Yeah, I would add to that. Customer discovery is such a huge thing and very important thing, especially at the early stages. And so we see a lot of companies who they have an idea or they put something together, they have a prototype, and they haven't either tested it yet, they haven't gotten feedback on it, they just know customers will love it, and all customers will love it. So really pinpointing who that ideal customer would be, but also just getting feedback and being okay with, this prototype is probably shit, but I'm going to put it out there and get some feedback on it and then iterate from there. And so that's the biggest thing is getting them to understand that even though they love it, they believe in it, they have sweat equity in it, whatever the case, they gotta test it and they gotta get some feedback. They gotta talk to people. The majority of the founders aren't sales folks. They hate being in front of people, and so pitching is quite terrifying for them, especially to investors. So that's part of a lot of the program is really focusing on that early traction. And even if it's like you talked to 2 people and they gave you feedback, or my revenue is only $150, it's still something. And so you got to start somewhere. So a lot of that is just not assuming that everybody will love it, especially if it's an innovative. If it's innovative, if it's disruptive, then you have to test it. You got to make sure. So there's a lot of things that I could add, but I think that seems to be the most prevalent.
Okay. When thinking about and just to kind of close things out, when thinking about how you would like these companies to get in contact with you, I mean, we've got several companies in this room right now that are either at the beginning or early stages of their business. What's the best way to contact each one of your organizations, or what would be your preference?
Sure. So I actually have a table right out there that have all the information. I have an upcoming G-Beta program starting out in October 17th. So the deadline is the application deadline for this one is September 30th, but there's still time. So if you want to get a hold of me, chat with me out there. I know I didn't go over our program as in depth, but like I said, industry agnostic. As long as you're here, you're open to maybe exploring venture capital or learning about it and trying out our program. I'd love to have you. I'd love to talk to you. So I have all my cards and information out on that table. So,
Rocky?
Yeah, manufacturing-works.com. All of our emails are there. I unfortunately left all my cards at home, but if you just Google Manufacturing Works Wyoming on our website, there's a map, and that's going to direct you to the project manager that covers that territory.
Okay, perfect. Let's give a round of applause for our first panel. Steph and Rocky, thank you so much. And so for those of you that are Wyomingites that have had a lot of questions come to you from outside entities saying, hey, what do I do in the state of Wyoming? I certainly have. Please use these guys as resources we do want to see more businesses here. So our next panel coming up is we're going to be talking about legislation, regulation, and stablecoins. Some of the latest updates on what's happening in the state of Wyoming and what's the projection for the state in regards to digital assets in Wyoming. I saw a couple of them, but I'm going to call them out. Jeremiah Bishop, who's the Wyoming State Banking Commissioner. David Pope, the Commissioner of the Wyoming Stable Token Commission. Anthony Apollo, the Executive Director of the Wyoming Stable Token Commission. And State Senator Chris Rothfuss, who's the co-chairman. There's Anthony. There's Mr. Bishop. State Senator Chris Rothfuss is the co-chair of the Select Committee on Blockchain, Financial Technology, and Digital Innovation Technology. So I'm seeing just two so far? Okay.
Bring the crowd together for you.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's go ahead and have a restroom break real quick. I'm gonna go hunt down this son of a gun, and I think he actually lives in this town, so I don't know what his problem is.
You tell him that.
I will. Good to see you, man. How you doing? Good to see you, man.
It's just easier.
Let me go find Chris. Hi.
My name's Ryan.
Ryan, good to meet you, Tyler. Yeah. Yeah, you bet. No, I just got moved. Yep. Yeah, some of them definitely have NFTs or blockchain. Sure. Sure, yeah. Yeah, so my thoughts on it, I mean, first of all, I first became aware of it way back in 2012. It was a lot of caller back in the day. So I wanted nothing to do with those kinds of things. When those kinds of entities approach me, I just tell them, Google Express.
Yeah.
For sure, yeah, we're all happy.
Okay, and they're trying to find a way to.
Right. I mean, I'm
way to limit it, actually.
right. I will absolutely, like, if these somebody's running
I guess that's maybe what I was getting to, like, as far as how these technologies will actually protect that as
well, super good question. And I think this is, I mean, we see a lot of people.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Hey, Senator Rothfuss, it's like you don't even live in this damn town. Yeah. Really? Yeah. Oh. Did you not know that we started the pandemic? And did you do that better? Right. I love it. Are you guys going to want help as far as you want to moderate it, or is you guys just going to shift? Well, I think one of you should be on here. Well, there's four of you in the panel. So I think one of you can take the reins, probably. We'll just do take the reins. I'll start out by asking a question. If it's involved in the Thank you. Do I have water? No. No, I think that's.
Commissioner.
That's where Wyoming's living.
So I get the email where a lot of our taxes turn at like 1 o'clock in the morning on the 17th. But you haven't signed. If you signed them already, they said you didn't sign them. Panic said, okay. It was so it is a mistake. It's automatic.
Especially if there's, I don't know, it's kind of wild. You see
Tax, that is one of my worst nightmares.
Need anything?
Have a 20-minute speech that side and with a full presentation. No expectations.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so how do we want to do it? We can sit in her office.
Yes, here.
So how do you want to do it? Do you want to sit? I hate sitting. You know these things. You guys can do my thing. Yeah.
You're the moderator.
Okay, so that mic is wired. I do. I walk around a little bit. I walk around.
You can.
Okay.
Do you want me just to see? Share? Just want to fix everything.
I'm not sure if everything is government. And so that's a great quality.
Just put up with it. It's just how it is.
Actually, that might be an interesting question.
I agree. I know, I need to take a picture of my setup right now. It's really cute. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because he was bragging about how he was given a speech to the state treasurer, about Bitcoin, list of names.
Anyway, you're exactly right.
And my response is totally not. I don't want to see government hold Bitcoin. I think it's
How are you, my friend? Fine, how are you?
duration of Bitcoin, right? And that's why there's taxation issues, those kinds of things. That could control the market. But on top of that, if governments are utilizing it for the purpose of stabilizing
Congratulations on
their balance sheet. There's a better way to do that. It's called deep entering governing, which is not holding Bitcoin, which is free to money, should be held by individuals. But you might have a different opinion on it.
I don't think stable time. Thank you so much. Stable time.
Well, we can go back to the gold. The gold artificially suppressed much appears because of loss of use.
Well, I definitely.
No. You can understand why. Yeah. Hopefully you'll be around.
I'll be around.
We're going to get going here in a couple of minutes. If anybody sees Anthony Apollo, tell him he shouldn't have left the room.
Right back.
You know you're on the panel right now?
Yes.
Okay.
But I don't stand. I'm supposedly the moderator.
You are. Yep, I'm just introducing the panel.
Yeah. You don't want to be the moderator?
Not at all. Hey, Anthony's back.
You would be, you'll be much better.
I doubt that. No. I'll just get everybody introduced. You're going to be stepping out.
No, we just want, oh wait, you
Oh, you're just right here. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I think so.
All right. If we can get everybody to find your seats real quick. All right, this next panel, I already previously introduced it, but I'll do it again real quick, is legislation, regulation, and stable tokens, the latest updates on what's happening involving digital assets here in the great state of Wyoming. We're going to be joined by Anthony Apollo, who's the executive director of the Wyoming Stable Token Commission, Jeremiah Bishop, the Wyoming State Banking Commissioner, David Pope, who's a commissioner on the Wyoming Stable Token Commission, and State Senator Chris Rothfuss, who's the co-chair of the Select Committee on Blockchain, Financial Technology, and Digital Innovation Technology. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I also see Professor Hill here. I'm going to point out that she's the new dean of the law school, and I know she wasn't expecting the introduction, but her and I have spoken a few times at this event, and I always enjoy seeing a semi-friendly face. We've had great discussions, but I love having her here, and I love having everyone here. I got involved in this space in 2017. It's kind of a long story, but I don't want to kind of rehash that. But I was one of the first citizens that was on the that was appointed to the originally the legislative blockchain task force, and I remember my first meeting. That's the first time I had met Senator Rothfuss, who was also on the task force, and I sat next to him, and I think I made some kind of joke about being the not the cool kid because I was seated on the end, and the joke didn't really go over too well because I'm not sure any of us were cool kids, but anyway, Senator Rothfuss, welcome. I appreciate you being here. You have been all along for the ride from the beginning as well, and I think that's marvelous. Banking Commissioner Bishop, I only met you last year, and he has been kind of the guy at the end of the fire hose trying to get a drink of water because of everything that what is now the Select Committee throws at him every year. And so I appreciate you being here and all of your work in trying to pull together into regulations and procedures everything that we've done. Director Apollo, he and I go back a couple of years, but he was selected last year to the Stable Token, to be the executive director of the Stable Token initiative. And the interesting thing is, as much as Commissioner Bishop has tried to incorporate everything, Director Apollo has had a 23-hour-a-day job, 7 days a week since he started last August?
Today is the one-year anniversary.
Last September. And yes, congratulations. That is, you've done a marvelous job, and I appreciate it as one of the commissioners. I appreciate it, and I know that that initiative is huge and will remain huge for many years to come, both for the digital assets field, the digital assets industry, and for Wyoming's economy. So I think I commend you on taking on that task. So I'd kind of like to turn it over and have each of you talk first about how you got into the space and why you remain here. So who wants to go first?
Well, happy anniversary to me, I guess. So, thank you all for your time this morning. Commissioner Pope, thank you for the kind introduction. So, I am Anthony Apollo, serving as the Executive Director of the Wyoming Stable Token Commission. And in terms of how I got into this space to start, I actually began my career in traditional finance. So I worked in regulatory reporting and regulatory transformation at some of the world's largest financial institutions. And when you get into those spaces, you see how banking infrastructure works or oftentimes does not work. You see very antiquated legacy systems, you see poor controls and process management. And then from my time in that space, I found out about Bitcoin and Ethereum while I was at a particularly challenged bank. This would have been in late 2015, so fairly early in Ethereum's life. Bitcoin had already been out for a few years. So a friend introduced me to it. I found it to be incredibly interesting technology. Again, when you see how things go sideways at banks and a mutable ledger that anyone on planet Earth can operate and build on top of, and had something akin to money on it, seemed like a really good idea to me. So I just started learning about it, and fast forward a couple years, I ended up joining a company called Consensus, which is an Ethereum incubator out in Bushwick, Brooklyn, to build an early attempt at tokenized intellectual property called Solarius. A little bit before its time, and if there was essentially one NFT at that point called CryptoKitties. There was one governance model called the DAO on Ethereum. Both of those blew up in their own respective ways, and those are all lengthy stories in and of their own right. But suffice it to say, since then I've built, again, tokenized intellectual property platforms, worked on fan engagement through tokenized loyalty programs with marquee sports clients. At one point, did a compliant debt security token with an NBA athlete named Spencer Dinwiddie, then on the Brooklyn Nets, now on the Dallas Mavericks. So that was essentially a tokenized bond on Ethereum, and holders of that token were paid out monthly in stable coins as the interest. So I certainly had some exposure there. And then most recently was working on a platform called Rensa with my brothers, which was a tokenized multimedia content management tool for anything from video games to music to movies that had real-time payouts to content creators and codified royalties to them as well. So you couldn't scam anybody or rip anybody off. But that was that's what drew my brothers and I to Wyoming. We moved from New York to Cheyenne in September of 21. And the reason that we did that was because there was such a permissive legislative environment here. And that is a perfect segue to the end of the table. Senator Rothfuss.
Yes, there is a permissive environment in the state of Wyoming, and we've worked hard for that. I started on the path of digital asset policy. We started back in 2015 in the state of Wyoming, and the storyline behind it, Representative Tyler Lindholm at the time, who a tall cowboy who was here a minute ago, you all know him. He had a constituent come to him and say, hey, this company won't allow me to transact in cryptocurrency in the state of Wyoming. And that company was Coinbase, and they disallowed any transactions in the state of Wyoming uniquely, like they geo-fenced out Wyoming. If you're in Wyoming, the answer is no. That was bad. And so we started to look into it and learned that the way the Division of Banking was interpreting our Wyoming Money Transmitters Act, it was requiring basically double holding of assets. You had to have fiat in an equivalent amount to a transaction in cryptocurrency. You had to have them both, which means you had to double fund. Unsurprisingly to anybody in this room, Coinbase was not willing to double fund every transaction that they were booking, which was a good choice on their part. And so we started that discussion at the time, Division of Banking with legislators, and tried to figure out, well, what can we do about this? How can we fix it? And the first thing legislators do when there's a problem is they look to other states to figure out how it's been solved elsewhere, because clearly Wyoming was the state that was somehow doing it wrong, and other states seemed to be doing it right. And what we quickly found was that any state that was doing it right by pure coincidence, by random blind luck, and they had nothing on their books that would suggest that they do it the right way. And we, the state of Wyoming, were doing it wrong by all those same reasons, just an interpretation which was reasonable if you didn't have a depth of knowledge on digital assets and how they should be handled. And what we realized pretty quickly was that this was true of the entire digital asset space. That any legislation or regulatory structure out there that was doing things reasonably well was doing so by luck. And we thought, what an opportunity for the state of Wyoming to, rather than follow the blind luck and be in the worst position in the country, to actually advance this industry, provide a leadership position, and do the hard work to determine what the appropriate regulatory structure and legal framework is for digital asset space, to work with stakeholders, to learn the needs of the community. And so we've spent the last 9 years then, that was the beginning. We've had the good fortune of building incredible partnerships along the way. By random luck, Ms. Caitlin Long, who I think many here know, was trying to make a contribution about 1 year after that to the University of Wyoming, where we're at right now, in Bitcoin. And the university was just baffled, like, what is a Bitcoin? What would we do with that? Why would we take such a thing? And that got her then involved with community, involving Mr. Pope and others. So it all came together at the right time, the right people, in the right place, where the state of Wyoming is obviously a state that believes strongly in individual liberties, freedom, the mindset of being able to own your own assets and not to have serious impediments to that type of business. So it came together organically, but with the right people in the right place. And so we've passed over 40 pieces of legislation since that time, creating framework for digital assets, how statutory constructs would look at digital assets as property. We created the Speedy Banks, we created DUNAs, we created DAOs for a state to work on that. And of course, the Wyoming Stable Token over the last couple of years, which is something that we're very proud to see moving forward. And look forward to that release in the not-so-distant future. So I'll stop there and hand it over to Jeremiah.
Yes, good morning. Yeah, it is still morning. Jeremiah Bishop, Banking Commissioner. I started with blockchain technology really early, about 2013. I had no idea what it was. You hear about this thing called Bitcoin, and I'd go to IT examiner trainings, and I'd ask the people, okay, what's blockchain? And no one could tell me. So I just kind of dig into it a little bit slowly. I was a senior bank examiner at the time. 2015, I'd start talking to our money transmitter examiners because exactly what was going on with the legislature. But it was kind of side conversations. It was 2017, 2018 conversations with then Deputy Commissioner Fred Greif and the Commissioner at the time, Albert Faulkner, just during staff updates, here's what we're doing. And again, I didn't really have a very good understanding of what any of this was or how it worked. Then 2019 is really when I kind of got thrown into the mix on some of this. I was made the chief examiner in early 2019, and then I was bumped up to deputy commissioner, I think September of 2019. And that's an important date because I think the SPDI law went into effect October 1st of 2019. So I was then the guy. I had very little understanding at this point, so it was doing my job, but then doing research on the side because we knew these applications for these SPDIs were coming. So 2020, that's really when it just that's when everything all at once hit. We got the two applications from SPDIs. I was the one investigating both of those. We were also at the division doing our examination manual. So we had done a contract with Promontory Financial, and how do we supervise these things? Nothing really existed at the time. The legislature had passed a law the year before. In 2019, then Commissioner Faulkner did all of the rules on that, and I kind of came in at the very end of that. So I got to figure out, okay, what type of investigation do we need to do with these types of entities, and then how do we even regulate them? So we were doing the dual projects at the time, building our exam manual, and then I was investigating at that time, Kraken Financial and Avanti at the time. Now it's Custodia, and then we did the other two SPDIs in 2021. So that it was really kind of trial by fire for me. At that time, I think Albert kind of gave me the application and says, "Here you go," and I just would do what I could, then do research, and then come back the next morning and try to implement what I learned on my own the night before. But then I was then appointed commissioner in June of 2022. By that point, none of the SPDIs were open, and so that's really what I was working on, was how to get these companies to open. By that point, we had I think a trust company, Two Ocean Trust, was starting to get into this. A couple other trust companies were trying to do basic custody. And so it really was just talking to, I think, the individuals involved at the companies, and then various events doing, we were just talking about, TRM labs and Chainalysis. We did some training with them, and just kind of going into events. But most of my time is spent at regulator events. We are part of CSBS. I go to various meetings throughout the year where it's all 50 states get together, and most of them are kind of where we were, I'd say, in about 2017, 2018. They're trying to figure this out. Some of them are really moving along. New York is pretty good. Some of the other states have passed various laws similar to the SPDI or some other novel charter. And so it's mostly just education, and we all just get together in side rooms during breaks and talk about what this looks like in our various states.
Awesome. Let's kind of backtrack to that then. And do me a favor and tell me, and anyone can answer, what is the difference between an SPDI, a Speedy Bank, and a traditional community bank? What makes them different?
Thank you. I'll do this one, and we'll see if you want to take it. That's a good one for me, I think.
Why not?
So a traditional bank, I think everybody's familiar with that. It's you take on deposits and you lend money. In Wyoming, they're mostly small. They might have an investment portfolio. They take deposits in their community and they lend it out in their community. That's just a traditional bank model. An SPDI, it's a little bit different, but under Wyoming law, it is still a bank. In Wyoming, we define banking activity as basically taking deposits. If you take deposits, you're a bank and you must have a charter. You can either do that through a SPDI or a traditional bank. Now, the SPDI, it was really geared towards the digital asset industry. At the time, it was really hard for blockchain companies to really keep and retain bank accounts. I say at the time, I think that's still the case. It got better for a little bit, and now it's getting worse. But that's why these were designed. And I tell a lot of other state regulators the reason why it was designed this way. One, they're prohibited from lending. I think that was very important because they're not leveraged. A traditional bank, they're taking consumer deposits and they're lending them out. So it's leveraged. So when those loans go bad, that's typically why banks fail. SPDIs, they're prohibited from lending. They can't lend anything, so that removes a big chunk of risk. The other part is the deposits. Instead of having traditional FDIC insurance up to a certain limit, they're 100% backed by basically cash or short-term treasuries. I think several years ago, and actually last year was a great example of why that was important. Some of the banks that were banking this industry, Signature, Silicon Valley, had a massive outflow of deposits in a matter of hours, and they failed. That's a traditional bank run. That's been around since banking began. That was nothing new. But SPDIs were designed to keep that from happening. They have to keep everything on reserve so that if 100% of their deposits leave, it might take them a day or two to get them their cash, but it's only a day or two. It's literally just how long does it take to sell the treasuries. But then they also are the on-off ramp. That's the fiat deposit side. They also can custody digital assets. So that's kind of the crossover of how they touch blockchain, is they're the ones holding those private keys. Which is also important because then you hear the horror stories of people losing their computers or their keys or something. And again, if you're an investment company, that's not allowed. You can't even risk that. You must have a qualified custodian hold those keys for you. And so that's where the SPDIs also come in.
Thank you. I know when I was on the task force, one of the things that was the impetus for the Speedy Bank was the Operation Choke Point, which I would encourage everyone here to look that up and get a sense of what that was. But and you said that Speedies were geared toward digital assets. Could they be applied to other industries as well? Could let's say a natural resources based grouping, create a Speedy Bank and have it be something that could help them if they are ever debanked?
Yes, there's nothing prohibiting non-digital asset companies from either creating an SPDI or banking with an SPDI. We have seen some potential business models come across that are just that. Where we ask the questions is then how are they making the money? Because a traditional bank that's not lending, is only taking deposits, is not going to earn very much money. Most of the time you pay interest on deposits, and so you have to have some other fee income driver. For digital asset speedies, most of that comes from the custody side. They're charging fees for that custody. So if you're not touching blockchain and you basically just want a non-leveraged bank, that's fine as long as it makes money. And I think that's where a lot of people have hit roadblocks with that model. But again, we're pretty open with it, and I'll look at any business model. And as long as they get over that hurdle, among some other ones, I think it's very doable.
Yeah, and David, just going back to the impetus for the Speedy Bank, as mentioned, the Operation Choke Point, when we were taking public testimony, one of the things that we were asking early on, which we still ask, is what is holding you back as an industry? What's stopping progress? What are your biggest challenges? Where can we provide regulatory clarity? And we had a meeting in particular up in Jackson that I recall where we had testimony coming in, just stakeholder after stakeholder saying, well, our biggest challenge right now from a business standpoint is we can't be banked. We have to have bank accounts to actually conduct our business operations, to pay payroll. It's absolutely essential. But if we have the word crypto in our name, if we have the word blockchain in our name, we get declined just for that name. And that was legitimately happening. So it didn't matter what you were doing behind it, whether you were risky or not risky. Having a name that associated with digital assets was enough to preclude being banked. And as we investigated that and learned more, we found out that it was the FDIC at the federal level that was putting pressure and saying, do not bank any businesses in the digital asset space. So as the state of Wyoming, what you do at that point in your time is you all right, well, if you've got a federal agency that is slowing things down, trying to hold back development, our first question is then, all right, well, what does it take to make a bank that doesn't have FDIC insurance? Which hasn't been done, certainly hadn't been done before, but we thought, well, hell, we're Wyoming, we're going to do that. And that's literally what we did. We started building that out. We, again, had an incredible team of people like Jeremiah and others, stakeholders that could come in and say, well, if you don't have FDIC insurance, how do we protect the consumers? All right, 100% Reserve Bank is going to do that. How do we build that? Maybe we need 102% reserve, which is actually how it's built, so that you can ensure that if you have an immediate liquidity need, that you have that cash available. Then we still required other types of insurance, just not FDIC insurance. So we have several layers of consumer protection. And when we were done with that, I can't imagine there's a safer bank in the world than a Wyoming Speedy Bank, which is, of course, ironic because we're still being challenged by the feds, in this case, the Federal Reserve, as if the Speedy Bank were somehow a risk. And we know from just watching the banking sector that the risk does come from the runs on the banks, the leveraged investments of the banks, and the fact that they don't have the cash available that they need to have. The Speedy Bank resolves that. So it's something that we're very proud of and we're going to keep fighting for.
Thank you, and I think it's interesting to note that in testimony yesterday, Ms. Long, Caitlin Long, testified to the fact that they are still being debanked on a regular basis, and that is one of the challenges that they are having to overcome in getting their operations up and running. There are a number of other problems that they and other speedies. I think there are 4 or 5 now that have been chartered, and I think they are running into a number of hurdles, the Fed being one of them, as Senator Rothfuss noted. And I don't mean this to be an entire discussion about the speedies. My apologies to Director Apollo, but I want to finish up on this topic because I think it's very important. So what are some of the things the state can do now to help this process? Because I still believe in the concept fully. And so what can we do as a state now to help them along?
So with regard to the special purpose depository institution specifically, the state has been stepping up and will try and do more, but the state has filed on behalf of Custodia in their federal case. That's an important aspect of it. We know that our Senator Lummis's office, and I see Mr. Land just joined us, has been very active in trying to advocate for the dual banking system at the federal level and protecting state interests at the federal level. So ensuring that we're fully aligned behind this mission and that everybody's riding for the brand is a key part of that. At the same time, we have legislation coming through the select committee right now to further advocate, have what we call the Protection of State Banking Act that we're looking at to ensure that our Attorney General for the state is capable of advocating on behalf of the state's interest, not just an individual corporation's interest, right? There's a difference there. Right now we're advocating on behalf of Custodia in the case as the state of Wyoming. We want it to go to the next level where Wyoming is in and of itself capable of engaging in legal action and challenging the feds on issues where we're not being treated fairly under the dual banking system and by regulators. So really stepping it up so that the state can be proactive in defense of our dual banking rights.
Very good. And I think one of the interesting things that came out of this discussion on top of that is that there are other use cases and other business plans that have come to the Division of Banking. And that was something I didn't know, and so I think that's great that we're beginning to see that broaden. So I want to kind of transition away from speedies and move a little bit into the past legislative landscape from the position of someone who kind of used to be an outsider, or one of those consumers and constituents that we've been talking about. And Director Apollo, you said you came to Wyoming specifically because of the legislative landscape. Go into a little bit into detail about that. What specific pieces of legislation? I think we're up to 40 now, somewhere around 40 pieces of legislation that are almost exclusively enabling pieces of legislation as opposed to overly restrictive bills and statutes. So I think that's our legislature, I think, has been incredible in this. So Director Apollo, what specifically brought you here other than our tax-free status, which I think is important to everyone, but what else?
Well, I will say first, the tax-free status certainly does help when you're running a startup and you don't necessarily have a ton of funding to go around. Yeah, this is the part of it. Also, just stats-wise, because I did take a look at this after the 2024 budget session, the Select Committee on Blockchain has put forth 70 bills to date, 45 of which have been enacted, 33 under Governor Gordon, and the rest of them under Governor Meade. So it's been a ton of progress since 2016, and it's something that, as someone who's working in this industry since functionally 2015, I've been monitoring all along the way. And I can't say there was a specific piece of legislation that brought myself and my brothers to the state, but when you just look at, in terms of broad strokes, the divergence of what Wyoming was doing versus the situation in New York, where you had the bit license and other pieces of legislation that were going to create more regulatory frameworks to comply with, which if you are a small startup is going to always be difficult, but if you're up against people who have $1 billion to start, they can handle it. So it always feels like you're a little bit kicked to the side when those situations arise. And my brothers and I looked at the states that were working towards more progressive and enabling legislation, and it was Colorado, Texas, and Wyoming. Texas was a little bit out of the price range to begin with, and then the weekend we went to go visit a friend. It was when Elon announced Gigafactory 2 in Austin, so we watched property values double in about 24 hours. That was out. And we looked at what Denver, we looked around in Colorado and what Denver was doing, and they've got some great programs there. You can go and go to the DMV and pay with Bitcoin, and they've been great supporters of the ETH Denver event since 2018, where I was fortunate to give one of the keynotes. I believe this gentleman, I have to give one quick shout out. This gentleman in the blue button-down flannel here, Kirk Dameron, I think he was in the audience in 2018 when we unveiled Solarius at the keynote at ETH Denver. So if anyone thinks I'm BSing you about all these stories about tokenized intellectual property and governance rights and NFTs, he saw it live. I don't know if he thinks it was a good idea or not, but I'll let him opine on that perhaps later. So, we looked at what was happening in Colorado, but we came to Wyoming to visit in August of 21, and we wanted to know if the scenario here was real, because what you see in trade publications around blockchain can oftentimes be a little skewed. But we stayed in Airbnb. Our proprietor worked for Black Hills Energy, and he was immediately talking to us about all the Bitcoin mining applications that they had received and how they're going to handle and triage all of that. And so I'm like, okay, well, that makes sense. It's energy. We knew that Wyoming had the ability to cap gas flares to mine Bitcoin with it, so that made sense. And then went to the farmer's market and went to go get some bison from someone who raises it at about 8,800 feet elevation. Recognized pretty quickly we weren't from here, which may not be surprising if you hear the accent, and started asking us what we were doing. Oh, we work in technology. Okay, what are you really doing? I was like, oh, it's technology and kind of gaming. It's like, okay, what does that mean? It's like, okay, well, is this blockchain application where you can upload your content and all this multimedia, yada yada. And he goes, oh, is that like mana tokens? And I was like, do you know what Decentraland is? He's like, yeah, I have a couple. So I'm like, so it's real now. This is very real. Like, the people here know what this is. They're actively working on it. It's from the legislature on down to the farmer's market. This is the place. So we moved in September of 2021 to work on our startup, which I did. And then I did not expect to be working for state government or any government ever in my life. And yet here I am wearing a suit and tie almost every day after many years of wearing ratty V-necks and hoodies and eating ramen. So here we are.
You can still eat ramen.
Ramen is good anytime. Wonderful. Let's then talk a little bit about the Speedy. No, the stable token. Sorry, because we have about 15 minutes left, and then I really want to spend some time answering questions. But so I'd like to talk about the stable token, some of the implications of that, and then and then move on to the future legislative landscape, what we've been looking at in the select committee, and what we see beyond that to the next couple of legislative years. So the stable token. A general overview of what it is, and then let's go into why it's important. A lot of this I know will be on you, Director Apollo, but then I think there are some banking implications. I think there are some legislative implications as well. So let's spend a good 10 minutes on that. And I know a couple of things. You're from New York, and you're, if I recall, Italian in nature. So you don't have a lot of trouble talking, do you?
No.
I'm surprised you don't want to be standing and talking with your hands as well. So, but go ahead.
Well, I have to save up a little bit for tomorrow. If everyone's here tomorrow, there is the Stable Token Commissions meeting. We'll be back in the co-library where we were for the Select Committee on Monday and Tuesday. So I'm saving up because I'll be talking at Commissioner Pope and the governor and others for about 3 hours straight tomorrow. So you'll be hearing plenty from me, and just kind of making sure we're all prepared for that, mentally and physically. But diving into the Wyoming stable token, just a little bit of history, and I think we maybe alluded to it along the way, and I'll certainly let Senator Rothfuss fill in the blanks because I did come in as a little bit of a latecomer here. But the stable token initiative has morphed over a couple of years. I do believe the initial version was a gold-backed proposal. No? I've been lying to everybody the whole time? Okay, that's fine. Sure. That's what Texas is proposing, so that much is accurate. But we do know that the Stable Token Act did change a little bit over the years from 2021, 22, 23 when it was ultimately enacted. And to be very clear from the get-go, Wyoming is not creating a central bank digital currency on its own. We are not minting tokens out of the ether, pun not intended. We are creating a fiat-backed and fully reserved stable token similar to the current incumbents issued by private issuers. So USDC from Circle, PYUSD from PayPal and Paxos. The V1 issuance will look, we believe, fairly similar to that. In terms of the composition of the commission that's working on it, this is an extremely high visibility, high oversight, high transparency project. The initial 3 commissioners are the governor, who chairs the commission, the auditor, state auditor Christy Racines, and state treasurer Kurt Meyer. So we've got much of the branches represented. And then there's 4 subject matter advisors we brought on, Commissioner Pope being one of them. Joel Reville at Two Oceans Trust is another, which came up a little earlier in the conversation. And Flavia Naves also is one of our SMAs. She's currently of counsel at Hathaway and Kunz here in Cheyenne, but formerly was the general counsel at Circle. So we've got some firepower there. And then that group came together in June, July, August of last year. I came on in September, and we've brought it forward since. In terms of a lot of the work that I've done to date has been on what I refer to as agency structure. I don't want to lie again, so I will turn it once more to Senator Rothfuss and know if you have the details here.
May I?
When was the last time an agency was spun up in the state of Wyoming from the ground up?
I believe the last 2 that come to mind, one of them was the Lottery Commission, so I'm going to say 11 years ago was the Lottery Commission. And the other would be the Mixed Martial Arts Board, which was probably only 6 years ago. And a little less complicated, honestly, I think, than the Wyoming Stable Token Commission in what they had to accomplish.
Perhaps. I might just be making things up along the way, but I do believe the Wyoming Mixed Martial Arts Commission, I do keep monitoring to see if they need their subject matter advisors or commissioners to join, because I don't have enough things going on. But I do believe they were the first ones to get bare knuckle boxing sanctioned, which occurred in the state in 2018.
It's just great to see Wyoming leading.
Every time. So starting a new agency from scratch is no joke. There's a lot that goes into that, going through the budget process, joint appropriations, making sure that our structure is correct from a financial reporting perspective, creating and promulgating rules, creating and putting forth all of our different policies. So a lot of the work has been done in that regard. What's very exciting is we're just on the cusp of getting into actual, what I would call development of the token, which again, we'll take a couple steps back. Wyoming, we appreciate small government here. This is not, we don't have a tremendous budget to build out a team of 20 developers to build something from scratch. The goal for us is to keep this lean and mean and work with existing parties and participants and vendors who have built different components of a stable token tech stack before. So whether that's the smart contract development on a given blockchain, whether that is a centralized or decentralized exchange to actually host the tokens on, whether that's the financial backing of the token and the support in that capacity, we are looking to qualify and receive proposals from different vendors who can help us build out this offering. So we're looking to accomplish that hopefully by end of this year, start building in earnest in the beginning of next year, and work towards a end of Q1 2025 launch. Now, there's many other things that need to happen around the perimeter of actual engagement and development. One of the most interesting things I think for us is going to be the rules-making process. As an agency, we do have the ability to promulgate our rule sets. When that is done in the state, it does have the form of law. Obviously, the legislature makes the law. We don't make laws, but we can put forth rule sets, and they do have to go through public comment to accomplish that, which is always be very interesting. So we've already put forth rules around procurement about how we can go and pursue our vendors. But what will be very interesting is we'll have to create a rule set around reserves management. So we've been talking a lot about, for the SPDIs, for example, what goes into that backing and that reserve. We'll be doing very much the same with the stable token. We do have a carve out in the statute itself that we can only invest in cash, U.S. Treasury securities with a year or less to maturity, and then U.S. Treasury security repurchase agreements with 30 days or less to maturity, which will help mitigate the risk that were caused by SVB and others early last year because they were too long out in the treasury curve, changing interest rates, you have some blow-ups. So we'll hopefully avoid all that. Last point I'll make, the most interesting piece we'll have to do is creating a rule set around how the token operates itself. And this is where I think one of our big differentiators, I'll cue this up that way, will be the transparency we have in around how this token operates. Any of the private incumbents can change their terms and conditions overnight. We saw that with PayPal pre-token, but during the pandemic, we saw PayPal changing their terms and conditions and start assessing fees on people during the pandemic, and they were able to flip a switch and accomplish that. We have to go through a robust months-long process of telling the public exactly how this token is going to work, how a mint and issuance is going to work, how redemption is going to work, how freeze and seize or burning or any kind of potential interdiction for illicit activity would work. And that's going to be complicated. We're going to be the first public entity doing any of that work. So it's going to be a robust effort from our side to do that. And I've jumped a little around the place, but I think that queued up a couple of other points to invite some others to the conversation.
I think that I'd like to take another slight transition unless Senator Rothfuss, you have anything quick on that?
David, I was just going to jump back to a little bit of the impetus and history for the stable token, if that.
Which was what I was going to ask about.
All right. Hey, why don't you ask me?
Okay. So, as far as the impetus and history,
Yeah.
I'd kind of like to,
Okay.
Let's talk about that.
Okay.
From the beginning, I think we looked as a task force at Wyoming creating its own cryptocurrency, which we found out really quickly that is unconstitutional, because that would be a form of currency. This is not a form of currency. This is more along the lines of a service that the state will be providing. But I had, in my mind, kind of set that whole thought aside afterward, and then for the 22 legislative session, a bill dropped, sponsored by Senator Rothfuss. That was a total surprise to me. It probably shouldn't have been, because there were probably discussions, but we were in the middle of a couple of other weird things those years, and like a pandemic and stuff like that. But I was really surprised, and I loved the idea. So what brought that about, Senator Rothfuss?
So it gets into the whole discussion we've been having about we're trying to solve problems, and we've got this mosaic. We're putting together these puzzle pieces to build a working system that can really engage thoroughly in what Web3 envisions. And we want Wyoming to be a part of that. So we know we have quite a few challenges, and we've addressed a lot of those challenges. But one of the challenges that kept coming up was the state of Wyoming needs to actually be able to interact in a Web3 space. We need to be able to receive a digital asset, so a cryptocurrency, a stable coin, a stable token. We need to be able to engage in that transaction. And we've been incredibly successful getting legislation passed and getting the legislature on board with a lot of visions, but the idea of just accepting payments on taxes, for example, or engagements in other areas in whether it's Bitcoin or Ethereum or any of the cryptocurrency, that was a challenge in conversation. So a lot of the conversation then started around, well, what would it take for the state of Wyoming to accept a digital asset? What would that digital asset look like? And that really was the beginning of the conversation, but at the same time, we know that we were seeing Tether depeg, and everybody has concerns about where are Tether's dollars anyway, so there's concern there. But we also saw Circle depeg, where we have a lot more confidence in where those dollars are at any given point, but there was still concern. Terra Luna happened, and we all know that led to a lot of concern. So as you start having the conversation, well, what do we need to achieve for Wyoming to accept a currency? If the state of Wyoming is holding the underlying fiat currency that represents the value of the digital asset, there's zero risk to the state of Wyoming to accept that digital asset in lieu of dollars, right? We have completely de-risked it from Wyoming's perspective. And that was the impetus for it, right? That was the beginning of the conversation. All right, well, this, if we build it out right, now the devil's in the details, and obviously we spent an awful lot of time designing more onto it to ensure that it was as fully de-risked as possible. That's really what it came down to. If we know exactly where those dollars are, because the state of Wyoming has them under our management as a sovereign state, and with a characteristic investment portfolio, which Anthony already laid out, which is basically cash, U.S. treasuries that are short-term or analogs, then we know that if we're receiving severance tax payments on oil and gas in Wyoming stable token, it is exactly as good from our perspective as a U.S. dollar that we're receiving. And then obviously a lot of other entities started to look at it, and they had the same thought process, and it's grown incredibly in popularity as a result of that same thinking. You know, we want to be able to engage in the Web3 space, but we want to do it in a way where we have full confidence that the dollar is going to be there today, next week, and a year from now. A state offers a lot of additional security that, as Anthony pointed out, companies can't necessarily achieve that same guarantee. So we don't want to be taking over the space. We want to be a partner in the space. At the same time, part of the impetus was a recognition of the challenges that digital assets were having with regard to the SEC, with regard to federal government and legislation. And we knew that if Wyoming was an issuer of a stable token, that we would be in a position where you can't just send a cease and desist order to a state of Wyoming and then have us shut down, right? It's not quite the same thing. You know, you can't say, well, if you don't do what we say, we're going to put the state of Wyoming in jail. That is not a conversation you can have. So from a legal standpoint, the state of Wyoming has a special advantage. We also have an explicit exemption from securities law. Nobody's really tested that. We don't even know what that means at the end of the game, but it's there. So we can be a trailblazer on behalf of the industry as well, and make sure that sound, stable coin and or token policy is available. So again, we've been working with Senator Lummis's office. We've been working with other legislators around the country to improve it. So that's really the impetus. There's a few points, but it comes down to that puzzle piece aspect. And the last thing I'll say is that the reason we say token instead of coin comes back to what Mr. Pope said a few minutes ago, is we're going with that strict definition that a token is a representation of ownership, where the coin is the asset itself. And so we're always being very clear that a Wyoming stable token is a digital representation of an ownership representation of a U.S. dollar held in trust by the state of Wyoming on behalf of the token holder, as opposed to the valuable asset itself.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, so this is going to be a bit of a lightning round. I'd like 1 minute or less.
Anthony, can you or I speak for 1 minute or less? I'm not sure Jeremiah can. Let's see.
Okay, so there are, as Director Apollo noted, there are about 45 pieces of legislation that have passed. You mentioned that when you look at legislation, you look at other states first and see what they've done. As I recall, most of the 45, and I hate catchphrases, just to put that out there, and one of the current catchphrases around is the word novel. I don't like using it, but how much of that legislation was novel legislation where we had to create it from the ground up?
The short answer is almost all of it, because we're almost always trailblazing. There have been some bills where other states have done something similar. We look to those, and then we upgrade. I think about the financial technology sandbox, where we weren't the first state with a financial technology sandbox. We were the third, but we took theirs. We took the best features of both of those. We implemented that and improved it. So I think we ended up with easily the best financial technology sandbox that then other states have since copied. But for the most part, everything we're doing, I mean, working with digital cryptographic keys, the Uniform Commercial Code, that was honestly, this is something I'll just point out because it doesn't get a lot of press. But our 2019 statute, Senate File 125, related to the Uniform Commercial Code and the recognition of digital assets as intangible personal property under the Uniform Commercial Code, is the most in-the-weeds, legal, nerd-esque bill draft that is entirely unsexy and is the most important thing we've done, because it serves as the foundation for everything else by providing clear, unambiguous recognition under statute of how digital assets are treated by the courts. And if you don't have that, don't go to that state. I mean, really, that's what it comes down to. If the courts don't know how to handle a digital asset, do not go to court in that state. That
Very
was
good.
clearly a lot longer than a minute.
And obviously, I have soft boundaries here.
If I may also add quickly, in under 30 seconds, other states are copying the work that we're doing.
Right.
Senator Rothfuss alluded to it, but just specifically the prohibition of private keys. We protect your private keys under First Amendment rights. You cannot be compelled to give up your private keys. That was copy-pasted by Utah in February of last year, or this year. And then we also had New Hampshire now has Dow LLCs as of a couple months back.
The tall guy here is going to give me the Wyoming drag behind the horse treatment if I don't hurry this along.
Yeah.
So, future of the speedies. Now we have like 20 seconds or less.
I'm not much of a talker, so I think I'm good. Future of the Speedies, 2 of them are operational right now. The other 2 are trying to get approval from us to open. I think it depends a lot with federally, what happens with at federal law level, and can they operate profitably. Having an external, basically a bank having a bank account is costly and risky, and I think a lot hinges on that. And it is very expensive to run a bank. So you must grow very quickly to cover those costs. At the end of the day, it is a bank. It must be profitable, otherwise it fails. So I think that's the most important piece, is growing quickly enough, but safely enough to keep operating.
Thank you. Director Apollo, 10 seconds or less. Timeline for the stable token.
We're going to target the end of Q1 2025 to get something live. If we go beyond that, I would say it would likely be due to either making sure we stress test sufficiently or make sure that we hear out the public comment period for our rulemaking and to get everything locked up in one shot. We got to get this right the first time around.
Absolutely. Mr. Lindholm, is there time for 2 or 3 questions?
No, you're over time.
Okay. Everyone, you heard that. And I apologize. The 4 of us will be here afterward, and I'm sure any of us or all of us are happy to answer your questions. Thank you very much for attending. I hope it was informative, and I hope it was kind of fun as well. So.
Thanks, everyone. Great job by our last panel. Really appreciate it. Thank you guys very much for being here and participating. Please don't leave, though. Please stick around for the other panels and or some of the booths for our sponsors out there. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. All right, our next panel, this is our 3rd panel, is Business Application in Wyoming. What some Wyoming businesses are doing in applying blockchain and other innovative technologies. If I could have join me up front, John Belitsky, who's the co-founder and CSO of Balcony, Amanda Martinez, the founder and CEO of Climate Chain, and Marco Rubel, the co-founder and CEO of YourGuides.io. Pretty please. I think Amanda's outside. I think, yep, Amanda. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's right. let me give you my card.
Doing business in Wyoming panels, maybe?
It is.
All right, I'm John.
Amanda.
Amanda? Good to meet you. Where are you?
John, you're supposed to be sitting down.
I'm sitting.
Yeah.
I was in the other.
Yeah, good to see you.
His backpack came.
All right, guys, we're fixing to get started here pretty quick, so if everybody could find your seats. And if you're Chris Land and look like a hippie and are on the cell phone, you need to sit down and listen. He said no. He walked out. I ran him out. How about that? Damn it. All right, guys, we're going to get started. Once again, this is our third panel so far this morning, Business Application in Wyoming, what some Wyoming businesses are doing in applying blockchain and other innovative technologies. We're joined by John Blitsky, the co-founder and CSO of Balcony, Amanda Martinez, founder and CEO of Climate Chain, and Marco Rubel, the co-founder and CEO of YourGuides.io. So you guys can moderate yourselves, right? Or do you need a hand? Or? Okay. I will happily moderate if you'd like.
Moderate away.
I don't know what I'm talking about. All this stuff is new. I'm a rancher out of Northeast Wyoming, and I thought this was the Stock Growers Convention. I was wrong. So if you guys could do a self-introduction, ladies always go first. So Amanda, will you kick the ball for us?
Sure. Amanda Martinez, CEO of Climate Chain. I actually came out of the renewable energy business when nobody even knew how to spell renewables. So back in 2004, I jumped into it. I understood tax equity, which is super nuanced. Was able to develop a company, got funded by Morgan Stanley really quickly, and began the great fight. And if you can imagine, if there's any industry that's harder to break through than banking, it's the utility business in the United States. And we managed to do it. It was actually, in relative terms, a pretty quick swing. So I have experience riding that wave. And I don't know, do we want to do introductions first and then go into the business side? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's it.
Great. I'm John Belitsky. I am the CSO and co-founder of Balcony Technology Group. We are starting to work here with our partners at University of Wyoming, which we're happy to announce. And we've been helping cities, states, counties, governments bring their records onto the blockchain with a particular focus on real estate records, land records. I have a unbelievable, like almost 25-year or more career now in real estate in the greater New York City area, and have been in the blockchain space for about a decade now. And this project is sort of the culmination of all of the work I've done in private markets and real estate and all this work I've done in the blockchain, and now we're actually delivering this technology to governments. And of course, which government is most amenable, most open to adopting this technology? Wyoming. And so here I sit proudly in the state of Wyoming with you all today.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yes. My name is Marco Rubel. I was born and raised in Wyoming. I have a company called YourGuides.io, co-founder, CEO. YourGuides.io. We've built a community engagement tool for folks in the travel space that is tokenizing what we term user-generated experiences. And so what that means is trip insights, maps, general beta into the secrets behind and around destinations. I was born in Cody, Wyoming, which is a very tourist town, so I've been...
It's Little Jackson, I think, is what we call it now. It's not called Cody anymore, it's Little Jackson.
Little Jackson?
Little Jackson.
Yeah, and the trending joke with Cody is that it's starting to fill up with all the millionaires displaced by the billionaires in Jackson, so... I'm super stoked to be here, and I think we should probably interact. So if anybody has any questions of all of us, I don't know anything about you guys.
Well, let's kick the ball first on how does your individual company use blockchain technology or a disruptive, innovative technology?
Okay, so why don't I start first by asking everybody in the room, do you guys know what's happening with Elon Musk in Brazil right now? Anybody know? Okay. So for those that don't know, he has a situation going on with Twitter where the Supreme Court has basically said that Twitter is banned for a variety of reasons. And instead of just penalizing Twitter, they went to a company that has only one common owner, which is Elon, and that's SpaceX, and they swiped the money from his bank account, or from that bank account at SpaceX, right? Not good. So when you start thinking about things like that, you start thinking about the fact that places like Brazil, same place, have control over rare earth minerals right now. That's not good. And at any moment, we could have a complete meltdown in that sector for the same exact reasons, right? So we start looking at what can we do to promote businesses here in Wyoming who do rare earth mineral. And we, at Climate Chain, actually track and trace rare earth minerals from around the world. And we allow the environmental footprint to be tracked and promoted when it's here in the US. So if you have a business that's actually based in Wyoming, where you're mining in Wyoming, you have an enormous credit that you get compared to the businesses that are extracting in Brazil, Australia, China, et cetera.
How so?
So we track the environmental footprint and the differential, and then we produce the actual credit and post that to any chain that you like to or any trading platform that you like to worldwide. So that's an enormous, so for example, when you go to fund a mine, there is a big issue with funding these mines where right when you get to completion and very close to being bankable, the Chinese will flood the market with that particular mineral, right? So you can't go through with your final financing. Here, we have the ability to actually say there is a benefit to producing here that those mines should be able to take and be able to monetize that show the benefit of the actual reduction in the pollution of either where it's being mined for PM 2.5s or whatever it may be, or the actual transportation of that material to the US to be produced into whatever it goes into. In this case, most of the batteries that we use are actually produced elsewhere, used here. The federal government's trying really hard to make sure that that changes, and we actually do the production here. So there's a whole ton of incentives around that, so we track and trace that and provide that to the actual producer itself so they can trade that.
So Balcony has been working really across 3 different objectives inside of all the states and counties we work in. We use the blockchain for security, interoperability, and immutability. And I guess the first place that you could start to think about it from a security perspective is you guys have probably all heard of all the hacks that happen all across the country for most of these property records in the county clerk's office. These guys are typically running literal COBOL programs. I don't know how many of you guys are programmers, but we're talking 30, 40-year-old technology. My father's 88 years old, still alive, thank God. He was a COBOL programmer in the late 80s and early 90s. And so this is the technology that is being used to kind of run the rails of our property records. I'm what you might call an American, so I'm a big fan of property rights, which is becoming unpopular in some parts of this country, but I'm a big proponent of property rights, cornerstone of our democracy. And there is a actual real threat that these state actors can hack our property records. And our governments up to this point have been thinking about these property records and the hacks that have been perpetrated against them in terms of ransom. So some kid hacks some municipality, Cody, let's say, and then they have the property records and they call up and they send you a little link and they're like, you give me $1 million or I'm going to delete your property records. And that's really scary. But consider the worst situation, which is, what if they're not asking for money? What if it's Iran? What if it's Russia? What if it's China? They're not going to ask for a ransom because there's much more chaos caused if you have no idea who owns property in America, when the cornerstone of our democracy is our property rights. And so we're attacking that problem on the blockchain and using the built-in encryption, the built-in security of the blockchain to harden these records. And that's the very first thing that we're offering these municipalities. And then once we do that, we're migrating these records and we're using the JSON payloads that they produce to create interoperability. Because again, if you have a COBOL program running from 1989, you're trying to export that data to the department next door to you in your county clerk's office, you have a hard time. And that's because the programmers who built these things in 1989, like my father, would purposely make it very difficult to make the data interoperable because it's an insurance policy against your job, right? Somebody needs something, they call you because it's hard to get. And so we still have these legacy systems all over the country, and we're kind of breaking down those data silos by just bringing them onto the blockchain, taking the JSON payloads and make them interoperable across all these departments. And then the last piece of that is the immutability. And this is really scary, right? So I would imagine you guys are familiar who the President of the United States is at the moment, right? Everyone, we can all agree we know who the President of the United States is? Open up Gemini on your phone and ask, right now, go to your phone and ask Gemini, the AI, who is the President of the United States? Do it. It will not tell you. We have a problem with immutability. We need to make sure this data is on-chain, all data is on-chain, and we understand the provenance of that data, and we have the revision history of that data. Because innocuous things like who is the President of the United States is suddenly controversial. What's the distance from not being able to tell you who the President of the United States is and not being able to tell you if you own your property, right? That's an incredibly short distance in my view, and it's unacceptable. And so we've been working on deploying this technology to solve these problems. These are real world problems, and we have the technology now to solve it. And that's what our focus has been on.
Yeah, so story of your guides sort of starts, I had a background in import-export stuff. I had a brokerage. And we had a company in the United States and a company in Southeast Asia and Burma. And when I was over there one time, I was way in country up by the Chinese border in a city called Laosho, which is actually kind of under siege right now. There's a civil war that's going on. Nevertheless, in Laosho, because of kind of cross-wiring of information, and a lot of times in the developed world or developing world, you'll have multiple sets of rules on the books as to like what's legal, what's not, and it's kind of like up to who's in charge in a particular area and what rules are going to be enforced. So, in this instance, I broke some sort of law, and it had to do with guest housing. So I got detained, and I got detained in a nasty interrogation room. Smelled like urine and rotten jungle, and there was a little drain on the floor. And there was a two-way mirror and a dude with a very old M16 machine gun. I knew it was old because it didn't have a bolt jammer on it, so it was probably traded through Vietnam War, through Cambodia on over. And then there was a dude with like a little one of these, like screaming at me in like broken English, accusing me of being a reporter. So I'm sitting there like sweating bullets and like thinking to myself sort of two things, right? Like one, if I get out of here, this better be a good story. I think it is. And two, as I was sitting there, like I needed a map, and I needed a map that I could navigate not just a place, but I needed a map that was responsive, that I could navigate a culture. And I needed that map to have information that was verifiable, that had a provenance on it. And in this sort of like Web 2 world where like we're all sort of products of platforms, like contributing information to the overall id of the internet and humanity writ large. Like you were saying, like we need to establish provenance. We need to establish like who is creating this stuff, this data, this content. And we need to have it verified. And we need to be able to incentivize people to do it. So in my particular case, sitting in Burma, like in the interrogation room, like thinking like we need a map that navigates place and culture. The problem we had to overcome at that time, as we started to conceptualize Your Guides, is how do you incentivize somebody to share a secret, right? And so, that's kind of the general problem that we've been working on, and the platform that we're building out, I think, has addressed this through a marketplace. And I think that, as we move forward in tech writ large, but particularly consumer tech and in the travel space, marketplaces will gain provenance. They will gain usage because we are using decentralized technologies to give value to individuals in the overall data-driven ecosphere that we, I guess, find ourselves in. Hyper-operationalized through AI, et cetera, But in the beginning, just like you're talking about with real-world assets and physical property, or chain of custody of, or chain of like, environmental impact, that sort of thing. So too in the knowledge economy. And we just happen to be in the travel space doing this. And so as far as like to kind of speak to the disruptiveness of what we're doing, yes, we're using a few different chains for interoperability. We've got strategic partnerships that are leveraging Duna, for instance. We're working with a group setting stuff up in Kansas City called the Kansas City Futures DAO, building discovery tools for the World Cup coming there in 2026. We're working with an aptly named island in Vanuatu in Micronesia called Satoshi Island, figuring out like their original iteration was, somebody got a 100-year lease on an island. Let's tokenize shares of real estate in the island. I think, and like, I'm probably kind of going out on a limb, but I think like in the beginning, and I fast forward, like I'm totally going to piss off the community of 256,000 people of Satoshi Island, and I apologize in advance. But as a community member, there was kind of the crypto bro degen culture that was driving a lot of what happened on Satoshi Island, and a new group has come together to, again, establish provenance and ownership there. So I think that's a disruptive thing, is establishing provenance with regards to digital information in the travel space.
Okay.
That's what we're doing.
Well, I'm gonna ask the sensitive question now. Which, all three of you said you've worked with multiple chains. What are those multiple chains?
Actually, we did something pretty unique. I originally started looking at blockchain technology in 2016, flew over and met with Gavin Wood because he was interested in doing some things with the energy business. In 2018, I went and revisited that conversation with him to see which projects he had done and where they were. This is prior to him with Polkadot. And he showed me projects that had 7 data points. And I was looking at this for grid modernization, and I'm like, what? We need hundreds of millions of flows on a daily basis. Like, that's not going to cut it. 7 data points, even for an MVP, is not there. And so I started hunting around, looking at different technologies, and I found a technology that had been incubated by Disney that was incredible. And it had been architected for a different reason. So it had been architected to track and trace Disney's IP worldwide, both electronic and physical. So completely different premise from the outset. And so I went and licensed that technology, and actually we have built our own layer 0 chain. So Climate Chain is its own layer 0, and the first project we're doing on it is the North Star project, which is rare earth minerals in Wyoming.
I love these panels. I meet these founders, and we've had the exact same journey in some way. The overlap is tremendous. We have the same problem with real estate. You know, we want to bring hundreds of millions of data points on chain, and people are like, oh, you go to Ethereum. It's like, do you understand? Like, the goal is to get massive data on chain. Ethereum is a tax on data. That is absolutely not going to work. So we couldn't do that. Then we built our own chain. We built something in the Cosmos ecosystem. I built an Evmos chain that was hashing to Bitcoin. Tyler would probably like that. The Evmos chain that I designed put our data on an EVM, but it also simultaneously atomically executed that data onto Bitcoin. It was really kind of thinking ahead, sort of like in the inscriptions and ordinals type of a framework. And this was several years ago. But the overhead of managing it was just a lot. Like, we're entrepreneurs. If you think about the blockchain for us, you know, if we were a trucking company, we wouldn't be building highways. That's like critical externalities that we just need to depend on. And so we ended up eventually going to Avalanche. Avalanche had what they then called subnets. They now call those L1s. And what that allowed us to do is really kind of tune this chain so that, first of all, we set the gas, which is basically zero, right? So we consume it and set it, and it doesn't really cost us anything to migrate data onto our chain. But we also set our nodes. So, you know, I believe in decentralized systems. The system I built is not decentralized in the least. And the reason why it's not is because real estate is not a decentralized asset. Real estate is the #1 most censored asset that has ever existed throughout humanity. It's the first thing that gets censored. And it will always be the first thing that gets censored. If you don't want your real estate censored, move to Wyoming, elect better politicians, you know, live a happy life. But the answer is not decentralization on the blockchain. A token is not going to save your house. And so we needed a system that was federated, not decentralized. We needed our node operators to be papered, contracted node operators, so that if we deal with the state of Wyoming, they know that the people who are profiting from this information and have access to this information aren't North Korea or some belligerent state actor. And so this was the framework that worked for us. We own our RPCs. We have a federated system. We set our own gas. We are essentially a sovereign chain, which is also a peculiarity of these Avalanche L1s. If Avalanche disappears, we go on. And we do not contribute to the security of the Avalanche network following ACP 77, which means we don't stake on the Avalanche network to operate our chain. So we have autonomy, and we've effectively ended up, I think, where you ended up. But before I hand the mic over, was that Disney chain a Hyperledger chain? Did you originally?
No, Dragon.
Dragon. I was pitched Dragon right many times.
Yeah, I really, you know, I fell in love with the hybrid concept, right? Because so many of the issues that we have, and this comes from operating power plants, right? People, if you want to ask somebody to something that they're not going to tell you, ask them to tell you about their operations in a major industrial power plant, right? You will never share the most of that information with anybody, right? So a hybrid chain for me, from my background, when I knew I was going to be asking corporates to share massive amounts of data, or at least put onto chain massive amounts of data that I would then later want to parse and be able to move forward with and create credits around, there was no way that was going to go on to anything else other than, for me, a hybrid chain. And you kind of, we're pretty.
We're
close.
in the
We
same
ended up-
camp.
Yeah.
We have the exact same mentality.
Yeah, so for us, I have to be kind of careful right now because we just like.
You're with the wrong chain.
Well,
if you have to be careful.
No,
I'm just
like, it's like something that just came about this week with a foundation we're working with to kind of like scale up. And I don't want to say something dumb because there is some like chain consideration there. But I know like when we were beginning all of this, like putting together our unique file type, and we were working, like experimenting on Ethereum, Polygon, and Solana. But some stuff has changed as of this week. So I don't know where I stand. I haven't talked with people that I should talk to.
It's a fast-moving world. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just don't want to make anybody mad. Like, you know.
But I think it is kind of beneficial, though. I mean, the reality is that each and every one of you has been able to look at multiple different chains and find what works best for you. And it shows the development and the maturity of this space, that we're actually at a point where you have multiple different chains that do some things very well and some things not so great. So you have that opportunity to be able to find out what works best for you and your company. So it's kind of it's good for this system, whereas we can just harken back to a couple of years ago, back to 2017, and chains were, the ideology of a token or a chain was being sold on multifaceted scams. And we're now at the level with these layer 0 or layer 1, however you want to call them, where they are very mature and they are well-run businesses that are decentralized.
And interoperable. They're largely interoperable. You know, I refuse to build something that's not composable and interoperable. Right. And you know, back in the day, like as you said, 2017, it was like the Sharks and the Jets. You know, people came into the room like, you know, I'm with Polygon. You know, those days are gone. People are actually working together. It doesn't matter what chain you're on. People are now focused on what does matter, which is where's the data, how's it secured, who gets to access it, you know, what are the controls that are in place. And you could do that on anything. I mean, you could run your own chain. You could be on Avalanche. You could be on Polygon. You could be on Base, Arbitrum. You have the DAs that are out there like Celestia, which are interesting. So there's a lot of different flavors of this now.
Well, and it was funny. I ended up taking an Uber from Denver to here. Long story, but on the way, my driver was an awesome kid who was super into crypto, and he was asking me, which chains do you think will win at the end of the day? And which chain, singular, do you think will win at the end of the day? And I said, you know, I think it's just going to be like the computer market where there's multiple companies that exist. There's probably 7 or 8 that'll be around. They all have their different purposes. Everybody has a favorite, right? Sometimes you stick with Microsoft just because you know Outlook and you want self-punish. But you know, so there's things like that I think that's where it's going to end up, right? Which is there's not one winner, and we do need to make sure that we all concentrate on being interoperable, not just with each other, right, but with other trading platforms in our case, right? So in our case, we can push a credit out to another blockchain. We can, or excuse me, the proof out to another blockchain so it can be traded on that chain, or we can push a proof out to a Goldman Sachs trading platform. For us, it's really irrelevant what the technology is behind where we push the proof to. It's just important that we're able to push a proof out. Right.
I think that's exactly right. Well said.
And interestingly enough, if we do get down to the point that one chain to rule us all, how the hell is that decentralized, right? I mean, we lose the dream of decentralization if there is only one chain that essentially is operating in this space. So it's kind of an interesting, I'm a huge Bitcoin maxi, but I definitely want to see crypto stick around for the reason of Bitcoin does some things very well. And it does some things really bad, right? Like, well, certainly Lightning, which is essentially a layer 2, has fixed a lot of the bigger portions of the, actually getting on chain for Bitcoin and its timeline. The reality is some of these other chains, Cardano, Ethereum, Polygon, the list goes on, are much faster, right? And actually, so an interesting question for the room, if you want to participate in this, and for our panelists, is who in here runs at least one node? Okay, a couple of you. Who runs more than one node? Same guys, yeah. I could absolutely raise my hand in that. You guys are Bitcoin miners. You're running thousands of nodes. You don't count. I'm teasing. So moving on this, as far as the interoperability, and how you're operating, have you seen the utilization of blockchain technology to be an advancement for your business, something that made your business far better, or are you utilizing it as a tool to attract other types of investors?
So for us, there really is not a way to track and trace at a granular level with any other technology. So we need the ability, one of the issues that's happened in carbon credits, everybody knows what that is, but the reason why things like water credit markets haven't developed is that the increments are so small in what you're tracking that the economies of scale aren't there to actually trade those buckets, right? So, but if you can gather much more data at a granular level and then gather that data and then trade it in a basket, you now have the ability to create a market that then can make a huge difference. So water is the perfect example of something that water rights are obviously very, very complicated. And there's a lot of nuance to it. But we need to know what's happening in that market. And the best way to know that is by incentivizing the people who own or operate the water the waterways or with those water rights to be able to share that information with you, which they're going to do if they can monetize a credit, right? So again, it's helping to track and trace at a granular level, provide that provenance so that then that credit can then be traded on an open exchange. Critical. So for us, there really isn't anything else, and especially not with the hybrid technology where we can keep the information around major events private, so you have that security. You're not opening yourself up for a national security issue related, especially with water. And then you have the ability to share the proof that the event occurred onto a chain to be able to trade that.
Again, it's incredible being on these panels. It's so similar how we see this and how we would answer the same question in my company. So the blockchain is my company. I mean, it's indelibly linked. There's just no way that we could do what we do without the blockchain. And two really good examples of the things that we're doing with the blockchain that you just cannot do in any other way is, I don't know how many of you guys are Wyoming residents, but you guys have a wonderful law in here that allows for anonymity of beneficial owners of corporations and trusts when they purchase land in this state, which is wonderful. It's great. It's also the vector of attack for Chinese and Russian actors to purchase agricultural land next to your critical infrastructure, which is not so great. So how do you balance these two things, right? So in a Web 2 world, the answer is we knock on somebody's door, we interrogate them, we rifle through their stuff, we become this invasive surveillance state that has to defend privacy, and we trade, what I say is we trade freedom for freedoms, which is a crappy trade. It's not an American way of doing business. But the blockchain gives us an opportunity to do something very different. We're allowed to use a ZK proof, for example, so that when somebody is registering that land, we can go use a ZK proof and check and see, are they a citizen? And at least have like a minimum barrier of understanding, is this something that is a vector of attack and a threat to us before we even begin thinking along those lines. And we can protect the laws that are in place today that give people anonymity and privacy by using this technology. You just can't do that in Web 2. It's literally impossible to do it in a way where you can provably protect people's privacy. And I'll also say, the reason why I come to Wyoming to do this, there's lots of carpetbaggers across my industry who come here. They want the benefit of the legislation. They want the benefit of people who support what they're doing, and then they're gone, and then they're out. The reason why I'm here, and I think people who know me know that this is true, is the legislation in the state allows for these things to happen because the people who are actually making the laws here are principled, and they actually care about these things. And that is unfortunately unusual across the country. And so we can take this technology on the blockchain, use it to solve this problem, and present it to people in government who understand that problem, want it solved, will support it and get it done. And so that's why we're on blockchain, and that's why we're here. And then the next order, sort of like second order effect of what I'm describing is, if you take a piece of property and you bring it on the blockchain like this, most people think it's like, oh, okay, then I could fractionalize it. That's the big win. We could all turn into Wall Street. We could be, my family's home can become a REIT. Sure, great, knock yourself out. I'm not really interested in that, but that is true, you could do that. What's more interesting to me is these completely new trading vectors, which are much more similar to what you're describing, much more similar to the type of market conditions you're saying emerge from your product. And so imagine if all of us purchased this building. This building is a venue, right? It's a wedding venue hall or something, okay? And we have a tenant, they're in this building, we all equally own this property, but now we have the electrical load of this property on the blockchain, and we could see the actual power draw of this property. And we happen to have another room just like this, it's right across the wall over here, and it's available for lease. And we've noticed that this tenant is drawing 2x the power this year that they drew last year, right? Now we have a completely new trading vector, which is not what my company does, but we enable. And it's incredibly interesting to me to think that some people will be able to see that power draw and say, this tenant's gonna take that space. And they're not gonna take it at fair market value, they're gonna take it at a 20% premium because they need it. They're not gonna go across the other side of Laramie. They're gonna be right next door. How does that create options markets? How does that create new trading vectors for real estate? The data that we're creating, the transparency that it provides, creates all sorts of new trading vectors, all sorts of new liquidity, all sorts of new behaviors in how this asset class is treated by investors, which you can never do off the blockchain because who would ever trust this data? It would just be useless. It would be noise. And so the blockchain is absolutely critical to realizing these ideas of security, of privacy, of new modalities and trading vectors and behaviors. It's absolutely transforming this asset class.
Yeah, and for your guides, ditto. You know, the two main problems that we solve is in like the travel space. As an individual traveler going out and researching new destinations or, you know, compiling an experience, it's a fragmented and complex research environment, right? Like most of our insights are word of mouth in like the human outside of the digital world. If, you know, if we're DIY, if we're going on a cruise, something different. But so, and then the second part of that is how do you incentivize quality information, quality knowledge share? So to answer your question, going back, like the technology of blockchain is, that was the difference maker for us. And like you guys are saying, like, okay, now you're creating, so with us, it's knowledge, right? Like it's like insights, that sort of thing, that we can represent in a tangible form of a map that has waypoints, that content is attached to a waypoint. Whatever that content is what it is. The fact remains, though, that knowledge put together in a map form, which for travel is a dual-use tool anyway, is now a commodity. Like, and now we can open up all sorts of downstream plays on what that commodity does, or, you know, is it aggregated by a whole bunch of people that put together an atlas, and is that atlas used for just travel, or do we have a vector for insights of geospatial data? You know, whatever the case may be, you know, it's kind of all under the sun. But nevertheless, now we have a commodity, and because we're a marketplace, we're already vectoring in a one-to-one trade initially on. As soon as a map, so to speak, is put on chain and minted over in the marketplace, you know, now we've established where that's come from, who's done it, et cetera, et cetera. And because there is value and there is scarcity of secrets around a destination or however it's built, now we can look at, you know, like what kind of derivatives markets can we play with this? What kind of insights on not just the trading of a commodity, but the behaviors of a trade or a marketplace that happens? You know, what kind of stuff can we feed the AI or whatever? So we're just, for your guys, it's the glue, and blockchain was the point at which we could merge all of this together.
Is your product like a PO app with like a data payload behind it? Is that kind of how it works? Yeah. So you have this geolocated NFT, but the metadata associated it includes these secrets, and you create the marketplace for those secrets to get traded? Yeah. That's super cool. That's really cool.
Thank you.
Okay.
And
go ahead.
Then just to bring it back to Wyoming real quick, because one of the title of the panel about business in Wyoming. You know, it's really critical that we figure out ways to help support businesses here in the U.S. and specifically in Wyoming. And so one of the things that we have watched is this rare earth mineral boondoggle here in Wyoming that literally dwarfs anything anybody is doing anywhere. And it not just with those rare earth minerals, but with critical minerals, like I think uranium's a critical mineral still. Yeah, they keep changing around here. You know, and security minerals, et cetera, so that we make sure that we are producing those, you know, looping back to what I was saying earlier, but also because the more control Wyoming can have over its own destiny, the better it is for the future of Wyoming, so that when whatever administration is in power, somebody can't come in and wave a magic wand and an entire industry gets wiped out, right? That's not okay. So diversification, making sure that we're tracking and tracing the benefits that are real benefits, environmental benefits for doing things here in the United States. So when somebody comes and says, you're doing it poorly here in the United States, you're doing it poorly here in Wyoming, you can turn right around and say, no, I have proof that that's not the case. I have proof that it's actually beneficial to do these extractions here in Wyoming. It is absolutely critical that we track and trace that and have that proof to fight that every time it comes around.
Great. Okay, so essentially what I've heard as far as these different products that have been developed, the benefit to Wyoming, I'm going to use you because you're all entrepreneurs. You'll think outside the box. Otherwise, you wouldn't be up on this panel and running successful businesses. So if you could change the state of Wyoming to look at blockchain technology for a single purpose that the state does unto itself, we're talking about government, what would be the one you would pick and why? What would be an area that you think blockchain would work, or a disruptive type of technology would work the best at to be able to handle a situation? And I will pull the reins on one thing. You can't say business registries because the committee's been trying to do that forever. And so whichever one of you wants to go first as you guys think about this.
I'm going to end up talking my book here. I mean, obviously, I come from the perspective that real estate ought to be tokenized. I believe that Wyoming needs to take control of that data. It's not just for the purpose of hardening the assets of the residents, reducing waste, reducing abuse, reducing fraud, deed fraud, which you guys have less of it here. The number one, by the way, the number one county for deed fraud in the entire country is Brooklyn, right? So theoretically, the most sophisticated system, the ACRA system, the highest case of deed fraud. It's because they don't care, right? And so this is why I'm in Wyoming. They don't care as much, right? If you went and tried to falsify the deed for your neighbor's house, the county clerk is gonna be like, Tyler, like, what are you doing? You know, this is absurd, right? That doesn't happen in Brooklyn, and so you get deed fraud. So there has to be systems in place for things like that. So that's like a minimum thing. But then, you know, Wyoming has, what, 47% of the state is owned by the feds? 48% of the state is owned by the feds, right? And this is potentially problematic, right? There's data that the feds ask of the state that the state does not want to give to the feds. There's permissioning that needs to get regulated, and the blockchain is an excellent way to do that, to create some kind of you know, co-living with your federal government neighbors here, where this is actually functional. And the blockchain is a great way to do that, to make sure that only the data that is necessary is being delivered to the feds. Because again, Wyoming is actually a principled state and isn't just going to serve up citizens' data just because they got asked. Wyoming is not Apple, it's not Facebook. Wyoming won't do it. And so the blockchain is a way for them to assert that, to assert 10A, and make sure that that doesn't happen. And I think that that's something that's uniquely attractive to the state of Wyoming. If nothing else, just that I think is something that is powerful.
Yeah, and like, I think to sort of touch on your question, like, for us, I would look at the industry that I am in already, which, you know, travel, adventure, tourism, that sort of thing. So, State Office of Tourism, again, just like grabbing a hold of the data, which is geospatial in nature, but then, you know, also commercial, and the correlations that can be derived from the movement of people within the state sort of is the job of tourism boosters. So I would say, like, being able to tell the story to them is to not just like, hey, this is a great technology for you, but like branding the why. Like, why does that matter to you? And the challenge that I've faced and is reinforced by the conversations that I have is like, quit using all these stupid words and your jargon and your blockchain and your crypto bro shit. Like, just tell it to me normal. What is it? Why does it matter? You know what I mean? So I think like that's one of the takeaways anybody here might consider when talking to people in Wyoming, because if you think about it, Wyoming has a population slightly bigger than Fresno, California. Yeah, dude, like, and a landmass about the size of Germany. We're the land of high altitudes, low multitudes, and it seems to be that most of the people here would like to keep it that way. And the majority of the conversations that have been themed out with regards to Wyoming and the interplay of technology and blockchain thus far in this conference this morning has been the idea of economic diversification. That's a dry subject, right? Like, I know because I got a podcast, it's with Wyoming Public Media, that we covered just this subject. And that economic diversification really centers around this idea of how are we going to keep young people here? And the conversations around tech and blockchain really need to be focused on younger folks here. But it does start, who are they looking to when they go into their career path? So for us, it starts at the Office of Tourism. And it's coming up with a narrative and a story, not just, oh, data provenance matters so much in the age of AI. And I swear to God, if you go to this chain and you look at this rail, and we consider this, and we consider nodes, blah, blah, in one ear, out the other with the folks. Like, again, Wyoming is like, and I know because I grew up here, I know you know, they don't care about all this tech stuff. They care about like why, how I can use it, why this matters, why it's simple, like forget the jargon. So I think like that's what the state can do, is like let's form this narrative around normal people talk with all of this like transformative technology. They don't give a shit about chains. They don't, like, the Office of Tourism, like, I couldn't tell you the difference between a coin and a token and what matter, like, they don't care. What they care about is like the data, and let's show them like, you own that data. Do what you will with it, and you are good stewards because we have a good tradition of all of that in Wyoming, just like you're saying. But the fact remains you have agency on it. And in a libertarian place like Wyoming, agency's huge. That underlies all of this stuff. Why you would choose to live in a place that has the geography like Wyoming, which for a lot of places, I'm sorry, but it's high altitude, it's windy as hell, and it's cold. Okay, that's fine. Like, work with it. There's plenty of people here that work with it already and love it to death. And that's, yeah. So I would say, like, controlling the narrative and telling it in normal people speak.
Okay.
To agencies.
Panda?
I would take a little bit of a left here and say that, you know, one of the biggest industries here is ranching and the agriculture industry. And one of the projects that we're working on that hasn't been announced yet is related to regenerative farming. And actually quite a bit of the ag here is naturally regenerative. There's a couple little twists you need to do to get to the actual endpoint, but it's pretty much...
We don't call it farming, though. It's called ranching.
Ranching, okay. So, you know, when you look at it like that and you say, this is already an industry that should be benefiting from changes that are being made elsewhere, meaning that the changes have already been made here, right? So there should be, in my mind, a much more targeted story that's coming out of Wyoming that, hey, we already did it, right? And so when you're going into the marketplace and products are being sold from that were produced here in Wyoming, having that ability to say that, you know, we have this certification, getting involved as a state government in what those regenerative certifications look like, what that market is going to look like, because it's shaping up and it's shaping up really fast, and the premiums on that, just for the data layer alone that you can provide along with that ton of whatever you're selling or the pound of whatever you're selling is enormous. And so if the state government can get on the forefront of that, of forming or being a part of formulating what that credit actually looks like, that is going to be huge.
Okay. So we got about 7 minutes left, and so I want to open it to questions to see if there's any questions from the audience first for any of our panelists. And just go ahead and stand up if you do have any questions. If you don't, I'm just going to keep riffing up here. Not seeing anybody. All right, riff. Oh, go ahead, sir.
You guys are all talked about you're using different chains, and that really what mattered was the data. Does that mean you guys are structuring or intending to structure your businesses such that you're not reliant on a particular chain? If you start off with one that you can, I don't know, if you get crosswise, you can move, or do you have a loyalty to a chain, or is the idea that that's always in flux? You'll move continuously from chain to chain to whichever is, I don't know, the new leader and is providing better services, and how do you make sure that you do that you can stay, that you're not limited in some way by your chain? Is that something y'all are?
Yeah, so we wholly own ours, but, and I say this, we wholly own our chain, but we are always open. Like, nobody should ever be stuck, in my mind, on anything as far as, you know, the point is to get the thing done the best and most efficient way possible. So we're doing things all the time, like integrating some specific AI, neuromorphic AI, into what we do. which is super nuanced. But if somebody else came along and said they have something that works faster than my 57,000 transactions per second, I want to hear the conversation, right? I want to have that, and that is a big thing with us throughout the entire company, that we always listen. So, for us, we're not beholden to anything, and we would definitely, if there was some better mousetrap, we'd be having that conversation.
Yeah, again, echoing your words, we are not married, and we have no allegiance to anything. We only have allegiance to ideas. And so our chain... Wyoming, which is an idea. It's an idea. So, our chain, we wholly own our chain. We don't have a transaction per second criteria the way you do, because we're not currently running a marketplace. And so that's not something that factored significantly into our architecture. What we cared about was security and making sure that we knew who our validators were and making sure that we can obliterate the cost of bringing data on chain. So you actually asked two questions. You're asking about the interoperability of the chain and the interoperability of the data, which are two different things. So on the chain side, I believe in the same multi-chain world that you described. I think we all do. We will move our data across as many number of chains as want it. We can just deploy smart contracts anywhere and just use that to go aggregate and receive data that's moving across chains. And there's also a whole bunch of third-party companies, like Chainlink has CCIP protocols, so you can move data, and that's frankly pretty easy. The hard part for us would be if there's a new type of technology that's just far better than what we have. What we would probably do at that point is I would probably bolt another chain onto our existing chain, and I'd run them in parallel. And it's something similar to what Avalanche has with their A, C, and P chains. P, C, and X chains. And so the idea is you can scale your own chains the same way L2 scaled Ethereum. And so this can go on forever. I don't think that we're ever going to have a limitation with the technology. I think we're just going to keep on adapting our technology for whatever the market requires of us. But the first important thing is just knowing what your technology needs. Like, she needs 57,000 transactions per second. You know how long it takes to close a title and deed on a house right now? Like, I'm dealing with 90 days settlement. If it took me 3 seconds instead of 30 milliseconds, I'm the winner of the world. So it's just not the same criteria.
Yeah. Like, considering the announcement I'll have to make later on in the news that I got about sort of the foundation that we're working with, I'm not going to say any names, but I think, like, for us, it's like, yeah, like, this is evolutionary tech-wise. So for us, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Like, focus on what our users need is what ultimately we'll deliver on.
Okay. And before, yes, sir. Go ahead in the back. Joey, you got to sit down.
What sort of enterprise software security practices are you using? SOC 2, regular training, hardware keys?
SOC 2 compliance, first of all, is the minimum criteria for the governments that we're working with. FedRAMP, we're working on our FedRAMP certification. Everything is SHA-256 encrypted because it just is out of the box. But then, we'll run some homomorphic encryption over really sensitive data. We'll use AES keys if necessary for sensitive data. We can then wallet gate sensitive data as well. We can take certain data and keep it completely off chain if it was never meant to be on chain. So there's what's called Mod 4 data in New Jersey, for example, is all public data. We have the lowest level of security for that data, like the absolute lowest level of security for that data, which is orders of magnitude better than the existing security for the high security data in our state. And so we're kind of moving through all these accreditation processes right now, but that is an excellent question. And it's the one that all of these cities, states, and counties should be asking at the first meeting, and they're not. So it's good that you asked that, actually.
We have that as well, and also we have polymorphic RNG quantum encryption. So we're dealing with very sensitive industrial data that has quite a bit of defense applications to it. That's critical for us. So it's just a nuanced thing, but it is, for us, that was super important. Sorry.
Go ahead, Marco.
Yeah. fairly the same. I have to defer to the foundation that we're working with. So if you have questions after, I can shoot you to those guys for specifics better than I could answer.
Okay, we got time for one more question. Joey, go ahead.
Yeah, you guys got hacked to hell. So the question he asked was Suffolk County, which is the easternmost part of Long Island, suburb of New York City, was hacked recently. And we've met with Suffolk County before. Their hack was unbelievably embarrassing. For, I think, 30 odd days, the police department was pulling people over and didn't know if there were warrants out for their arrest because the entire system was crippled. So they're just kind of calling it in, kind of guessing, maybe this guy's a murderer. Maybe he just kind of slowly crawled across the stoplight. We'll never know. And so that was the condition of Suffolk County for a protracted period. We've gone to them. We've discussed with them why they need this technology. They are talking to us. We are talking to them. The idea is to put all of their property records and all of their county records on chain to prevent against debilitating, crippling attacks like that from being hacked. Suffolk's not the only county in New York. And actually, most municipalities and counties, when they get hacked, there's no federal or state requirements for them to report that they were hacked. And so we have de minimis information on what's actually being done. But I'm in the meetings with these people. Suffolk just kind of had to say something because it was so embarrassing and so public. But most of these people, when I go into these rooms, they close the door and they're like, yeah, we gave some kid in Romania $1 million last month. And they just don't report it. But everybody's getting hit.
So there's one company that I happen to know pretty well that owns most of the underground pipelines throughout the United States. And what I'm talking about is like district water and heating. And those pipelines were built in probably 1910 to 30. So a lot of that is, obviously those drawings don't exist anymore, for instance, right? And they had a hack on their system, and for the drawings that they did have, it was insane, the amount of money that they were requested to pay. And the FBI basically said, we can't do anything about it, we don't know how to fix this problem. And we no longer have any drawings for most of those systems because the people wouldn't give them back. So, those are things that, as you're having this conversation with the municipalities, they're so critical to our security and our infrastructure. And this is really one of the only ways to solve that problem.
Well, folks, so we are going to go to lunch now, but first and foremost, let's give a round of applause to these entrepreneurs. Super appreciate your guys' insight. Keep up the hard work, and most importantly, stay domiciled in Wyoming.
Absolutely.
Go Wyo. Go Pokes. Hopefully
Pokes.
one day. Rough season so far, folks. Please join us for our lunch, which will be just next door. We're going to be joined by Secretary of State Chuck Gray. He'll be giving our talk in there. And I did want to give a quick shout out, Representative Daniel Singh. Thank you for joining us. He's right here. This is one of our members of the Select Blockchain Committee. So really appreciate you being here, Daniel. Thank you. All right, let's go get a lunch.
Check, 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 check. It is just not up very high. Check, 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 check. When people quiet down, it should be.
Could I have everybody's attention, please? Thank you. Thank you all as we continue to finalize getting our lunches and sit down. I think we've got a dynamite slate of people who are going to speak to you while you're enjoying lunch. And good news is I'm not going to be one of them, so I'm going to be very, very brief. So who I'd like to bring up first is Tyler Lindholm. Tyler has been a part of the Stampede since the very beginning. You emceed the first one 7 years ago, and you haven't missed one since. So very, very grateful to Tyler, and as many of you, because you've all heard the stories, what's happened here in Wyoming wouldn't have been possible without the three L's who happen to be here, which is Lindholm, Long, wave your hand, Caitlin, and where's Chris Land? I saw him a minute ago. Chris, raise your hand. Chris, wait, okay. So without any further ado, because he's so much more entertaining than I am, let me bring up Tyler Lindholm.
Really appreciate it. You know, when we first started this deal, Steve told me there was a stock growers convention happening in Laramie, and I was needed desperately. It wasn't a stock growers convention, so I guess I kind of stuck around, and it's really been an honor to be here. Over the years, we've seen a lot of companies that started right here in Laramie and have been able to grow and become successful in the state of Wyoming. And so that's really the biggest part of why we do what we do and why we put a lot of volunteer hours into this event and other events like it across the Cowboy State, is because we're all passionate about the Cowboy State. We're all passionate about Wyoming. We're all passionate about keeping our babies right here in the state of Wyoming. There's a reason why this is at the University of Wyoming and not just another hotel conference room. First of all, this is better facilities than we can find at probably any Hilton across the state of Wyoming. I think there's actually only 2 of those, by the way. But it's about the kids. It's about the next generation coming up. And it's something I touched on a little bit earlier this morning, is that not every kid wants to be a cowboy or a coal miner when they grow up. And that's okay. And we need to lean into that. That's okay that maybe they don't want to go out and help their dad push cows in the morning. My children are a great example of that. But they might want to do something that can be done here in the state of Wyoming, and that should always be our aim, to keep them. I see several students in the room. I really appreciate you guys being here, because you are the next generation, and you are the reason why everybody is here in this room. We've got a full packed slate after lunch, so I hope that you'll stick around after lunch to be able to sit in some of those panels, ask questions, learn from each other, and be able to discover something that you might be able to do right here in the Cowboy State. I now have the opportunity to introduce Professor Allen, who's the director at the University of Wyoming School of Computing, which is a newer school here at the university. We're excited about it because it provides us an opportunity as the Cowboy State, as the University of Wyoming, to compete with some much bigger schools that have had a School of Computing for quite some time. But it expands our capability right here in the Cowboy State. So without any further ado, Professor Allen.
I need to move this down. Is that enough? Okay. Thank you, Tyler, and thank you for calling me professor. That sounds really, really impressive. Thank you. So I'm the director of the School of Computing here, and as Tyler said, it's one of our newer schools. We only started up in 2022. We actually have only had our faculty in place. We have some new faculty. We're in the middle of continually hiring faculty, but we've had faculty in place for 1 year. And our school mission really focuses on how to advance applications of computing and applied computing at the university and across the state. And computing, is something that really touches every discipline and every industry here. So we're really focused on making sure that we have this capacity around applications and applied computing in the state. So we're continuing to grow, and we're developing new academic programs here around computing that are available already for all students at UW. For example, we have a minor that's just started that students in any discipline can take. We have an applied software development program, a BS that's just started up this semester. Next year, we hope to have new degrees in applied computing and also in data science that we haven't had before here at the university. So hopefully a lot of opportunities for students coming up. Well, what I'm really here to do, though, is talk about our Wyoming Computing Symposium. And I'd like to start on that by just really thanking the Blockchain Stampede for being such a good partner with us over their last 2 years and allowing the school to work with Steve and Wolfie and their team and their annual event to establish the Wyoming Computing Symposium. This is a collaboration between the School of Computing and our kind of partner department here, the Department of Electrical Engineering and Computing Science, who continue to focus on more traditional computer science and computer engineering, which of course are also critically important. This year's symposium that's going to take place here on Thursday and Friday is our second symposium. So a little bit more about this partnership with the Blockchain Stampede. Steve reached out and we discussed and we embedded the first annual Wyoming Computing Symposium in the middle of the Stampede last year. The vision for creating our computing symposium was to make sure that we have a venue in the state where we can showcase the computing research and development that is going on in Wyoming and in the region, particularly focusing on the research that's going to contribute to strengthening the economy here and our workforce. As you said, we're also really invested in how do we keep our young people in the state and provide career opportunities for them to be here in the state. So our aim is that each of our symposiums will include topics of emerging computing technologies, computing approaches, their innovative applications in computing in different disciplines and different industries, and also computing entrepreneurship and how computing affects industry. And again, particularly focused on that impact. What are the areas that are particularly important here in Wyoming? So last year the theme was for our first event was Emerging Computing Approaches, Technologies and Applications, which was a great fit, I think, for the technologies that you're working with in the blockchain Stampede. This year, the focus is a little different from something so related to blockchain. The symposium this year is data analytics and computing advances for drone applications. So drones and data analytics around drone data is something that again really touches many fields of society and industry here, whether it's around ranching or emergency response or industrial applications. We've worked really hard this year to build up the enrollment, let's say, in the symposium. I'm happy to report that we're now, I think, at capacity, or nearly, still room if people want to sign up, getting close, though, at about 150 registered attendees for the events over the next couple of days. So if you're going to take part in our computing symposium in the next couple of days, which I hope some of you are, and if you're not, hope you sign up and find the opportunity. We're bringing in some dynamic speakers who are going to be providing keynote talks. We have contributed or submitted talks. We have panelists. We have poster presentations. And then on Friday, we have 2 hands-on workshops. And we're really happy that this year we also worked quite closely with Colorado State University and their Data Science Research Institute to understand how we might partner more with our colleagues close by, or particularly around data science issues. I think you're going to see, if you come, you probably see a lot of drones as well. I've seen a lot of drone applications in the school at the moment. So we're really excited to bring another year of learning and collaborating to this week's events and to really build on the blockchain Stampede. As for all things technology related, though, things change rapidly. So we're already planning what will be the topic for next year's symposium. And so we're going to have a call for suggestions that will be launched at the end of this symposium. I'd like to welcome anyone who has ideas about what we could be focusing around. Be very happy to hear those ideas. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak here. Hope to see some of you tomorrow. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So as you guys can understand, everybody that's going to get up here is going to talk a lot about economic diversification, how the kids are important, and the University of Wyoming has been a big partner on that, especially over the years as we moved through this whole kind of blockchain Bitcoin initiative politically here in the state of Wyoming, because you might not do politics, but politics will do you. So it's important to keep that in mind. That being said, obviously our keynote speaker is Secretary of State Chuck Gray, but I wanted to mention some other elected officials that are in the room. Representative Daniel Singh, please raise your hand. There he is. Representative-elect Lee Filer. We also have David Pope, who serves on the Wyoming Stable Token Commission. And I'm looking around to see if I missed anybody. Nope. Yeah, Rothfuss left. He's a busy guy. State Senator Chris Rothfuss, who's the co-chairman of the Select Committee on Blockchain Financial Technology and other things. I can't remember. It's a huge long, it's way too long of a name. I was against that. But I do feel that's important to note. That being said about the University of Wyoming and being a great partner, though, we do have the Vice President of Government Affairs with us, Mike Smith. And he's been a fantastic partner over the last couple of years, and he's got a huge task moving forward as far as ensuring that the University of Wyoming stays relative in the space of emerging technologies, but also communicating that to our elected officials.
Thank you, Tyler. As Tyler said, my name is Mike Smith. I'm the Vice President for Government Affairs and Community Engagement here at the University of Wyoming. I'm here on behalf of our President, Ed Seidel, who sends his regrets, apologizes for the scheduling conflict, but I know if he were here, he would thank you all for being here and for your support of the UW Center for Blockchain and Digital Innovation and this 2024 Blockchain Stampede. Ed's all in on computing and technology and pursuing efforts to grow Wyoming using innovation and imagination. These kinds of events that foster and nurture partnerships between individual experts, industry, the state, and the University of Wyoming are vital to moving forward together. So thank you all for being here. I hope you enjoy campus and get a chance to explore around. There's a lot of great things going on all over campus. Now it's my duty today, my pleasure, to introduce our keynote speaker, Secretary of State Chuck Gray. Chuck was elected Wyoming's 24th Secretary of State in 2022. As Secretary of State, he oversees the administration of statewide elections, registration of all statutorily authorized business entities, registration of trade names and trademarks, regulation of Wyoming's securities industry. Man, for a guy who doesn't like regulations, you got a lot of regulatory and enforcement of Wyoming security statutes. He also serves with the other 4 statewide elected officials on the State Loan and Investment Board, the Board of Land Commissioners, and the State Building Commission. His office obviously plays a big role in issues surrounding digital assets and blockchain. And what I think coolest of all is he gets to manage the iconic bucking horse and rider logo of the state that a lot of us have on our lapel. Prior to being elected Secretary of State, Chuck graduated from the Wharton School of Business in 2012 with a BS in economics. Secretary Gray served in the Wyoming House of Representatives for 3 terms, representing House District 57 in Natrona County. During his time in the legislature, he served on numerous committees, including Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, Agriculture, State and Public Lands, Revenue, Judiciary, and Management Audit. Secretary Gray brings a conservative philosophy to his work, but he is not conservative at the time he devotes to that role. He has an incredibly busy schedule, constantly traveling the state, which makes us all the more appreciative that he would join us today, and we look forward to hearing from him. Please help me welcome our Secretary of State, Chuck Gray.
Very nice introduction. Appreciate that. Great to be with you today. Tyler, where is he? Okay, Caitlin. So many people that have been longtime friends. We got Holly here, the new dean of the law school who I just met, Julie Hill. Welcome. And I want to address today, just came back yesterday evening from Sweetwater County. Yesterday was Constitution Day. And one of the duties of our office is to publish the state constitution. And every day when I walk into my office, I have a perfect view from our office building of the room where the state constitution was debated and signed in 1889. Can you imagine? I mean, I'm 34 years old. I mean, every day I'm just kind of tickled when I enter my office on what I'm able to do, and it's because of the people of Wyoming who've put their enormous trust, and I never forget that, especially every morning when I get to look out my window and see that chamber. But one of the duties of our office is to publish the state constitution, and on Constitution Day every year, there's a group of moms for Liberty, moms out in Sweetwater County who came up with an idea and said, look, we're going to give out a federal and state constitution to every single high school senior and 8th grader in Sweetwater County. And that's why I was out there. We do an event basically highlighting the state constitution and the federal constitution, its background, and it went very well. And it's gotten me in a reflective mood coming back last night, thinking a little bit about what I wanted to add to the draft of this speech, because 10 years ago, this summer was the anniversary of me first getting involved in Wyoming politics. I was running my family's radio business in Casper and saw a tremendous need for conservative leadership in our state legislature. So I ran for legislature, came a little bit short that first year. I always say, the best candidates are the ones that lose in their first races, especially when it's close, because you learn, take the race to the finish line. And I learned a lot from that first race for state legislature, and then came back 2 years and was able to be elected from East Casper. But one of the things that got me involved in politics 10 years ago this summer was this dichotomy between my belief that one of the roles of government is to ensure that every individual is able to reach their God-given potential, and the fact that so often government does not do that, and the need for fresh conservative leadership to highlight this dichotomy and hopefully help what I consider to be the good side win out. And I hope to use that as the framework for some of the work on digital innovation and blockchain that I've observed over my 10 years in Wyoming political life. Wyoming is an important example of how state policy can drive innovation, particularly in the blockchain sector. Wyoming's legislative framework has attracted companies globally, offering legal certainty and the ability to grow without federal interference. And I'll never forget, first time Tyler called me, we served in the legislature together, he goes, Chuck, you're going to love this. You're going to love this idea. It's on paper. We're going to bring it through the legislature. It's less regulation. Checks that box that you like, Chuck. It's going to grow industry. It checks that box. And it doesn't cost a penny. And it checks that box. And you're gonna love that one. Because they always said I was cheap in the legislature. I prefer fiscally prudent. But he called me, and yes, that framework that was passed in that 2018 session, I think was really important, and I was very supportive of it. And I think it sort of was a great segue for our tradition of innovation, Wyoming being the birthplace of the LLC. And of course, in our business division, we administer those statutes, we receive all those registration documents, and that corporate formation mechanism, which Wyoming created, has become the #1 corporate formation in the entire world. And yet the media has really not highlighted that. That's not widely known, and it's something that hopefully we can continue to do in our mighty, beautiful Wyoming. But on the other hand, the federal government has become an obstacle for American innovation, particularly with respect to the areas so important, our traditional sort of legacy industries: energy, finance, agriculture, soda ash. And that's why I filed an amicus brief supporting Custodia in their fight for the truth. And what the feds are doing, it is an encroachment on our state's sovereignty. The Federal Reserve's actions, especially in denying Custodia Bank access to its master account, represent a direct challenge to Wyoming's ability to innovate under the dual banking system. And the amicus brief was filed to protect Wyoming's rights to charter and regulate its financial institutions without unnecessary federal interference. And the Federal Reserve's action to withhold access to vital banking services undermines Wyoming and other states' rights to operate independently within the broader U.S. financial system. This unchecked federal authority threatens not just Custodia, but every innovative business Wyoming seeks to foster. And if allowed to persist, traditional businesses which become disfavored will face unavoidable, unassailable, and unreviewable choke points. And that's one of the things, as a legislator, we passed a number of bills to protect the banking rights of deplatformed industries. We know what they're going to come after. They're going to come after our guns. They're already doing it, preventing gun manufacturers from being able to bank, preventing all the industries they don't like. And I expect them to try to expand that to our legacy industries. When you think about ESG, it's all about trying to deny capital to our legacy industries: coal, oil, gas, ag. It's funny, I don't know how many people are watching. Is anybody watching Industry on HBO this new season? Nobody? The whole season is about how ESG is a disgrace. And this is on HBO, which is not a platform for conservative ideals, and how it's all an attempt to try to build value around something that doesn't have really an intrinsic value. So it's interesting. That message is even expanding in some places that are unexpected. I've been very aggressive on filing amicus briefs in our role. One of the things we got very involved in, we took the lead role in keeping President Trump on the ballot. I mean, as wild as it seems, we were in a period of time over 3 months last year, from an October to December, we were living in a world, in a republic, where a party was trying to take a political opponent off the ballot entirely and trying to use the Constitution to do that. So we filed an amicus brief with the Colorado State Supreme Court and also the U.S. federal, the Supreme Court there, to support the right of the people to choose who represents them. And I'm very thrilled here last February that the truth won out on that, and President Trump remains on the ballot as he should be. And as we quickly approach here with about 50 days until this upcoming general election, the stakes are high for our country. One of the things I've worked on is we must be vigilant about foreign actors, especially adversarial nations seeking to gain control over Wyoming's mining and blockchain infrastructure. And this could lead to our state's resources being exploited for purposes that may not align with our national interests. Wyoming's energy wealth and blockchain infrastructure must remain in the hands of those who have the state and country's best interests at heart. We worked very diligently to draft a bill banning foreign land ownership, foreign ag land ownership, with legislators that unfortunately failed in the Joint Appropriations Committee in the last session. And we're looking forward to continuing to work with the legislature to get a handle on this very important issue. And I want to encourage all of the thought leaders in this room, and that's everybody, to involve themselves in this issue, because it's very important and it's something we need to get a handle on. The other thing I want to emphasize is the importance of taking on this very sinister left agenda around central bank digital currencies, often known as CBDCs. CBDCs are a massive threat to liberty that could give the government an unprecedented ability to control people's finances. They can and will be used to track, restrict, or even confiscate private wealth. If allowed, the federal government would gain more power to block transactions they deem as unacceptable. And that capacity for them to engage in financial censorship, the same fight that we're having on the rights of custodia and the banking rights of every individual. Government-controlled currencies have been used to silence dissent or control behavior. And President Trump has done a great job of highlighting the need for us to ban these CBDCs and highlighting that they could evolve into a tool for social and political control in the U.S., it's important that states fight back. The radical left, they want control. They want us to be vassals, and they want to create an environment where that is possible by attacking our way of life and preventing us from being able to reach our full potential. Whether it's you being able to innovate, whether it's the soda ash miner in Sweetwater County, the coal miner in Campbell County, or the oil and gas company in Natrona County, my home county. As President Trump has noted, freedom begins at the state level, and Wyoming is poised to lead the fight against CBDCs. By passing legislation to ban CBDCs, Wyoming would join forward-thinking states such as Florida, Alabama, North Carolina, which overrode the governor's veto, and Indiana in standing up for financial privacy and individual rights. Wyoming's legislature should act quickly and decisively to ensure that the state remains a safe haven for financial innovation and personal freedom. I want to talk a little bit about Bitcoin mining, which I know is a huge theme of this conference, and start by discussing our traditional industries. Wyoming is one of the nation's leading energy producers with significant resources in coal, natural gas, oil, and renewables. However, traditional energy sectors have been under pressure from both market forces and federal regulations, leading to a decline in demand for coal and other fossil fuels. And that's why when I announced at the convention here this summer, our delegates going to President Trump made sure to highlight every single one of our legacy industries. Bitcoin mining, which requires significant and consistent energy, offers one solution to the attacks on our traditional legacy industries. By partnering with mining companies, Wyoming can create a reliable, high-volume energy demand that stabilizes and supports its energy sector. This demand helps maintain efficient operations at energy producers that might otherwise be forced to reduce capacity or shut down, reducing costs for consumers. And I think that's a very important thing for us to highlight, is the potential at peak demand for industrial users to meet that demand so that that does not require passing costs on to the mom and pop consumers. Coal is something I'm very passionate about, and I think one of the errors of the current chief executive, the governor, has been not working more diligently to export our coal and achieve new markets for our coal. One of the things I worked on as a legislator was passing a bill that would allow us to pursue interstate litigation against the state of Washington for rejecting our rights to be able to export our coal. And the governor ended up vetoing that and saying, hey, I'm just going to go ahead and do that on my own through our attorney general. And eventually he did, but it took an entire year. And that was lost time during the first Trump administration, where we could have gotten cert before the United States Supreme Court, won that case, and been able to get permitted that coal export terminal that ultimately went bankrupt. Ultimately, when the case was filed, COVID happened 2 months later, and we all know how 2020 went, and we never did get cert from the Supreme Court because once Biden got in there, the case was pretty much moot because the federal permitting was pulled and also the coal export terminal had gone bankrupt. I talk about that anecdote because timing is everything in politics. We have to get the timing right on protecting these legacy industries. And I think that relationship between Bitcoin mining and our legacy industries, the time is now to work out that relationship. Bitcoin mining, as discussed earlier, can help reduce energy costs for Wyoming citizens by absorbing excess energy during off-peak hours. When energy producers can sell surplus energy to miners instead of wasting it, they don't pass that cost on to consumers. Now, I want to transition a little bit to federal policy in the last few minutes of this address. One, I want to echo President Trump that Gary Gensler is a woke disaster and he needs to be fired, period. You look at what he's doing to try to prevent us from reaching our full potential as a state, whether it's the SEC climate disclosure rules, which temporarily have been struck down at least, incentivizing natural asset companies to be listed on stock exchanges, that threat on our Wyoming way of life. There's no question that Gary Gensler is one of the authors of all our pain. And he needs to go. The SEC under Gensler has sued numerous companies without offering clear guidance on what constitutes compliance. And this has created an atmosphere of uncertainty, stifling innovation in the blockchain and crypto spaces. We need to have accountability over at the SEC. We also need clear regulations. Wyoming's approach offers a roadmap for the rest of the country. Instead of relying on litigation, Wyoming has established clear rules and regulations that promote business growth while protecting consumers. And that really does go back to the 2018 package of bills that passed the Wyoming State Legislature. This method creates a more predictable environment for businesses to thrive. Federal regulators should take notes from Wyoming's successes and the model that we've sustained over the past 6 years. I also want to recognize, and we have Chris Land here. Chris still here? Where is he? Oh, yeah, he was right over there. All right, there he is. Chris was one of the big drafters. Let's give him a round of applause. One of the big drafters on these bills. He was not afraid. Chris has always been a really prescient guy. He worked for the LSO at the Wyoming State Legislature. And I think there were a lot of attorneys over there that were shying away from these bills, nervous about them. And Chris said, no, this is going to be my expertise. And that is going to pay dividends in his growth as an attorney. And I think there's no question that it has. So I want to talk a little bit about Cynthia Lummis's Bitcoin Strategic Reserve Bill and how important that is. It's not only visionary, but also essential for ensuring that Wyoming and the country can not only hedge against inflation, but also identify the enormous threat that our national debt poses. It's actually, when I was in college, I was at Wharton and I was making the decision about whether to go into banking in New York City, and I got a call from my dad one day, and he said, hey, if you don't come back to Wyoming and run our radio business, I'm going to have to sell it, because he was sick and getting older. And that was coinciding with the whole debt ceiling crisis in 2012. I don't know if you remember that, but that's when the Freedom Caucus was founded. And that was also one of the key points that got me more involved in these public issues, was the need for us to control that expenditure. And of course, the debt ceiling crisis in 2012 was the only time. Sequestration had its problems, but it was the only time that we were able to achieve really any reductions in expenditure. And it's because when conservatives get elected, that fiscal prudence is usually one of the first things to go. The first way you can identify a sellout is if they are not following through on their fiscally conservative promises. And I think identifying that tremendous national debt, the risk that it poses for our country, $35 trillion, $1 trillion in annual net interest payments. It's just crazy, the interest on the debt. We just passed that $1 trillion mark on the annual interest payments. And this Bitcoin Strategic Reserve and Bitcoin as a hedge against that inflation, but also in identifying the problem of our national debt, I think is very important. By adopting a state-level version of the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, that's also something that Wyoming needs to look at to solidify our reputation of being a leader in this area. So wrapping up here, I want to encourage you to continue to be involved in innovation. I think it's very important, the theme of this conference, Bitcoin mining, all of your work advancing the blockchain industry and unlocking that human potential, that same potential, protecting that potential that got me involved in public life in the first place 10 years ago. You can contact me anytime. My number is 251-1372. That's my cell. It'll come straight to me with no intermediaries. Thank you very much for having me.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Great
Thanks,
job.
Steve.
Great job. Wow, that was spicy and newsworthy. Thank you. So, that was, whoa, again, another round of applause. Well, again, we got a lot more to go today. So we now expand into actually 3 rooms. We have Dr. Ritter is going to be in the west room, which I have no sense of direction. Caitlin, is that west? Okay, so I'm a city boy. You look at the street sign. If the numbers go up, you're going the right way. Numbers go down, okay? There's nothing I hate more than somebody says to me, why don't you meet me over at the east door? I'm like, what? I don't know what the east door is. Okay, but in any event, so West Room is going to be Dr. Ritter talking about a topic I know near and dear to him, and he wrote a book about it, so called Resistance Money. And in the East Room, which is over here now, Alex Pruden is going to be talking about zero-knowledge proofs. And zero-knowledge proofs are fascinating because they are a blockchain-adjacent technology, and we're finding a lot of the partners we work with are now combining both those technologies together to create some absolutely unbelievable products that you're going to hear about a little bit more this afternoon. And then one of our sponsors, Aleo, is also going to be doing some ZK workshops over in the Senate room starting at 1:30, I believe it is, directly across the hall. So we've really got a busy afternoon. And then we're going to wrap up the day with Caitlin Long and Trevor from where's Trevor? Oh, there you are. Is going to talk a little bit about what's going on with Wyoming SPDIs in some more detail. And so we got a lot to go. And so please, about a 5-minute or so break, and if then you can start filtering into the room of the segment of your choice. So thank you, Mr. Secretary, again. Thank you so much for an amazing, amazing speech. And everybody, thank you all for being here. And there's churros over here, okay? So thank you, everybody. There he is.
I'll go yell at people to come in here.
All right, I'm introducing you.
Wolfie told me it was like a Fireside chat style. I didn't prepare anything because I assumed you were going to do it. Okay, I can do that.
Start with chapter 1. So,
It's up to you.
more than So, originally, the governor's always spoken at our event. So he accepted. But then we got an invitation from Gabrielle tomorrow. And so, governor being the governor looks at who's more important, Gabrielle and President Seidel or Steve Wilkie. And his staff calls up and says, the governor really doesn't want to go in twice. So we're going to have to back out. Back out of here. Wednesday speech. So was it Matt?
Well, especially the part about the
All right. Well, I hope you all enjoyed the lunch speeches. Wow, I was okay. I think we have a pretty good idea on where our Secretary of State stands. So really happy with that. But I'm really delighted to be up here with Dr. Bradley Rettler, and I think I met you pretty much when I came to the university back 5.5 years ago. Remember having coffee with you and kind of just talking about, you know, what the center was going to be and some of our classes. How long have you been here now, Brad?
I got here in fall of 2018, but we met the morning after the 2020 election.
Oh, that's right.
I didn't even realize when we had scheduled it
right.
that I would be up until like 1 in the
Because
morning.
I remember you were relatively new at the university, and I was brand new at the university, and because I started at the university in 2019, and I was just delighted to be, around a kindred spirit. We were, here I am, got involved in Bitcoin in the early 2014-ish. Area, and I'm from the Northeast, so I didn't know a lot of people out here, and just started at the university, and and I meet Dr. Ritter, and if you heard me speak a little bit earlier today, one of the missions of the CBDI is to really grow digital asset capabilities across the university, and so having Dr. Ritter over in arts and science and doing academic research work and peer review research is such a critical portion of not only any university but our university in particular, because University of Wyoming, I don't know how many of you are aware of this. This year we were named the #2 blockchain center in the country, only behind USC. So we've got some work to do, Brad. I mean that USC
next year
kind of annoyed me, but think about being #2 also means who did we beat? We beat every other university except USC. And so unquestionably, the University of Wyoming is punching above its weight in this space. And with the expansion into what Brad will talk about, which is our hard research arm here on campus in this space, that and is Julie Hill in our room, or does she sneak over to the other one? That's the problem when you open up 2 rooms. We have a new dean of our law school, Julie Hill, who will be speaking this afternoon, so certainly listen to her when you get a chance. She comes from the banking and the payment space before she took over as the dean of our law school. And would you agree our previous law school dean was not really receptive to our industry? He borderlined between hostile and agnostic. And I think now that Dean Hill is here, I think we got a good shot at USC. What do you think? Do you think we can?
Yeah, give it a year, and
Okay.
I think we're up at the top.
Yeah. Well, but that's not why we're here to talk. We're here to talk about both a interesting way to look at digital assets, which is the philosophical approach, and at the same time talk about a really amazing piece of academic work that Dr. Ritter's done, which is actually the title of our talk here, which is Resistant Money. So basically, my job now is to just tee you up and let you give us a master class on the philosophy of Bitcoin, and please talk about your center and how you're going to focus on what you're going to focus on differently than what the CBDI does. And then, quite frankly, I'd love to save enough time because just picking his brain is so fun. And so I encourage you all to take an opportunity to throw some questions. So, so my fireside chat duties are to say, so Dr. Ritter, tell us about how you got involved in this space and how, you have such a unique approach to analyzing and defining this space, particularly Bitcoin, Enlighten us as to how you got there. And then my next question after that is going to be, just tell us about resistance money. So, but I want to hear your history first, and I think everybody here does too. How does a philosophy and religion professor end up in our space?
It was summer of 2013, and I was working on my dissertation, and we had come back from a summer break. I had done a bunch of work, and there was one colleague of mine who was also working on his dissertation who was sort of notorious for arguing in a very hostile manner. But you knew that if you had like a 12-page paper, then he would throw enough objections at you that you'd have to answer, that you could stretch the length of the paper out. And so I was really excited to talk to him about the stuff that I'd worked on over the summer to get his feedback. And the only thing that he wanted to talk about was Bitcoin. And he had gone down this rabbit hole, hadn't written a word of his dissertation all summer. And yeah, he just wanted to explain Bitcoin and argue about that to anyone who would listen. And I didn't understand that much of it at the time, but he described an internet native currency that you could send anywhere in the world for a few pennies. And I lived in Singapore when I was a kid for 4 years, and on Sundays when we would be downtown, we would see lines outside of malls of foreign workers who were lined up to send money back home to the Philippines, to Bangladesh, etc. And they were paying Western Union, 18% or so at the time. Their families would have to walk a really long way. They'd get cash, then they'd have to walk home, and they were worried about all this cash that they were carrying. And so my like light bulb moment was like, oh, this is international remittance money. It's like a new rail for international remittances. That's kind of cool. I'm glad someone did that. And then I just kind of left it alone for a really long time. But like the seed had been planted. And it wasn't until 2019 I went to a philosophy conference at the University of Pittsburgh, and an old friend of mine was there, and he was giving a talk about Bitcoin. And I was like, I didn't think anyone in philosophy was working on Bitcoin. And we started talking about the philosophical issues that are relevant to Bitcoin. He was doing a paper on metaphysics, like what's the nature of this thing? That was really interesting, but obviously most of the philosophically interesting aspects of Bitcoin are moral ones. They involve both sort of intrinsic moral properties, what you might think of as goods, like privacy, like freedom, financial freedom, and also the conversation has increasingly moved towards externalities of Bitcoin. It didn't have to be the case that Bitcoin mining would use as much energy as it does, but it in fact uses that amount of energy. It uses it in a certain way. There are trade-offs with that. How do you evaluate trade-offs? So we have some computer science aspects, some legal aspects, some business aspects, some moral aspects. And this is what philosophy does. It's a discipline that takes in all kinds of data, whether sort of abstract theoretical data or empirical data, and puts it together and tries to make sense of it all. So the very first thing that Craig and I and another friend of ours, Andrew, wrote was a piece in CoinDesk called Why Bitcoin Needs Philosophy, where we were trying to make the case that philosophy could help a little bit in understanding Bitcoin. And we sort of that was like a test case. Is this true? Is this going to work? Can we make the case? Because if it's true that Bitcoin needs philosophy, then the next thing to do is to write a lot more. And so then we did.
So your book is out.
Mm-hmm.
I had the pleasure of reading it when it looked like you typed it on a Selectric. So
that was an early version, yeah.
And so talk to us about your book and give us the 3 or 4 Cliff Note takeaways that would allow me to win a beer in a bar talking about your book, okay?
Yeah, there are so many Bitcoin books that is like, do you really need another one? And many of them are very good. So you should really only write a Bitcoin book if you feel like you can say something new. And there's some new things in our book, but I think the newest thing is a framework for how to evaluate Bitcoin. Philosophy doesn't often trend into these like applicable areas, and they especially financial areas where people can make money or lose money. And so there's sort of like a stain on anyone who tries to work on these things within the academic community. Your reputation is sullied a little bit because you're engaging with this dirty business stuff. And so we thought the one thing maybe we could offer is a framework to try to evaluate Bitcoin from an unbiased perspective. Right? Some people have Bitcoin, they obviously want to think it's a good thing. Some people could have had Bitcoin and they don't, and they want to justify that decision. So they have like a stake in themselves being right about not having bought it. And so the question for us was, how do we evaluate Bitcoin trying to be free from these biases? And so we went back to an old 1970s framework for thinking about politics from John Rawls, which even earlier had been proposed by an economist, John Harsanyi, and that's the veil of ignorance. And the veil of ignorance has various forms, but the one that we liked best was, imagine that you knew everything about the world except which person you were in it. So you know all the facts about all of the people, but you don't know which of the people is you. Then you have this choice. Do you want to step into a world that has Bitcoin, or do you want to step into a world that doesn't have Bitcoin? In order to know that, you need to know how everyone in the world is using Bitcoin. Not just yourself, not just your friends, not just people in your own country. Most of the people in the world don't live in your country. So it involves a whole lot of gathering of data about who, in fact, is using Bitcoin, who's benefiting from it, who's being harmed by it. And so through the rest of the chapters, we go through the various features of Bitcoin that we think bear on that question: privacy, censorship resistance, financial inclusion, mining, security, energy, etc. And we end up deciding that you would probably, almost certainly, want to step back into a Bitcoin world. You almost certainly will live under some sort of authoritarianism, whether corporate or governmental. Over half of the world does. You might be a woman who lives in a patriarchal society where you're not allowed to have money or a bank account. You might be someone who's living in a country whose local currency is undergoing rapid inflation. In any of those cases, you would want to have access to Bitcoin. And so given that, and given the risks involved of not having Bitcoin, you would probably pick stepping into the Bitcoin world. So then, knowing that, regardless of who you in fact are, right, you step back into the world, you know who you are, you still know that all these other people are using Bitcoin. And so your evaluation of Bitcoin should be from this neutral perspective. You shouldn't say, well, now that I'm me and I don't really need Bitcoin, I'm going to be against it. You should rather remind yourself of all of the people in the world who are surviving only because Bitcoin exists and they have access to it. So that's kind of the overarching framework that we offer is, I think, new and important and correct, and at least a good way of approaching this really broad question of whether Bitcoin is good for the world or not.
Now that the book is out, what's next? Where you know, when you're sitting there philosophizing, you know, where's your brain going next? You know, where do you think, you know, where should thought leaders be thinking about Bitcoin down the road?
I think there are two main directions that I might go. I might go in both of these directions at the same time, which will be a challenge. But one direction is, if you think about Bitcoin as like freedom technology, this privacy preserving, censorship resistant kind of thing, that's important for money, but it's also important for other things. And so writing about other freedom technologies, social media ones like Nostr, file sharing ones like BitTorrent, internet browsing ones like Tor, there's a lot to be said about the moral aspects of all of these. So a book that has one chapter on Bitcoin as like freedom money could have other chapters of other freedom technologies. And the other is potentially a policy book about digital assets more generally, which specifically talks not only about Bitcoin, but also about stablecoins. One of the most surprising things that we found when researching the book was just how many people in other countries aren't using Bitcoin. Because it's too volatile for them to use day to day, but they are using stablecoins, coins whose values is pegged to the US dollar. And so talking about how governments ought to, or how our government in particular ought to think about all of these things is something that I might write if we can convince a certain political science professor to write it with us.
All right, last question before I want to open up to questions. Acquaintance of mine wrote a book that many of you might have read. It's Saifedean Ammous's The Bitcoin Standard. And where he kind of spells out a world where Bitcoin is the predominant currency. Do you see a world philosophically where we might get there?
I don't know. And we talked a lot in the writing of our book about whether to speculate. And we decided whether or not Bitcoin comes to dominate as a money, its existence helps discipline other monies.
That's a great point. Right.
And not just other like monetary rulers, but also other rulers in general.
So you think the fear of Bitcoin keeps people in check?
I think so, yeah. If you're considering a central bank digital currency and you want to make it obviously not private, you know that people are going to use Bitcoin instead. And so that incentivizes you, if you want people to use yours, to make yours private. And same with the sort of inflationary rules regarding it and the censorship rules regarding it as well. So we think that Bitcoin's best, and I think Saifedean says something like this at one point. Someone asked, like, what's the biggest threat to Bitcoin? And he said, responsible central banks.
Yeah, exactly. Well, good news is that is never going to happen.
But if it did, that would be a great thing. So either way, it's good.
Correct. Right. No, that's a really interesting point, and I do agree with you. I think it's a critical guardrail to irresponsible government, knowing that there's a possibility of opting out. And so absolutely great point. Well, does anybody here, because I can ask 10 more questions, but we've got about 4 minutes left. Yes?
So central banks were mentioned. The Federal Reserve has already eliminated 97% of the value of the U.S. dollar.
Correct.
Since it started in 1913. I think the value of the U.S. dollar will go to approximately zero at some point in my lifetime, and I'm 71 years old. What do you think, Professor?
I don't know.
Well, I do deal with this a little bit in my class, so I don't mean to step on your... when you look historically at money, every single money that has existed up until now has failed. I mean, can you go to McDonald's right now and buy a Big Mac fries and a Coke with a Roman sesterce? When was the last time you bought something with a Spanish piece of 8 or a Florentine florin? And there's a common denominator to the failing of every currency, and that's government debasement. Every single one. I mean, when you look at Roman currency, a silver denarius started out as 100% silver, and by the fall of the Roman Empire, no coincidence, there was no more silver in a silver denarius. And debasement is the biggest challenge. And when you look at the US dollar right now, more US dollars have been created in the last 3 years than, I think the Federal Reserve actually reports this, in the last 3 years than has been created between 1781 and 3 years ago. So look, money is subject to supply and demand like every other product. And if you flood the market with a product, what happens to the value of it? And that's one of the brilliance of Bitcoin, and I know you deal with this in your book, is, you know, that scarcity. So I want you to follow up with, you know, come over the top with me on the scarcity. The scarcity to me is one of the most important aspects of this asset class, is that you can't debase it. And so why don't you jump on there?
Yeah, even at a higher level of abstraction than the scarcity is the predictability.
Yeah.
So the issuance schedule of Bitcoin is written in the algorithm. You know, for any given day, within a margin of error that's really small, you know exactly how many Bitcoin will be in circulation on that day. And you can plan in advance for that. You can look back on it. It's stayed that way for the last 15 years. So you can know exactly what the circulation will be. There can't be any flooding of the market. So we think of it not just as a scarce asset, but as an asset that has rules that doesn't have rulers. Bitcoin does away with the ability of anyone to change the issuance schedule in any way. If you change it on your code, then you are out of compliance with the rest of the network. So Satoshi could have chosen to make it less scarce, to continue to have block rewards into the distant future. And you know, that would have been maybe okay, as long as it was predictable. And as a matter of fact, Satoshi chose to have these declining block rewards until they end up at zero. And so that's predictable. And we know when they will end and how much they'll be at any point between now and then. So it does away with the need to trust anyone to responsibly manage the money supply.
Well, Dr. Rettler, again, I'm proud to have you as a colleague and delighted that you know, we're on the same side of this asset class, and really look forward to working more closely with you in the future. And so please feel free, reach out to Dr. Rettler. We can't hide because we work for a government entity. So quite honestly, you know, if you want to get a hold of us, it's as tough as going to the University of Wyoming website, typing his name, and there he is. So I'm going to encourage you to reach out to him. Certainly feel free to reach out to me, and if we can help you in any way, we're delighted to. So thank you. Okay, next up is Rob Jenkins. There he is, hiding in the back. Thanks, buddy.
That's great.
Rob, come on up. I am doing all right. Let's give people a minute or two.
Yeah.
And then entirely up to you.
I always love being at Bitcoin conferences.
Wonderful job.
Oh,
Wonderful
thank you
job.
so much. Thank you for
Love-
being here.
He's my professor. I'm taking a money class from him.
Oh, wonderful.
I have a question for you.
You get extra credit for being here.
Okay. So, I have a home and there's equity in the home. Do I take that equity out of the home and put it in Bitcoin?
Well, first of all, I never give financial advice. That is a very, very dangerous thing to do.
Well, just like a friend advice. We're just chatting. We're having a cup of coffee.
Would I liquidate my equity in my home for Bitcoin? believe in diversification. I think Bitcoin should be part of your investment. I don't ever advise, and I'm not advising, but do not.
No, we're just sharing. You're talking.
But I think it should be. But this is where I always say, there are people a lot smarter. This is assets that but I think that I do it's never smart. I think it's safe to say no one knows. Bitcoin could go to zero.
Okay, second question then.
US dollars could go to zero.
We'll leave the house in tech.
Live in a house in tech.
And my mom recently passed, and the beauty of it was there were challenges, but she wrote me the most beautiful letter asking for forgiveness, the whole thing. And she also gifted me some money. So that was totally unexpected and totally unneeded.
That's money. Every time I answer.
We're just playing.
That is risk money.
It was unexpected.
So I think when you talk to your financial advisor,
Okay.
that I would probably view that as highly.
Okay. I like that idea. I like that. We're just sharing. I'm not
I get it. All right, everybody, I want to get kicking off and introduce someone who's become actually a friend of mine. And we serve together on a number of different bodies. One is Cyber Wyoming, and the other is the Wyoming Cyber Action Network. And we live in a world today where threats are evolving at an incredibly rapid pace. And it's almost hard to stay on top of what's happening in this world. So Rob brings really two perspectives that I want him to share with us today. One is you've got a fascinating background and a fascinating history in this space, some of which he can't tell us unless he kills us. Okay, that's all I'm going to say there. And but so I want you to talk a little bit about your journey to get where you are today. But with your unique and deep perspective, help us understand a little bit about where the emerging threats are coming from. And so let me tee up those two questions, and then I'd like to get the audience involved as well too.
Can you guys hear me? Well, first of all, Steve, thanks. It's great to see you again. Last time we were together, we were eating sushi and survived spectacularly from the event. Hold it up here.
And by the way, sushi in Laramie is a challenge. I don't know about you, but I don't think there's tuna nearby.
No. In fact, we actually moved here a couple years ago from Virginia, and one of my criteria for where we moved to was high quality sushi. So anyway, here we are. But I actually have a checkered past. My wife would probably tell you I can't hold a job. But when I graduated from college, I was in the Army Infantry Special Forces for several years, and then I went and got my MBA, and I worked on Wall Street on investment banking, predominantly private equity and private debt placements. More germane to this discussion, I served 20 years with the Central Intelligence Agency in operations. For those of you familiar with the agency, I was a case officer. I lived overseas, responsible for spotting, assessing, developing, recruiting, and handling spies. And I did that for a number of years, and mostly in Eastern Europe. So I have a passion for all things Russian and all things Slavic, by and large. Toward the end of my career in the agency, I was the director of cyber operations for CIA. And I have to tell you, I have an undergraduate degree in history and a master's in finance. So I'm not a zeros and ones guy, so I was, what I would say sheep dipped in technology, but I was hired predominantly because I understood operations very well, and I also had a 256 secured web Wi-Fi at my home, which seemed to be a criteria at that point for me to dip into the technical world. When I left the agency, I worked for a number of years in defense contracting with British Aerospace Engineering and Leidos as a senior executive in both locations, and now run a company called Dark Forge Solutions, which is a C-suite consulting company. So I've done some guest lecturing. I've done some teaching here at the University of Wyoming. I've done some guest lecturing at Laramie County Community College, which has a Microsoft Cyber Certification program in Cheyenne, and that's actually a pretty spectacular program, I must say. To circle back on Steve, and of course, this will be very unclassified. I always, where most IT people, are on, what I call the DECO side, the Defense Cyber Operations. I come from the OCO side, and there's very few opportunities to do OCO and not go to jail in the United States, but I had the liberty of actually doing that. And so I have a philosophy on technology. I call it the sword and the shield. And we were talking earlier about Roman coins. And when sword technology improves, it forces an improvement in shield technology. And likewise, when the shield technology improves, it forces an improvement of the sword technology. So I think it's important when you're looking at technology and you're looking at something like cyber, which is really what we're talking about here. I like to think of cyber as a verb and not a noun. I can tell you right now, if you get 20 cyber experts in a room, you give them all 3x5 cards and you ask them to give the definition of cyber, you will get 20 different answers. So for the purpose of this, cyber is a noun. It's the active, it's the active effort to infiltrate it can be broader than a computer, but something that's electronic in nature, or the defense of that. So I like to talk about the offensive side of the piece because it helps people understand the sword. And so, if you will, I can start with that just by saying that when I took over cyber operations in CIA, it was actually called computer operations, and they changed it to cyber operations because cyber is much more than a computer now. I mean, there's been a lot out there about, can the brakes on your car be remotely turned off? Can I set your toaster on fire? Or hypothetically speaking, can 2,000 pagers in Europe suddenly catch on fire on a purely hypothetical basis? So all of these things are cyber actions. The cyber can be simply collecting information, what we call getting down on a system and extracting information. It can be locking up a system, and there also can be kinetic effects. The kinetic effects I think we all saw in Europe with the Hezbollah pagers a couple days ago, and I think a lot more is going to come out on that. But if you think about, having your computer system at home, your PC or Mac or whatever you have penetrated, and you have a heat sink and a fan over your CPU, and the velocity of the fan is dictated by the thermostat that is dictating to the cooling, how fast that fan needs to go. So if that thermostat were, say, turned off, or that thermostat was somehow modified, you can melt your CPU. So cyber effects, as we refer to them, are a very, very broad range. And so in 2011, Lockheed came up with a notion called the cyber kill chain. Are people familiar with the cyber kill chain? Anybody? So the cyber kill chain, I was actually conducting cyber operations at the time, and I can verify that it's a pretty good model. So the cyber kill chain, and you can Google this on the internet. It's out there. They make it far more complicated than I think it needs to be. But then again, anyone who's worked for Lockheed can understand that's the way Lockheed engineers think. So they break it down into probably 8 steps, and there are really probably 3 or 4. So I'm just going to surmise and on that piece. But it's important from an offensive standpoint, and all of you who are IT people, or all of you, who are LAN administrators, are responsible for defending your turf. think about this really carefully, because the single most important aspect of a cyber attack, and I'm not talking about phishing, I'm not talking about carpet bombing 500,000 CPs and see who's a moron and clicks on a URL. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about a specific deliberate targeting of a particular system, okay? So, the phishing and all that stuff, there's plenty of stuff online. There's all sorts of training courses, how not to get caught phishing, all this type of stuff. What I'm talking about is a deliberate attack. So the most significant important aspect of a deliberate attack is reconnaissance. And I would say 95% or more of the effectiveness of a cyber strike is dictated by the effectiveness of reconnaissance. And so if you are a net operator, what you're looking for are anomalies. Perhaps if some of you might be familiar with, deep packet analysis or something like that. But you're looking for anomalies that are coming across the internet. So you're being scanned. Everybody's scanned all the time. But looking for intervals, frequencies of scanning, trying to identify patterns of analysis, that can dictate that you might be subject to a more specific reconnaissance. And so I'm going to be giving a 1-hour presentation, and I guess it's called Cyber Wyoming in Cheyenne next month. And what I will tell you is that IBM will tell you 95% of all network penetrations are due to human error. So when I sat down with my leadership team when I first took over cyber at the agency, I said technology in 100 years, and actually I could have used 10 years, will be so significantly different as to be completely incomprehensible to us. I mean, imagine someone from the 1600s, coming today and looking at our technology. It's not something you could really comprehend. But I promise you, 100 years from now, human beings will still be morons. And I really gave that presentation in 2010. So the biggest single vulnerability and gap in your network is you, is everyone on there, is everyone on your system. So the reconnaissance, one of the primary things the reconnaissance is looking for is human error. And they're going to be looking at patterns of administrator behavior. The administrator typically gets out at 5 o'clock, but they left today at 4:40 because they're running to take their kid to soccer or whatever it is. They're going to log all this stuff, and they're going to identify patterns, and they're going to say every Thursday they leave at 4:40. So maybe there's an additional vulnerability. So they're going to be building book, basically, on what your network looks like. Once a vulnerability is identified, and I think of everything but a deliberate strike is more like burglary. You don't need to make your house burglar-proof. You need to make your house more burglar-proof than your neighbor's house. The old saying about the two guys fishing, up in the Arctic, and the polar bear's running at them, and one starts running and one starts putting on his shoes. He doesn't have to outrun the polar bear. He just has to outrun the other guy. So fishing, all of that stuff is all about outrunning the other guy. A deliberate strike is different. Okay? You're not going to, it is unlikely, unless you're just bulletproof, that you're going to be able to avert a deliberate strike. And so what you need to do is you need to mitigate and minimize and catch it as early as they can and basically prevent them from getting down what I call building a beachhead and expanding and establishing a process across your network. So once vulnerabilities are found with these initial reconnaissance, it has to be determined what sort of delivery system and payload are going to be utilized. And that's going to be very, very much a function of what they see in reconnaissance. Anybody who tells you it's going to be the same payload, same delivery, it's just not. An offensive cyber operator is going to have a shelf, and on that shelf are a whole bunch of different payloads and a whole bunch of different delivery systems. And depending upon what what the reconnaissance determines is going to dictate what they use. So a delivery system is simply what you're using. Think of it as the missile, and then the ordnance is the payload itself, right? So the ordnance is the tool. That's the tool you're going to put down on the system. It's called establishing a beachhead. You land that. The first thing you want to do is you want to move laterally across that network, because any good network is going to catch the error and they're going to correct it. You already want to be behind enemy lines, and you want to find exits from the inside of that network, which enables you to exfil or do whatever you need to do. And then the next part is just the exploitation of the system, and that could vary tremendously. That could be collection and exfiltration of information. It could be kinetic There's any number of reasons to do that, and then you shut down the operation. Now, if your operation is, I'm going to melt your CPU, the operation shuts itself down. If it's an operation where you're collecting information, and you've collected all the information you want to do, you want to unwind that, you want to leave a trace. And this goes into going into administrative logs, for example, altering the logs. So don't think just because you're going into logs you don't see anything that nothing's happening. Because if you get down on a system, you may get root authorities, and you may be able to alter everything that's in that system. So going back to Steve's initial question, what can you do to defend against this? It's really hard, okay? If the Iranians want to go after Iverson Hospital, it's going to be pretty tough for Iverson Hospital to fight back against that. But my philosophy is the most effective way to fight against a deliberate strike is what I call defense in depth. And some of you may have studied this, but this is actually not depending upon any 1, 2, or 3 systems, but have a system that's looking out. For example, the Iraqi intelligence service under Saddam Hussein. Any Iraqis here? Okay. Under Saddam Hussein, had like 8 different branches of an intelligence service. 4 of the branches looked out, and the other 4 branches looked at those other 4 intelligence services to make sure they were loyal. So you literally had services looking at each other within their own government to determine that everything was done correctly. Think of defense in depth in that way. You've got things looking out for activity, but you've also got things monitoring the other things that are happening inside your system to make sure that they're operating correctly. Because if I get if I get inside your system, I may spoof some of your defensive networks. It's sort of like the old movie where the guy's looking at the security camera, but it's really just looping back on what happened 15 years ago, or 15 minutes ago, while the cat burglars are going down and, doing whatever Hollywood does. And by the way, all the Hollywood spy movies, they're pretty much garbage. So, but I would say, defense in depth, there are some good models on this. The important thing, assume that you've got 100 bad packets coming in, and you want to get that down to like 10 packets before it gets down close, because it's much easier to detect something, when you've sifted through, when you see an anomaly, then you have this large, spam coming in at you. Because then something's going wrong, but it's hard to decipher and shut it down. You've got to get it down to a manageable level so you can deal with it. So I guess that's sort of where I am on that.
Well, in your perspective, is it ever possible for the good guys to win? Or is there always, to your point, if you're a target, you're a target. Yeah. And, will we be able to develop tools and techniques that will, in one point in time, a future utopian world where, we can, the good guys win?
Probably not. Probably not. Again, think of the sword and the shield. As the technologies, the defensive technologies get better, the offensive technologies get better. AI is going to work, for example, for both sides. Everybody familiar with 0 days, right? You can use AI to mine 0 days. And this is, there are technologies coming out that are enabling offensive cyber operators to conduct below-the-radar operations at a higher volume than they've ever been able to conduct before, because there are technological tools available to them to break apart Microsoft Windows or wherever they are and find these 0 days. So probably not. I think the most effective thing to do is to lower your profile and just make you an unappealing target to begin with. Because if someone's going to deliberately target you, it's really tough. I'm just telling you from experience, it's really tough. So make yourself an unattractive target is the most effective way to do it. Because if you're in business, for example, you have a corporation, again, it's the polar bear and the fisherman. Make your corporation a less appealing target than the next corporation. That is probably the most effective deterrent. How do you do that? You market your cyber chops. You market your technological capabilities, because if someone's going to be conducting reconnaissance, they're going to be crawling across their website, and they're going to be trying to find out what you have. Right? It's sort of like the old Gary Larson cartoon with the 2 lionesses looking over the berm, and they see a bunch of gazelles, and on the side of the gazelle it says turbo. And one lioness says to the other one, we're not even going to bother with these guys. So you want to be that turbo gazelle, right? And so you want to market yourself, you want to put yourself out there as having these systems in place, that having the education and training in place, that's a great deterrent. But the fact of the matter is, if they don't care, they want to go after you anyway, it's going to be hard.
Yeah, there's a question in the back.
Yeah, good question. I will preface this, but I told Steve at lunch I'm not a Bitcoin expert. I am a bit of a cryptography expert, so I'll kind of address it from that side, if we could. I like the cryptological aspects of Bitcoin and how it's utilized. I always think of Bitcoin, and again, so keep in mind I have a master's of finance, right? So I'm not a zeros and one guy, but I think of Bitcoin a little bit as the French resistance cell in World War II, where the person knows the name of the person to the left of them and the person to the right of them, but worst case, three people are going to get wrapped up. I think the Bitcoin methodology, and there's some other interesting cryptographical methodologies that are related, is pretty solid. I feel pretty comfortable with it from a cryptological standpoint. I don't see at this point how a 0 day is necessarily going to break Bitcoin just by the nature of the blockchain structure. Now, I am not a cryptographic expert, so the next person who's going to come in can say, Rob Jenkins is full of crap. But my understanding is it's probably pretty solid. This is frankly one of the reasons why government institutions in some countries don't like blockchain, because they really can't track it very well. And they can't break it very well without, you can break it, but then it's obvious it was broken. So from a Bitcoin standpoint, from a blockchain standpoint, I think it's a pretty good cryptographic model.
A question in a second.
Oh, no.
So tell me, is the CIA using Bitcoin?
Pray with me.
Question in the back.
Dr. Wolfenbarger.
Bitcoin itself, blockchain may not be harmful, but what about the systems around that support the energy producers, networks, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, that's actually, let me rephrase that question. That's a great question. In your interpretation, and I know you're not a blockchain or a Bitcoin expert, could the blockchain or a Bitcoin network be used as the missile to create a vulnerability elsewhere? Could Bitcoin, somehow be used to attack the power grid or some other critical infrastructure? Was that ever explored in your previous life?
So to answer your second question is no. That one I can say with some clarity. I don't see, and we're talking about blockchain here, and we're talking about cryptography, right? I don't see cryptography so much as a weapon. I see it more as a security mechanism. So if you're looking at, for example, you're applying blockchain or any sort of other cryptographical algorithm to, say, the SCADA systems, or you're talking about infrastructure, energy, all of these things. You can secure the transmission of information, for example, packets of information. So pretty much you can feel pretty comfortable it's not going to be broken. But it still doesn't prevent an offensive cyber operation from being conducted, in my opinion, against those items. One of the things that I think is going to be interesting going forward is if you create an entire ecosystem that of blockchain, of blockchain, I don't know, packets, if you will. It's going to be really difficult for an offensive cyber operation to be conducted there and not really stick out. What they're going to have to do is they're going to have to mimic basically blockchain structures in the infusion of whatever payloads they're delivering. I think that would be really challenging. I don't think it's impossible. Again, it's a sword and a shield. Somebody's probably going to figure it out. But I think that makes it much more difficult. If that gets to your question, Pat, I think again, you can make your information transfers fairly bulletproof, I think, with a blockchain or similar algorithm. But the overall systems are still exposed.
We have a question over here. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Software, but software, and that would cover the Bitcoin used for power protection. Well, if I was going to attack, I wouldn't attack Bitcoin, I'd attack the power grid, I'd attack whatever other systems are used that I can access to disrupt its breach, its use, and people's access.
Well, that's why we don't give you a computer, Pat. We've got about 2 minutes left. Is there time for one question? Does anybody have one more question? Do we know who shot JFK?
When you say we, what do you mean by that?
Well, Rob, thank you very much. By the way, one of the good news I'm willing to discuss is we've been discussing having Rob join the CBDI program as a faculty member. And so I think you're going to be seeing and hearing more from him in the future. And I'm delighted that that's going to happen. So thank you so much for your time and for joining us. And again, if you have any questions, please grab them out in the hallway. And again, thank you for your time. Thank you.
Wow, that's what it is.
Hey, Robert, I really enjoyed your talk. I asked you very deeply.
We got about 2 or 3 minutes before we're going to get started in the next panel. So if you use restrooms, get a drink of water, what have you, please feel free. And I'll be hollering for our panelists here in a second. In the breakfast break. Yep.
I have a different question.
Yes.
Can you spend 1 minute telling me about your exposure to SROs and that stuff?
Yeah. Should the mic. So we quickly, when we started putting together a plan at the federal level, and Chris is a 3 or 4.
You're talking about software?
Yes.
Yeah. We're thinking about making a replacement for FINRA. We're kind of getting a posse together.
We're thinking about making a run to create a competitor to FINRA.
Yeah. About 12 different small groups.
Some possibilities in the law during this legislation.
Yeah. Last year we were here, we even asked our peers, like if the SEC would,
Recognize that. She confirmed that, yeah, the law says you have to want to an SRO.
So I've got, about a dozen small groups that are very interested. And a couple of people that, donate some, pro bono, legal stuff.
Actually, our sources to SROs and the whole concept, especially around the digital asset space, comes from pretty murky water. It comes about from in regards to something needs to be in place as far as some of these certain things like security. And so when Chris was putting together Senator Lum's draft, doing a bunch of research, talking with other offices, that was one of the, and I believe that was in the first draft, was to have an SRO. I still think it's a smart play.
It is a really smart play. It also introduces that layer between the federal government and private industry. There's going to be a lot of SRO issues that have to be worked out.
FINRA is ill-equipped to deal with it.
Yeah, but
Absolutely.
Congress is all these issues that we're working on right now, which is the 6
Yeah. So we're kind of putting together a group of interested people probably this next month. There's probably like a short list of 10 things we need about FINRA. So
everyone thinks FINRA. So Biden actually thinks FINRA is interesting issues.
I think it's a RICO Act problem.
I think absolutely, for sure. I mean, there's more employees than there are firms to manage, and their budget is out
no SLAs.
Thank you.
They don't provide model documents.
And they can't pass the industry.
You guys want to hear
so much. I'm super excited.
All right.
When and where?
Tonight, is
Well,
that right?
Chris will buy an equal amount of whiskey if they not sell the storage. He's my attorney.
No, you just hypothetically.
Hypothetically speaking. Not me, but a friend.
It is a wild story.
No, it's undeniable. It's undeniable.
It is wild. It involves.
That will be in my book one day.
Yeah, that involves former Bermuda resident. Bahamas. That is now a resident.
We did, yeah.
I live a quiet life.
He's a pretty famous Bahamas resident.
My life is good. I would want to be more relaxed.
Yeah.
It comes down to the places a cattle rancher will go. Nobody knows. Can you happen to a nicer person? Yeah, like honestly, that was a big W. All she got out of that deal was a fake. That was a bad deal.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Bad deal. Please report as official. We are Wyoming's newest registered broker.
Awesome.
I just came in overnight.
We are.
We are. Yeah. Our office is at the insurance.
Yes.
I know the address. Last year, I was sitting at the select command last night. Let's just do it. We're domiciled.
Yeah, because like everybody knows the address and knows that you're.
No, yeah, well, we're shopping for office space.
Craigslist, there's a roller rink.
It was just an easy offer while I was sitting at the select committee. Oh, this is Wyoming LLC.
Yeah. Great. Well, welcome to corporate. The largest conservative action group across the nation. Whatever it's worth. Hey Pat, is this? I don't think this mic is turned on. But it's not a flip on and off. It's like last time we had the issue, they turned up fire. Yeah, I'm here. You're when I talk.
What is this?
No, I'll just yell. You guys are the catalysts. You guys are so, guys, if I could get everybody's attention real quick, our next panel is going to be on navigating the legal front, Bitcoin mining regulation, and public policy. We're joined by the Dean of the University of Wyoming College of Law. This is going to sound kind of crazy, but the University of Wyoming College of Law is actually pretty robust. In fact, they have several denials dozens of denials that they do every year. There's a lot of kids trying to get into the University of Wyoming College of Law.
Not enough.
So Julie just recently joined us here in Wyoming. She's our new dean here at the College of Law. We're very pleased to have her. We've also got Ian Norton. I'm probably mispronouncing that. It's perfect. Thank you. Shit, I don't know. He's with Ocean Mining, and then also Rachel Silverstein, founding partner of Firm 21M. Is that correct?
That's right.
Perfect. And they're going to be leading us through this. You guys probably don't need a monitor. Yes.
Well, I thought that was my job.
Perfect. I've been asking panels, and some people are like, no. So, after you, Mike.
So, yeah, we're excited to be here, I think. But maybe what we should start off doing is just getting a little bit more background about the sorts of businesses that you folks are involved in. Nobody wants to hear, everybody knows what a law school is, but if you could just give us a few minutes about your business, I think that'll help us kind of get a sense of, because law is not exciting by itself. Law is exciting as a means to an end.
You're not doing it right then.
So give us what we're trying to accomplish, and then we'll talk about how the law might help or hurt that.
Sure. Oh, this is loud. Hi, my name is Rachel Silverstein. So I've been a lawyer for 16 years. And I started out my career as a litigator doing commercial litigation and employment litigation at some big law firms. Then I went in-house with an e-commerce retailer in my home city of Las Vegas called Zappos, which is an Amazon subsidiary. I spent 5 years there. And then in 2020, I joined CleanSpark, which is a large publicly traded Bitcoin mining company. I was the first legal hire, and at the time they weren't mining Bitcoin. They were an energy software company. And so very shortly after I joined, we acquired our first Bitcoin mining company in Atlanta, Georgia. And I spent 3 years there going from 0 exahash to, I think when I left they were at 10, now they're at 26 or 7 something, second or third largest Bitcoin mining company. But I left in October of last year, and they just started operating in Wyoming as well. They're a great company. I'm glad Wyoming will benefit from their presence. And I left late last year and started my own firm with a partner in Texas, a guy who also has a long history in the Bitcoin mining world. Our firm is called Firm 21M, a reference to the 21 million Bitcoin. And we represent almost exclusively Bitcoin miners. So what I do is a lot of commercial transactions specifically for miners. So that includes a lot of mergers and acquisitions, all manner of vendor, contractor, consulting agreements, internal things like corporate governance, policies, employment contracts, executive agreements, employee stock plans, represent companies in strategic financings, and things like that. So it's not always exciting, but it's often exciting, especially because, through my experience over the last 4 years, I've become totally orange-pilled. I'm a huge Bitcoin advocate. I know almost nothing about other cryptocurrencies, candidly, so don't ask me any questions about that. But yeah, that's what I do as a lawyer.
Thank you. My name's Ian. I've been a lawyer for about 20 years, just over, and I started at large firms. I was a litigator. I helped people fight, typically over money. I did a lot of fraud cases or anti-fraud cases, as the case may be. But my Bitcoin story is a little bit more interesting. It was a lot similar to Dr. Ritter, who was just here, who was talking about how in 2013 he saw remittances in Singapore sending cash to other countries. I was in South Florida at the time, and I went to a Bitcoin conference called the North American Bitcoin Conference. It was in Miami. And if you add up the people here at the Stampede in both rooms, I think there were more people here than what there were then back in 2013. And as I was driving home across Alligator Alley, I had to stop for gas. And while I'm waiting in line at gas, somebody was trying to send money back home to Guatemala. They spent the whole day sweating out in the fields, picking peppers and tomatoes, and they were trying to send money back home on Western Union. And he said 18%. I think I knew enough Spanish to know that they were asking for 22 or 23% to send the money back home. And at the same time, we were having a litigation dispute in Naples about a high-end real estate contract. And the European buyer was sending money to, like I think Cyprus or Malta, and then to the Caribbean, and then to the U.S. And as they were trying to get this, global payments and circular payments to the U.S., they were paying 1 or 2% at each stop along the way. And I was saying, wait a second, if Bitcoin can do this for pennies on the dollar, you know, and rich people like it, if you're trying to buy beachfront property in Naples, and poor people like it, trying to get money back home, I knew it was here to stay. I didn't know how, I didn't know in what ways, I certainly couldn't have predicted where we are today, but I knew it was here to stay, and I tried to pay attention then, and over the years I started to represent Bitcoiners, and if you've been in Bitcoin long enough, you know, you start getting sued or you start having issues, and I represent one of the original core developers who had been sued by Craig Wright like a half a dozen times, and you know, he didn't know who Satoshi was, but he knew that Craig Wright wasn't Satoshi, and so he over the years became a friend and, you know, a client, and then we were sitting around not that long ago and saying we were concerned about centralization in Bitcoin mining. About 90% of the world's Bitcoin was being mined to 3 addresses about a year ago. And this has been a problem. It's been concentrating for a while. And even though there are Bitcoin miners all over the world, there were very few pools, and they were doing most of the work. And so, the government, the U.S. government or the Chinese government, even if they colluded with each other, can't shut down 15,000 nodes or 20,000 nodes, but they could shut down 3 pools. And so, again, you started to look at choke points and other things. So he was concerned about decentralization. I was too. We kind of stared blankly at each other and said, what are you going to do about it? And we weren't really sure. And so our effort to try and do something about it was Ocean, which is a Bitcoin mining pool to help Bitcoin miners mine in a more decentralized way. And then also do so in a permissionless way, which is, if you talk about legal topics, that's one of the sexier ones, right? Trying to do things in a permissionless way. And then, of course, blockchains, one of their hallmarks is transparency. So getting transparency back to the right parts of Bitcoin mining, as opposed to some of the more opaque or black box type spots. So kind of a long roundabout way of saying I've been a lawyer for a long time, but I'm now a co-founder of this little software startup. We're formed here in Wyoming. We chose Wyoming for many of the reasons you've heard about today. We've got a corporation, a C Corp here, and then we've also got an LLC here, and we picked Wyoming. We're headquartered in Cheyenne for a reason, and we think it's a great jurisdiction to try and do our best to stay permissionless and stay transparent and help decentralization broadly.
So I guess there are 2 or maybe 3, depending on how we count, ways to get into Bitcoin mining. You could just be a Bitcoin mining startup. You could be an existing company that buys a mining company, or I suppose the third, which I might not have said before today, was you could get into pooling and come at mining sort of that direction. Maybe we should just start with the mining operation itself and talk about maybe what we think are the 1, 2, or 3 biggest regulatory or legal issues that arise when you decide you're going to start mining Bitcoin. Or I think we're going to talk mostly about Bitcoin, but I think lots of the things we'll talk about today would transfer to other cryptocurrencies.
Want me to start?
Please.
So it depends, first of all, what aspect of Bitcoin mining you want to get into. Namely, what I'm thinking of is whether you're going to self-mine or do some sort of hosting or co-location arrangement with a company. If you're going to, Bitcoin mining is an extremely capital-intensive business. So it's not easy to do. You have to have a significant, investment structure. I know I have one client who has completely bootstrapped a successful Bitcoin mining operation, but it was through the sale of his initial company, which was a software company. So he made some money and was able to start a Bitcoin mining company. And his business model is he does a little bit of self-mining and then he hosts for high net worth individuals. And that's it. He's never taken any outside money. And a lot of other clients have to get significant investment from either the capital markets because they're public companies, which I could talk for a long time about how public companies operate in this space through largely dilution of shareholders, with usually a lack of focus on return of capital invested. So what I'll say to answer Julie's question directly is that if you're going to acquire a Bitcoin mining company, which is usually how it's done, or you're going to enter into a hosting relationship, which is the other more common way that it's done, I would say the number one risk is counterparty risk. And so you have to do significant due diligence on either the party you're acquiring, the site you're acquiring, or the party you're going to enter into a co-location or hosting agreement with. We saw in the last Bitcoin bear market, numerous miners went belly up because their host went belly up. So it's important when you enter into agreements for hosting or co-location that it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. And oftentimes when there's a bull market happening, folks it's like a cartoon, eyes popping out, dollar signs flashing, and not a whole lot of thought was given to, at least in the last cycle, what happens when, the price of Bitcoin goes down, when hash price goes down, when difficulty goes up, et cetera. So for that reason, I'll plug having a lawyer who understands the industry, because these agreements get technical, and when you're writing them, you really need to understand what's going to happen when things aren't rosy, and that both companies, meaning the host and the hosted, need to be able to survive a downturn. When it comes to acquisitions, due diligence equally as important. When I'm working with clients, I separate it into a few different factions of due diligence. You've got obviously financial due diligence to make sure that whatever party you're diligencing can deliver on the promises that they're making. You've got operational due diligence, so if you're buying a site or you're buying miners, you've got to have a way to verify that what you think you're buying is what you're actually buying. And then, of course, there's going to be jurisdictional diligence also. So I've seen the gamut of that, in places like Texas, a lot of states in the South, in the PJM market, which is mostly Pennsylvania, Ohio, New Jersey. There's deregulated energy markets, so you can get a favorable rate structure, you can get paid to curtail your mining operations, and so that is obviously, when it comes to Bitcoin mining, the cost of energy is the beginning, middle, and end of your success. So you definitely need, again, somebody who understands the energy markets and the jurisdiction you're seeking to operate in. And I've seen the opposite also. I've seen places that are highly regulated, where Bitcoin miners had a great plan, financing, the capital to build a solid operation, and then they face regulators who basically have no idea what they're talking about, and these public utility commissions that operate like robots out of the early 1990s and just say, well, we can't do that because we've never done it that way. And I'll give a quick anecdote before I turn it over to Ian. I had a momentary lapse in judgment and accepted a job at Nevada Power, which is the big utility in Las Vegas and all of Nevada, which is a Berkshire Hathaway energy company, sister company to Rocky Mountain Power here in Wyoming. And I really thought to myself, I'm going to orange pill them. I'm going to go there and I'm going to get single-handedly Berkshire Hathaway Energy into Bitcoin mining. It lasted 4 weeks. And then I was like, this is not for me, working at this giant bureaucracy. But I was talking to one of the directors of special projects, or whatever they call it, and she said, Nevada has a mandate to build all of these solar farms. She said, yeah, solar's great, it's cheap, we've invested millions and billions of dollars into these solar farms, but we can't get anybody to use it between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. And I was like, I have the perfect customer for you. Why not engage with Bitcoin miners? They'll take your stranded power, your wasted power, they'll monetize building out, they'll make it economically viable to build out additional solar projects. It was like I had just said something in Aramaic or something. It is incredibly difficult to get regulators, and she's not a regulator, but she works in a highly regulated industry, to kind of see the light. So, at the Mining and Energy Summit earlier this morning, I was heartened to hear some of the miners in the group talking about educating public utility commissions and folks like that to understand the true benefit that Bitcoin mining brings to the grid. So anyway, all of that is a roundabout way of saying you have to do your jurisdictional due diligence also.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, and I think one of the biggest challenges is not just the jurisdictional risk and due diligence, but making sure that you're paying attention to what Bitcoin is good at and what it's not good at. It's interesting. One of the nice things I like about this conference is people are talking about philosophy, people are talking about use cases, right? You've got a situation where, like with other commodities, like with the gold rush back, with the rush to California, you had people that little regular folks, pleb miners, so to speak, would run out there and try and mine gold, and some would strike it rich and some wouldn't. And then over time, capital would concentrate and people would buy up claims and mine at scale and do these things. And then you had folks selling blue jeans and pickaxes making all the money, right? And so Bitcoin mining is a really hard business, and it can chew people up and spit them out. But remembering what Bitcoin is for, which is peer-to-peer financial transactions, and so making sure that folks have access to the system, but then also making sure that you're not, hamstringing an entire industry, either intentionally, which we see, or unintentionally. Like, for example, Canada taxes their Bitcoin miners if they take self-custody of the Bitcoin. If they self-mine or mine directly, they don't get the benefit of a credit. And so they basically get taxed twice. And so inadvertently, Canada, which understands Bitcoin better than most governments, has driven out every pool from Canada, because one of the loopholes is if you let someone else take custody of your Bitcoin, i.e. a pool, then you can get a rebate or a credit for that, and then kind of break even with their taxation system. And this is a situation that's crippling pool technology and causing centralization, which is bad. Again, when Ocean launched about not even a year ago, around Thanksgiving last year, I mentioned 90% of the world's Bitcoin was going to 3 addresses, and like 95 or 97% was going to about 6. And every once in a while you'd hear about some lottery miner, a solo miner mining and getting some newly minted Bitcoin right off the chain. But the numbers were minuscule. Most of the world's Bitcoin was going to 3 to 6 addresses of the largest pools. And just since Ocean has launched, about 200 different addresses since the first of the year have received newly minted or virgin Bitcoin as it's being mined in real time, and half of those have gone to Ocean customers. Not to Ocean, but to our customers, even though we represent less than 1% of the global network. And all that was done was a simple change of getting people to choose templates and make sure that the rewards, the mining subsidy and the fees were going directly to the customer. There was no reason for a pool to insert themselves in between. Middlemen are great. If you need a banker, right, and you want them to hold your money, that's perfect. That's a perfect role for a bank. But for a pool to do that and to take custody of people's Bitcoin, in many ways, I think was a mistake for the industry. So getting back to basics and understanding the philosophy of, if you want to have control over your Bitcoin, you need to have custody over your Bitcoin. Those are simple things that people can do. Now, there are services out there, and I think there's all kinds of ancillary benefits of having a corporate treasury, for example. There's a lot of good reasons for a corporation not to have, the keys sitting with one CEO so he can't get wrenched attack. We just heard from a security expert, right? So they may want a custodian, maybe one that's audited or transparent, and you can hire people to do that for you. But again, that's a service to the space rather than something that's inherent to the space. So just getting back to basics and understanding how Bitcoin works. Is it a peer-to-peer transaction? How am I mining or processing those transactions for others? And then what role do you play? Am I a custodian for other people? You should have a set of rules for them. Am I somebody who's mining directly for myself? Am I mining for others? Those are important questions that you should be asking and making sure that legislators pay attention. And that's the nice thing about Wyoming is they are paying attention to those nuances. But there's a certain momentum where it just kind of drifts over time. You know, people are no longer mining Bitcoin themselves on their laptops or in their homes. You know, it is done at the industrial level, it is done at scale, and so understanding how Bitcoin fits in with energy and with the industrial aspects of it, I think are important, especially as we see new on-ramps in the financial sector with ETFs and other things. How are they going to access Bitcoin? Because now you've got a situation where there's only so many transactions that can be processed in any block. Right now it averages about 2,800, 3,000 or so transactions per block. And those get mined every 10 minutes or so, right? But if people start adopting Bitcoin at scale, there's still only 3,000 transactions or so that can fit within those data limits. So understanding that now you've got a commodity, the block template space, getting my transaction mined, in real time, that becomes a commodity within a larger commodity, and I think people have to pay attention to that too. If I'm an Afghani freedom fighter and the Taliban is chasing me and I'm trying to get money someplace, can I get my transaction mined? You know, and right now there's kind of the game theory behind, well, the fee market will go up, and if you pay a high enough transaction fee, it will get mined. But there are limits to that. And so understanding that you want to have policy choices going into people creating block templates and giving people the option and the choice to prioritize high fee environments or prioritize certain types of financial transactions so that it becomes accessible and usable globally.
And real quick, I'll plug Ocean Mining. One of Ian's colleagues, who I don't know his real name, but he goes by the Bitcoin Mechanic, was just on Coin Stories, I think, last week, and I just listened to it yesterday, and it was really eye-opening. I learned a lot about why decentralization of pools is just as important as decentralization of mining. So if you want to learn more about that, it was a great episode.
Well, and earlier, I'm going to take the bait now. Earlier, Ian was touting the legal, exciting topic of permissionless pools. So maybe I can't wait any longer. I want to hear about that.
Well, I didn't mean to rattle your legal cage, but you know, the idea of doing something on a permissionless way, we saw in real time play out just recently in Brazil. We heard about that earlier, where people were trying to use a social media platform and a government shut it down, and then there was these ripple effects of then shutting down affiliates and things related to the people trying to use it or the people running, in that case, X, a social media platform. Being able to use something in a permissionless way is kind of a hallmark of freedom. On my way in to the conference, I drove across the highway, and there's a creek there, or a river, I don't know what you guys call them here. It was pretty small, but there was a beautiful bird sitting in the middle of the creek. I noticed it, the sun was shining as it was coming up.
I think they're called cricks here.
All right, cricks. And I don't know if it was an ibis or an egret or what it was, but it was a kind of a long-necked bird, maybe a stork of some sort. And it was just sitting there in the middle of the creek, and it just wanted to be left alone. And so when people ask me kind of my philosophy on regulation or government, in some ways, in many respects, you just want to be left alone, and you want to be able to do things and use things, whether it's a freedom of religion. We had Constitution Day yesterday, a freedom of speech, whatever it may be. And financial freedom is important too. And so being able to use a Bitcoin mining pool in a permissionless way, where I don't take the data from my customers. I don't, one of the biggest education points for us is, if you've got your laptop and you had a Bitcoin miner at home, you could start mining on Ocean in about 30 seconds. Because you just simply plug in a Bitcoin address into the pool and you get credit for all of the work that you do. And you don't sign up for an account, you don't do KYC, you don't do AML, And those kind of banking and custody regulations for money transmitters are controversial. Now, the only way we could do that legally in the United States, in my opinion, and I haven't been proven wrong yet, but I'm sure I'll get some challenges, was to do it in a non-custodial way. I could not take custody of my client's Bitcoin at any point, or else I would have to AML KYC them. And so that was something that was important for us, is to give people access to Bitcoin mining. If they've got the machine and they're doing the work, they should be able to mine without having to submit their social security number or their address or whatever to whomever. And so because we don't collect the information, we don't have to give it. You know, when the subpoenas come, and they have come, you know, you simply say, we don't collect the information, I'm sorry. And that's important. Again, I'm not trying to encourage rogue behavior. I'm trying to encourage permissionless or freedom behavior. And I think that's an important aspect of what we were doing or trying to do, in addition to some other things in the space about decentralization. There are different aspects of that same coin, which is if you've got a list of every gun owner, then it's easy to go collect the guns. If you've got a list of every Bitcoin miner, it's easier to shut them down. And so by doing this in a permissionless way, we think we give people access to what it's supposed to be, which is, again, that peer-to-peer transaction. And Bitcoin mining is an important, it's the infrastructure of the space, right? It's processing the transactions. But if that can be shut down, that creates another choke point. You know, if you look at all the ways that you can be attacked, it just creates another surface vector. So we intentionally, from the start, created a permissionless system, and we're going to hang on to that as long as we can.
Last week, I was speaking to a commercial real estate trade group in Las Vegas that just wanted to learn about Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. And as you all probably know, anytime you're in a room of largely commercial real estate folks, you're also going to be in a room of bankers, because they fund, you know, commercial real estate transactions. So this was a very green group of folks, and I got a question from somebody who works at a bank, basically asking, like, what is the point of a transparent blockchain where you can see every transaction that's happened in history if it's anonymous, or at least if it's difficult to unanonymize, which is, you know, a nuance I tried to explain. But and you know, I was a little bit taken aback by the question because I had never really thought about it in those terms. But as I've reflected on it, I realized bankers can't even wrap their head around doing a transaction where there's not a middleman, where there's not a third party involved in an exchange of goods or services. And so, you know, I tried to explain that part of the ethos of Bitcoin is being able to do a peer-to-peer transaction where there is no third party involved. And that part of the ethos of Bitcoin is that doing a peer-to-peer transaction where I don't have to have someone else okay the exchange of money between me and somebody else is a fundamental component of freedom. Because as soon as you have a third party enter that transaction, now it's fundamentally different. And it's how censorship comes into the equation. And again, you know, a banker doesn't even see it as censorship. They see it as, well, we're stopping crime. We're stopping criminal activity. God bless us. And, you know, I tried to explain, give some examples of where censorship gets used in a way that freedom-loving people won't actually agree with. So obviously citing to the trucker issue in Canada, folks who by virtually any definition were exercising their right to free speech, which I guess they don't really have in Canada, had their bank accounts shut down. And then in Iran, and using AI and facial technology, this is facial recognition technology, this is just going to become more and more rampant, that if you don't cover your hair, you're going to get automatically fined, money immediately taken out of your bank account. All of this is technologically possible right now, currently, as we sit here today. So I think that, and then obviously, I mean, Caitlin Long is in the room. You've got the debanking of all sorts of other companies in the United States based on, you know, whatever their business is. So fundamentally, peer-to-peer transactions means that you can transact freely. And the minute that ends or is hampered, that's not freedom. That's having somebody else dictate, and maybe we agree with them today. Maybe we agree with them that these two people shouldn't be allowed to transact for one reason or another. And tomorrow, we may not agree with them.
So look, freedom's great, right? We like freedom a lot, and yet the three of us all went to law school. And isn't law in some ways just a voluntary abrogation of certain freedoms, right? I mean, on the one hand, we say censorship is bad, but surely there must be some activity, terrorism or something, that we all agree is bad too, right? And so I think...
I hope we still all agree on that.
I mean, I don't know, right? Things get crazy sometimes. But I think that the difficulty in this space, and especially for lawyers and policymakers in this space, is that when you get in the middle, it can be very difficult to draw the line between what is anti-freedom censorship and what we all want to make our society function in an efficient way without crime and other things that, if they happen, impose on others of our freedom, right? If there's a terrorist attack today here at the University of Wyoming, that would curtail some of the freedoms that we're enjoying at the moment. So thoughts on how we get to a place that embraces the freedom that we all want while still protecting us from the freedom of those people that we don't like very much.
You know, I would offer kind of a policy analysis if you just take a step back and remind that whenever a government is involved, ultimately the enforcement of the government, whether it's the federal or state level, if you take it to its logical conclusion, it's at the point of a gun. And you know, and so you have to say, all right, what is it that we're trying to do? And if you look at what is the proper role of government, is it a limited government?
It's to educate people, right?
Well, right. You know,
universities, that's all we should have.
Yeah, and so the question then becomes should passing goods or services or money between two peers be something that's, you know, legislated at the point of a gun? And I would say no. We've got plenty of other laws to prevent illegal activity. You know, the U.S. worked pretty well on a cash-based system or a barter system long before credit cards and digital currencies and Bitcoin were invented, right? And so, you know, if you steal from somebody or if you commit violence against somebody, we have other laws in place. We've got this deep common law tradition, but if we look, there has been a trend, and I would say more than a trend, a lurching of over-federalization and over-criminalization of nearly every aspect of our lives. And we see that not just in the United States, but other places too. And so then if you take a step back from that and say, all right, to fight against those trends, what are the types of things that we can do? And how would we envision a properly ordered society? And I would say it would be one of limited government, and one where the government is focused on actual harms to other people rather than the means in which they're paying each other. And again, that becomes a real temptation. Like if somebody steals or does an investment scheme or you know, collects all kinds of tokens and runs up the tab and then pulls the rug. You know, we have fraud laws have been on the books or I should say have been off the books from the common law perspective. You could sue somebody in tort for fraud since our country was founded. So you don't need necessarily a special rule or a special regulation. This is really innovative technology, but you're applying old ways of doing things. And again, there's been this temptation that we want to control everything, we want to micromanage everything, and I think that's a bad trend. And so it takes folks to take a step back, take a deep breath, and say, how can I resist that in peaceful ways, right? How can I resist that in peaceful ways and try to scale back the size and scope of government? You know, one of the best ways to limit government is to starve it, right? Starve the Leviathan. And so you vote with your feet by choosing jurisdictions like Wyoming. That's why Ocean came to Wyoming. But you also do it in other ways by reducing the ability or their reach into new sectors of your life. And that would be, to me, kind of the policy approach you would take, and just simply applying it to Bitcoin or a blockchain or any new innovative technology, AI or whatever else.
I'm afraid I don't have a good answer to this, because the reality is that we can all accept as adults is that freedom is a two-edged sword, and that my freedom of speech and true freedom of speech necessarily means that guys who I vehemently disagree with also have freedom of speech. And bad ideas can be promulgated with free speech. And the democratization of information through the internet means that's even more true. And I think that our founding fathers knew and accepted that freedom is a two-edged sword. And the reason I think they knew that and accepted it is because half of our Bill of Rights is to protect people who are suspected of, accused of, or convicted of a crime. And so to me, that is a central part of American ideals, is that, yeah, we know that living in a free society means crimes are going to be committed, and we punish that, and we can't prevent crime. And, you know, we have speed limits, but people still speed, and we punish them. We have red light cameras, but people still run red lights. So, you know, this, I think Ian and I agree that a hyper focus on preventing crime means that none of us are really free, and that we have to have institutions that we trust to prosecute crime, or none of us are really free.
Yeah, when you look at those trade-offs, when you look at those trade-offs, it's the classic, you know, free speech is, you know, the ability to burn a flag if you want, right, but not shout fire in a crowded theater, right? And where we draw those lines, I think, should move slowly, and it shouldn't move fast, right? I don't think it should be federalized. I don't think it should be lurching toward over-federalizing or over-criminalizing behavior. I think it should move very slowly, deliberately over time. And that's hard with fast-moving or innovative technologies. But again, I think that in the long run, those are the better trade-offs. I was just over at a conference in Riga, Latvia, and you know, the word came out that the CEO of Telegram had been arrested at the Charles de Gaulle airport while we were all on stage. And you know, this guy's running a software company, and because he didn't cooperate, purportedly or allegedly, he didn't cooperate with giving the names of all of the Telegram users, you know, he was arrested for it. And he'll work that out, or maybe he won't. But again, I did that, and while at the same conference, I went to church on Sunday, and I went to church at a cathedral that had been built in 1215. And the people who built it, you know, spent their whole lifetime, 30, 40 years building it. And then, you know, maybe they were a carpenter or a mason or whatever, and then they passed it down the trade to the next generation, who then built it their lifetime. This cathedral took hundreds of years to build. It was no one single lifetime that could see it to its completion. And to me, that's what, in a sense, we're here in the Bitcoin space or the blockchain space. Are you building something quick and dirty for the short term, quick exit? Or are you building a cathedral for the long run? And so I would encourage folks, whenever they're asked a policy question, to take a long view, try to build something for your own children. I've got 5, right? And then, you know, your grandkids and the next generation, and not be so quick to lurch into the headline or the soup du jour of whatever's bothering somebody today.
So I see that Mr. Lindholm is back in the room, so that means either we said something too controversial and we're in trouble now, or that our time is up. So thank you for listening. We'd intended to leave time for questions, but I think we'll all be around here for a few more minutes if anybody wants to chat. So thanks for coming to our panel.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
So take a look at Neil Gorsuch's book. He co-authored it. I just don't know if he was co-authored it.
The funny part to me was that everybody assumed that something that could be said that would be too controversial for me. Not the case, Professor. So let's take about 5 minutes. Everybody use the restroom, get a drink, whatever you need to do, have a smoke. I don't know that you can smoke on the grounds. Can you smoke on the university grounds?
Yes.
Oh, well, hell, you can smoke, you can drink, do all these. Drink certain things. Be back here at 3 p.m., please, though, where we're going to be talking about Bitcoin and complex networks. Drew Bonsall. Drew Bonsall, I believe.
Sorry, I didn't think we were starting for like 5 minutes.
Oh, well, 5 minutes went by. Yeah, I think right here. Yes, sir.
Give me a second.
Okay. Did I say your name on it?
Oh, you nailed it. You nailed it. Yeah, great job.
I actually discussed it with Kate before coming up here. We made up our mind without consulting you.
Thank you. It was a decentralized decision. It worked out.
That's right.
All right, let me see if I can wire it in here. Will this work? Oh my God. I think someone needs to turn a screen on maybe as well, or can I do it with this?
I think that might be it, yeah.
Okay, plugged in, something happened. Should I hit standby? Power on?
Yeah. There it goes. Good.
Okay.
Yeah. I bet you might jump.
It's doing something. Something is happening. Okay. Good. Good. All right. That is not the relevant thing. Let's do settings. Okay. Maybe that'll work. Maybe not. Okay, still not exactly what I wanted.
Is it PowerPoint that you're in?
I just need to mirror their displays and it's being a little funny for me. Let's try again. Yeah, that's what's happened to me. Okay, we'll get through it. It'll be okay. All right. Guys, so a little bit of bad news. I need some help making a decision. Thank you. On the calendar it says I'm supposed to give this talk. This is a talk about, do I need this microphone? Oh, it's being recorded? Okay, so all of this discombobulation is, recorded forever? Great. Okay, no, that's cool. Okay, so I need some help deciding. I was supposed to give this talk. I think this is a perfectly cromulent talk to give. There's aspects of community and what makes networks strong and Bitcoin and custody and I think some interesting ideas for folks in the audience. But then there's this one. This is a talk I gave a couple months ago, which I thought I was going to give. This one I would say is more provocative. It's maybe not the best talk to give at a blockchain event, if this is indeed a blockchain event. I'm not 100% sure.
We're in all the above.
We're in all the above? Okay.
Salting of Bitcoin now.
The strong salting of maximalism. Okay. So this one is maybe a bit long. I would say this is a more provocative, just intense, angry. Okay, maybe, yeah. Yeah, maybe that works. Angry person talk. This is an angrier person talk, I would say. What do you guys want to see? You want to see this one? This is a tighter talk too. I think this flows better. Or kind of this other one that's more provocative. Can I get a show of hands? Okay, who wants to be safe and talk about keys and network? This is also good. This is also good. Like this is also good. So can I get a round of, you can vote twice if you like. It's fine. So put your hand up if you want to talk about keys and custody and networks and network science. That's like nobody. Wow. And then if you would like to see more provocative statements and all right. We'll do it. Okay. So I can hit play here, I bet. Oh, wonderful. Okay, I even get a thing over here. Okay, great. All right. So last time I gave this talk, I had 20 minutes. This time I have 30 minutes. So it'll be slightly faster, or slightly slower, but it'll still be fast. There's too much in here. That's why it doesn't flow well. You guys should have voted for the other one. It's okay. So this talk's called Bitcoin Disrupts Everything. There's literally a talk going on next door, I think, about how Bitcoin disrupts the energy industry. That's like slide 3 in my talk. We'll move past the energy industry rather quickly because there's many people here who are qualified to talk about that beyond me. I also have to apologize in advance for the quality of these slides. That was true in July when I gave this talk. It's still true. I haven't worked on them. And I want to talk about this idea a little bit, right? Like, what is the point of Bitcoin? What is it going to change? How is it going to impact the world? I shouldn't stand in front of the slides, I'm sorry. I sometimes think that a lot of people think Bitcoin is going to have a very dramatic impact, that it's going to change the world in a big way because it'll become a global reserve currency, and then everything about the money will be fixed, but the world will still be recognizable meaningfully. That a lot of the other things in the world won't change, like energy production won't change, though I think the folks making that argument across the way probably would disagree with that. Financial services won't change. I'll certainly disagree with that. I think folks who've tried to build Bitcoin financial services understand that they're meaningfully different. Telecom won't change just because of Bitcoin, will it? Software engineering, intellectual property, like surely that will still exist, right, in the future. Bitcoin has nothing to say on that topic, does it? Well, I think Bitcoin is going to touch and change all of these things. I think the world in the future looks so fantastically different than what it looks like today. I think it's closer to like this picture. I think this is what happens. I think Bitcoin fixes the money and then it does fix the world and change everything. But at the same time, it's not enough for me to just like have the meme. I really want to tell the story. Like I want the name of each of the dominoes. And so I can like understand how it's going to happen, and so I understand how inevitable the change is. So it doesn't just sound like pontificating here. It sounds like predicting. Okay, so this is my roadmap. This is my version of the dominoes. I think Bitcoin grows as a sequence of layers of markets, and each of those markets starts to disrupt by virtue of its novelty. It starts to disrupt existing systems and sectors. This is maybe a slide that's too complex to absorb right now, but we'll come back to it a few times during this talk, and I'll try to motivate why I think these are the dominoes and why I think as they fall over, they are disrupting the things that I'm trying to indicate. So if I have a thesis for this talk, there's kind of two, right? One thesis is Bitcoin is layers and it's going to disrupt everything. That's the first one. That's the title. But behind that thesis is a second one, that Bitcoin is actually layered. It's made of markets. That the layers are markets. Like specifically, that's what I mean. And like, what is a market? It has goods, participants, trades, asks and bids, order books, order matching, trade settlement, a ledger. It's got price discovery. These are all the things that we associate with a thing being a market. I'm going to show you how Bitcoin has all those things. In fact, in more ways than you perhaps might have imagined. And I'm going to assert that these are the kinds of conversations we want to be having if we're talking about trying to extend Bitcoin into new layers. I know some people are nodding because we've written articles on exactly this topic together. Exactly. All right. I'm also going to try, this is newer in my discussions on these topics, I'm going to try to tell a story about how Bitcoin is not just made of markets, it's actually a pedagogical lesson for us. It's a kind of methodology, and if we can look to it and understand how does Bitcoin actually achieve its outcomes, we can follow that methodology in other areas of the world. I'm also going to try to tell you the story of the dominoes and how inevitably the fact that Bitcoin is made of these layers of markets starts to change the world in meaningful ways. Okay, but let's just spend a quick minute, in case we don't see it yet, to talk about why Bitcoin has to be markets, why it's so important that it's markets. And in fact, all the things that you like about Bitcoin come from the fact that it is a free and open market. In particular, like, there are no barriers to entry, right, to becoming a Bitcoin miner. I think that's a theme that has been discussed a whole bunch of times here on the panels and elsewhere. This means Bitcoin mining is an extremely open industry. Anybody can join it. It grows really fast. The fact that it grows really fast globally makes it very robust against disruption. It's hard to change something that has so many participants who are heterogeneous, who are not working for the same organization. Yes, mining pools are a concern, and I'll actually touch on that here as we get into the talk a little bit more, but the decentralized nature of Bitcoin, which is why we think it's valuable, comes from the fact that Bitcoin is ultimately a market that incentivizes participants to sell each other goods and services. And in fact, I'm not even talking about using Bitcoin to buy things, I'm talking about how Bitcoin itself as a currency comes to be. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, what is Bitcoin mining? Raise your hand if you believe, like the common story on this, that Bitcoin miners are producing Bitcoin. They're creating it. It's made of energy. I've heard that so many times. Bitcoin is energy money, right? It's a very common thing to say, but it is false. I used to believe this. It's not true. And here's why. If you believe that, then you must believe this other crazy statement. You must believe that because Bitcoin is made from energy, and because of the nature of Bitcoin mining, as we get better at Bitcoin mining, as we literally make machines which are better and better and better at it, somehow still we will use more and more energy to mine fewer and fewer Bitcoin. That's like a perverse statement, right? Like, think about it. Like, don't be used to it because you're into Bitcoin. Like, think about it. If this is the only thing you know about Bitcoin, this is all you understand, Bitcoin seems perverse, right? I think we should stop saying this. Like, this is not true. Bitcoin miners are not making Bitcoin. They are making blocks. And they are selling those blocks to the Bitcoin network in exchange for Bitcoin. It is a voluntary exchange. It is a market-based exchange. Like, I think this is a really important framing, and I'm standing in front of the table, excuse me. This is a really important framing for how to think about Bitcoin, what I call layer 0. This is the market to release Bitcoin into circulation. This has nothing to do with Bitcoin transactions or the mempool. We'll get to that in a second. This is a market for releasing the 21 million Bitcoins, which I believe were created with zero energy in 2008 by Satoshi, and distributing them into circulation. That's the thing that miners are paying for. That's what they're buying with the blocks that they produce. I think it's really interesting to think about how this market, as I've described it, is not really a market between individuals. And we know that because no individual Bitcoin user or miner ever sets a price or makes an ask or a bid in this marketplace. Like, there is only one ask in the order book at layer 0. That ask is this many Bitcoin for this many computations. That ask is repriced every 2 weeks using a consensus price discovery algorithm, otherwise known as the difficulty adjustment process. No individual user ever gets to affect that price. No individual miner ever gets to affect that price. So who exactly is setting prices then in this market? I claim this is a market not between people, but between aggregates, right? The entire global mining industry and the entire Bitcoin network are somehow able to exchange as two aggregates in this market. And I think this is the heart and the very soul of Bitcoin. Okay, let's keep going. Already, this market as we know it starts to disrupt energy because, of course, Bitcoin uses a tremendous amount of energy. And let me ask, why is that true? It's not because Bitcoin costs energy to make. It's because the price of Bitcoin, as denominated in energy or in computations, is really high, just as the price of Bitcoin as denominated in dollars is really high. And that's because Bitcoin are valuable, right? They have real use in the world, and we believe they're also going to have higher value in the future, so we're willing to pay a lot for them now. That's true if we denominate their price in dollars. It's just as true if we denominate their price in energy or computations. If Bitcoin were not useful, then they would not command such a price in the market, and Bitcoin miners wouldn't have to spend that much energy on Bitcoin in order to trade blocks for Bitcoin. That's already true for coins that are not valuable, right? Look at Bitcoin Cash. Bitcoin Cash is not using 1% of global electricity because Bitcoin Cash are not valuable as tokens, and so people don't want them, ergo their price is low in both dollars and computations, and so not much energy gets used to mine Bitcoin Cash, right? I think this is a really important way to frame the environmentalist objection, or rather our answer as Bitcoiners to the environmentalist objection. Like, Bitcoin are not wastefully being created using a purposefully wasteful algorithm. They're just really expensive because they're very valuable, and so a lot of energy is traded to get Bitcoins. Also, let's be clear, Bitcoin is not changing the world of energy because of a cultural shift in Bitcoin, because of low time preference values. It's not changing because of right-wing or left-wing political beliefs about control versus freedom or equality and fairness. It's changing the energy market because it's a novel consumer of energy. That's it. And this is kind of a theme. As Bitcoin enters new arenas, as it becomes a novel consumer in those arenas, it changes the nature of those arenas. It changes those markets. This is how Bitcoin disrupts the world, by being a novel set of marketplaces stacked on top of each other, bringing this change sector by sector. Let's keep going. And by the way, just to make it clear, I'm not even an expert on this. There's literally a talk going on next door in the other room about this slide, right? So this is well understood. I won't spend too much time on it. Also, on the top right, I have this little blue box, disrupting energy. I'll try to call that out as I go through my slides. That's where I'm going to point and say, hey, this is the thing I'm claiming Bitcoin is disrupting at the moment. Okay, so Bitcoin is disrupting energy because the market at layer 0 uses a tremendous amount of energy, because that's what's traded for Bitcoin. Let's talk about layer 1. Right? Layer 1 is, I think, more naturally a market, if you like. We're used to thinking of it as a market because layer 1 is the market for settling Bitcoin transactions. And here, there's a lot more autonomy from individuals. As an individual, I place a bid into this market, right, when I want to clear a transaction. I put a transaction fee on that transaction. That is a bid for space in the coming block. This is a market that trades Bitcoin for block space. The asks that miners have are individually chosen by the miners that construct blocks. Now, there is the idea that pools are really constructing blocks at this point, and there's some centralization that's been introduced, but we'll come back to that idea. Also, this market has an order book that is much larger and richer, right? There's literally only one standing ask at layer 0. The current price of Bitcoin is denominated in computations. The size of the order book at layer 1 is hundreds of thousands of transactions sitting in the mempool, right? The mempool, by the way, has nothing to do with layer 0. It's not required for layer 0, nor is the script virtual machine. These are all things that are only required for layer 1. And so I'm sort of being maybe perverse, maybe pedantic, by separating these two markets and asking you to think of them as separate markets with separate trading like structures and semantics, but I actually think it's a really useful framing. Like, recall that like in the early days of Bitcoin, there really was no layer 1. Like, it existed, but if you go back and look at the first 50,000 blocks that were ever mined, right, or rather were ever purchased by the Bitcoin network from the global mining industry, if you go look at those blocks, there's no transactions in there. The only transaction is the Coinbase transaction. No one was spending Bitcoin and transferring between each other. There are months in the middle of 2009 where Satoshi's probably the only human on Earth using or running Bitcoin for a brief period there in the middle of the summer, right? So for the first year of its history, Bitcoin really was just layer 0. There were no transactions at layer 1 at all. Like, even today, if a miner mines a block and doesn't include transactions in it, that miner is engaging with a layer 0 trade and choosing to ignore all the economics at layer 1. That's still possible. Okay. Like, why is this useful? Maybe I've convinced you that it's interesting to think about Bitcoin this way, but why is it useful? Well, it's useful because Bitcoin is not just a successful digital currency, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's a methodology. And if we can understand how Bitcoin achieves its goals, how does Bitcoin cause consensus and coordination without centralized control, if that's something that we want to understand and replicate to other markets, to other sectors, then we have to understand how Bitcoin did it. Hint, the answer is not blockchain. Right? I'll come back to that. And this is where this talk starts getting maybe a bit more provocative. Right? I would claim that if I could condense it down into one statement, the methodology that Bitcoin asks us to adopt is it says, if you want to solve problems, hard problems, right? Like how to build the best money in the world, how to decentralize the internet, how to revitalize political representation, right? If you want to solve hard problems, break them down into small problems, problems that are so small that markets can solve them. Right? Markets are very powerful, but they're very stupid. So we have to be smart. We have to design markets that work together. And so I've got here, I think, a few rules of thumb that I'm trying to give cool, provocative names to. I'm working on this article right now. Maybe I can get some feedback from you all if these are good names or bad names. The first rule of thumb that I think that the methodology here asks us to practice is what I'm calling the rule of decentralized goods. Basically, don't trade things that exist in the real world, because they're very hard to get a handle on digitally. Like, don't trade fluff. Trade verifiable, and I'll talk about what I mean by that in a second. Trade verifiable goods, such as consensus data, proofs, i.e. proof of work or other kinds of cryptographic proofs, or ideally, Bitcoin. Bitcoin is 0 to 1 in a sense. Now that we have Bitcoin, we can just trade Bitcoin. We don't need to invent other things to trade. Okay, second rule, which is deeply important, crypto fungibility. That sounds like, you know, a buzzword that I'm trying to coin, maybe it is. But what do I mean by this? I mean, use cryptography to define very strong consumer protections so that we can trade with each other fungible goods delivered anonymously. Right? That's a really important characteristic to both layer 0 and layer 1 markets. Right? There are no regulators that ensure that the hash rate we are all buying, because by the way, we are using the Bitcoin, we're Bitcoiners, we're part of the Bitcoin network, we are buying blocks every 10 minutes from the miners, but no regulator is assuring that the hash rate we got was bona fide, was real. That's not a requirement. Because we're using cryptography to define hash as a good which is self-verifiable and can be bought without having to have it be inspected or validated. This means anybody can provide hash. You don't have to have training. You don't have to have a particular place in the market. Moreover, you don't even need to go find your customers, which is another really important idea. You just provide the good. And then the market allows that good to be surfaced to the people that want to buy it, and they buy it from you. They don't know you, you don't know them, you can't trick them, and they can't steal from you. This is a really powerful rule, and it's not possible to sell everything in the world today with a rule like this, but maybe one day it becomes so, not sure. Ecology, right? Like, these markets fit together. Layer 0 creates niches for layer 1 to sit in. Layer 0 and layer 1 together create niches for layers 2 and beyond to live in. They provide capabilities that those markets need, yet those higher level markets also create value. Imagine layer 0 without layer 1. You can mine Bitcoin or buy it from the network, but you can't transact with it? That's not money. That's a collectible. Right? So layer 1 had to exist to even make layer 0 useful. Layer 2 has to exist, in my view, to increase the reach of layers 0 and 1. Like a Bitcoin without a mechanism to allow billions of people to onboard and use it daily is not ever going to become the world's money. At best, it's going to become a new kind of digital gold that exists, and maybe that's valuable as an isolated idea, but if we really want Bitcoin to be in everybody's pocket, then we need something like a layer 2 that increases the value of layer 0 and layer 1, because now they're no longer just digital gold, they're actually money. Okay, keep going. Trophic levels. This is like a $10 word for a simple idea. If it's an ecology, well then it's layered as well, right? There are predators and there are plankton, which is Bitcoin, I wonder. But you can't build the ecology in an arbitrary a priori order based on what you think is fashionable or exciting. You can't jump directly to putting your house on the blockchain. You can't jump directly to political representation or solving supply chain problems. You have to kind of move in an order which makes sense, because you need to create the trophic levels that support more complex markets that don't exist yet today. That, of course, ties into this rule of what I'm calling the adjacent possible, a phrase I love from Stuart Kauffman. I'm talking about the origins of life in complex systems. Right? Each layer of this stack hosts the data that is the good that is sold in the next layer. Right? Consider between layer 0 and layer 1. At layer 0, we only have blocks. We don't really need transactions. Blocks are what we're buying and selling. But those are data structures. And we decide at layer 1, why don't we put some data into those block data structures? Those will be called transactions. We will buy and sell them. And that's how we make layer 1. How do we make layer 2? I'll get to all these things, but it's a similar idea. We're going to take things and we're going to put them inside of transactions. And then we're going to sell those things. And those things are called channels. And we'll get to that. The hard problem. I mentioned this, but at layer 0, there's only one ask. That's it. It's a standing offer. And we always know we can match an order against it if we find a block with valid proof of work. At layer 1, there's already hundreds of thousands of asks. Right? That's a massive increase already. And we're just one layer up. And that's every single transaction waiting to be settled. How big is the order book at layer 2? Like, we're talking Visa scale. We're talking the entire scale of global payments. How big is the order book at layer 3? We're talking about every single network access request, every single byte shipping back and forth across the web. That's a massive order book. How do we solve that problem? How do we actually build systems to post bids and asks, match orders, and trade them when the scale gets so tremendously large? You can already see that at layer 1, we immediately took the order book and we pulled it out of the blockchain. We don't put pending transactions in the blockchain and then settle them in the blockchain. We put pending transactions in the mempool, which is a non-blockchain, off-chain scaling construct, if you like. And that's what we use to scale the order book at layer 1. So the answer to layer 2 cannot be throw it in the blockchain, right? This is part of, I'll get to this in a second, right? This is kind of, this is sort of one of the problems here. And the final rule, which I'm calling the rule of the beautiful surprise, is whatever layer you're working in, there is some beautiful problem that you're going to wind up solving that you didn't realize you were going to have to solve. But once you have to solve it, you realize, of course, it had to be there, right? At layer 0, the beautiful problem is timekeeping. Right? We didn't realize a priori that we needed a decentralized clock just to have a decentralized money. But of course we did, because layer 0 is a market in which we are selling the predetermined supply of Bitcoin over a predetermined number of years. We must be able to time box each of those sales, each of those tranches. Therefore, we need a clock. Okay. At layer 1, we're just trying to exchange Bitcoin with each other, man. That's it. It's just a transaction. What did we build? We built a virtual machine. We built a computing environment. We built Bitcoin script. And the rules of Bitcoin script, by the way, what should those rules be? Fascinating discussion. Satoshi got it wrong, in my view. We corrected it. And Ethereum went and broke it again. And I'll come back to that. So what is the beautiful surprise at layer 2? It's the fact that we are building networking primitives and a new kind of telecom. I thought we were just trying to do point-to-point payments. But we'll come to that. Finally, there's a corollary, a sort of negative, bizarro world picture of this methodology, which is if you don't follow the methodology, if you don't build markets, or if you make your markets too broad and too vague, what happens? You will create centralization. That's it. That's what happens. And we'll see examples of that. In particular, let's look at where centralization shows up in Bitcoin already. And I think this was mentioned by the gentleman just in the last talk, talking about pools, right? Pools don't exist in Bitcoin. They have not been implemented at the Bitcoin source code. When the project was launched, you just mined directly, and that was totally fine. But as the amount of hash grows by, I don't know, 17, 18 orders of magnitude in the last 15 years, at some point, everyone becomes a lottery miner, and that's unsustainable. So now we have a problem. What is the solution? Well, we didn't build markets for it at the decentralized level, so what shows up? Centralized providers which solve the problem. They're called mining pools. That's very unsurprising to me. Now, there are ideas for how to build decentralized versions of mining pools. And if you really look at those ideas, what are they? They're markets. They're their own little markets trying to solve this problem. And I think the same thing is true on the right-hand side of this diagram. This is a shitty slide, I'm sorry, it's confusing. But on the right, I guess, over my left shoulder, is another problem that Bitcoin doesn't solve, right? Which is, how do you exchange Bitcoin for dollars? Bitcoin can't talk about dollars. It has no idea that they even exist. And so how do we solve that problem? Well, we created centralized exchanges. That's what happened. They showed up and they solved the problem. So centralization shows up when you don't follow the methodology. I'm not saying you have to follow it in every case. I'm not saying that Bitcoin needed to solve these problems in Bitcoin. I'm just showing that when we don't build the markets, we create centralization. So I'm 20 minutes in. I'm doing okay. I'm not going to get through this, but I already told you guys up front, so don't be mad at me. Where do we go from here? How do we keep going? Like, what does layer 2 and 3 and 4 and so on beyond look like? Well, I'll tell you what it doesn't look like. Oops, I'm going backwards. It doesn't look like a blockchain, right? The blockchain, I'm sorry, because I'm here at the event, and I know what it's called, and I know what people are, and I saw a Cardano man outside, but the blockchain is a cargo cult. That's what it is. It is worshiping the symbol of the thing it thinks it's trying to create. Right? It is mistaking the receipt for the meal, the trading stubs for the market floor. Right? The ledger is the blockchain. That's an important part of what allows layer 0 and layer 1 to function, absolutely. But we are not going to simply take bespoke market structures that were designed for two specific problems of distributing an initial supply of digital currency into circulation and settling Bitcoin transactions. We are not going to be able to take those markets and get them to be a world computer. That is too big of a problem, and that doesn't follow the methodology. So what happens? What happens when you insist that you should put every single transaction, every coffee purchased, every smart contract twiddled into the blockchain? You create centralization. No one here runs Ethereum nodes, I know that. You all use Infura if you use it at all. Like, on Unchained, we used to run Ethereum nodes when we worked with Ethereum. It was a nightmare. We stopped, right? The requirements for a world computer move so fast, are so complex, that there's constant revisioning and changing of the nodes just so they can maintain consensus with each other. So it becomes too painful. You don't even try, and you just let Infura do it. Like, what happened? The problem was too big. It can't be solved with one market, especially the market that was designed for layer 0 and 1, so you just get centralization. And of course, what I think is so beautifully ironic about that is, what's the future history of that? Ethereum is increasingly displaced by Solana, which says, why are we even attempting to be decentralized? This is a waste of our time. This is just theater. Let's just start from, no, we're a centralized set of some number of entities that control the network. That's it. That's what we are. And you can write amazing code with us. Sometimes we go down, but who cares? We're not really money. Right? We're like a fancy AWS for Zoomers or something. I don't know. Because, of course, that's the next step beyond Solana is, hey, Solana doesn't scale. S3 scales. EC2 scales. Have you heard of Amazon? You know, my brother in coin. All right. So anyway, when you abuse market structures to build things that they're not smart enough to handle, you invite centralization. So how do we avoid that? Well, avoid the cargo cult. Don't use the blockchain. Build strong markets. Bitcoin is 0 to 1. We already have the money we need. We can just pay people in Bitcoin to do the things we need them to do, to provide us the services we need to decentralize the sectors that we are trying to decentralize. Only got a few minutes left, so this is the more speculative, interesting, crazy part where we start to talk about disrupting the world. I'm not going to get through it. That's okay. That's okay. All right. The Lightning Network, like layer 2, right? This uses the methodology. I think this is why Lightning has been, to a degree, successful. It is not a success yet. Like, the amount of Bitcoin in the Lightning Network is still small. The number of companies and users is still small. But I think it is what success might look like in the future. I don't think success looks like AWS or Solana or Ethereum. I think it looks closer to Lightning. And the reason is because I think Lightning follows the methodology. I don't have an easy table here that I can match everything over to, partly because I don't think I understand it yet. I don't think Lightning is one market, just like Bitcoin is not one market. Bitcoin is at least 2 markets, if not more. Lightning is the same way. We're going to be selling each other routes, liquidity, channels. Like, there's a lot of information that there are a lot of problems that we're going to solve through strong markets. But it does follow the methodology, right? In particular, I hinted at this earlier, but a channel is a data structure that lives inside of a UTXO, right? We are buying and selling UTXOs when we are buying and selling channels, and yes, there are marketplaces for buying and selling channels. I think those are the most interesting projects in Lightning, by the way, not to disparage the wallet makers or all the folks trying to run Lightning nodes, but the people who are building marketplaces with the ambition to buy and sell liquidity, to create efficient topologies that route money as fast as possible in the network, these are the people I think who are making the biggest impact on the network. Okay, I'll keep moving fast. What would the world look like if Lightning succeeded and payments were disrupted and that it was commonplace to, like, far more commonplace than it is even to hold Bitcoin today? It was commonplace for people to be using Lightning. Well, the world would be meaningfully different. Payments, it's not just that coffees would be easier to buy or faster to buy. They're already fast to buy, guys. It would be that new things would change, like disruption would occur. I'll skip forward a little bit. And part of the, yeah, that's my claim. Disruption will occur, right? So we've gone from money to payments. Let's keep following the dominoes. Where's that disruption going to happen? I think one of the clearest places to see it, other than, of course, things like, okay, people will be buying drugs and there'll be illegal marketplaces and it'll be hard to trade. Yeah, all of that will be true, but that's, I think, the least interesting part. To me, the most interesting part is the realization that Lightning is not just a payments network, it is the beginning of a telecommunications network. And that choice comes about from the requirements for privacy that were built into the design of Lightning. Like, you may have heard of the Onion Network Tor, right? It's the basis for the dark web. Lightning uses Tor internally to route payments between Lightning nodes to preserve user privacy. Lightning is Tor. Tor is running inside of Lightning. Now, Tor is 10 years older than Bitcoin. It existed for a long time before Bitcoin did. Lightning is already a larger Tor network than Tor. There are more Lightning nodes running Tor than there are Tor nodes running Tor. Why is that? Because you get paid to run Lightning nodes, and you don't get paid to run Tor nodes. So it's a service you are being paid for. It is a market. You are being incentivized, and you need no qualifications, and there are no regulators. This is just a thing that has been cryptographically defined that can be bought and sold anonymously, ergo the market will grow. What does that create the opportunity to exist? I think this is a fascinating inversion in the nature of the internet, right? The internet was conceived as a network which routes data. Sometimes we will put payments inside of data. Not usually, but sometimes. And those payments typically, of course, are referring to centralized APIs like dollars and other things we would typically trade on the internet. Lightning inverts this, right? In Lightning, all communication are payments. Sometimes we might put data inside the payment. And this sounds like a simple inversion, but it's deeply, deeply powerful, right? If everything is payment and then instead of data, like, certain problems just can't exist anymore, right? An internet that worked this way cannot suffer DDoS attacks. They are too expensive to even mount, right? That's interesting, okay. Sphinx is one of the, I think, earlier leading projects. It's not successful yet, largely because the Lightning network is not successful. Before Lightning is going to be a meaningful data routing network, it has to become a meaningful payments network a priori. The coffees have to come before the cookies. That's an internet joke. But it will happen. And part of the reason it will happen is because bits move atoms, right? This is something to know, right? Like, the Bitcoin, it took us, I don't know, 100 years to electrify the United States, right? To get power out to everywhere that needed it. It took us 30 to 40 years to get most of the country, like, and there's still not all of it, but most of it on the internet, right? It took Bitcoin 15 years, maybe, to become like a top 20 currency. It took Lightning like 5 years to become bigger than Tor, right? Things are growing fast, and people are investing real-world resources, right? The Bitcoin network is a massive supply chain that uses 1% of global electricity, right? Bits, information, theoretic construct, moved things in the world, caused people to move to places, build companies, build hardware, distribute it, run it. The same thing can happen for telecommunications. Like GoTen is not a company I'm particularly supporting or aware of, or even if they're successful, but I love this quote that they put out there, that mesh networking basically happens when you're getting paid to be in the right place at the right time to route bytes for somebody else. And right now, the chief use case that GoTen is focused on is, military use cases, festivals, rural areas where internet doesn't already exist. But I see no reason why this can't become the paradigmatic model for how everybody connects to the internet. You just paid someone nearby to you to route your bytes wherever they need it to go. And this creates really powerful changes in the entire nature of the internet. I will pause here because I've run out of time. But there are some cool slides that I won't show you. You'll have to invite me back next year, and maybe I can get into it. Any questions? I'm out of time here. Should I even have questions? Should I just bail?
So we can probably do a couple of questions. We've got about 10 minutes before the next.
You mentioned Tor. What's your thought on any of the pair runtime stuff?
Any of the what? I don't even know what that is. Wow. You guys should be up here. I should be a bit there.
Guys one's a big fan of.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Yeah. Is that kind of inverting the relationship? Like instead of having Tor inside of LND or whatever, it's the opposite, that we'll route invoices over the Tor network? Is that the idea? Which the exit node problem, exactly, right? Like, and for those that may not be familiar, because you don't get paid to run Tor, the network remains small. The government basically started running their own Tor nodes and started de-anonymizing exit traffic from the encrypted hidden part of the network. That will be much harder to do if millions of people are being paid to run Lightning nodes. So I think that's a powerful reason why I'm asking us to always use markets to build these things. Any other questions? I think we have time for one more before we got to let other folks in. Please. Oh.
The only person I know that used that in a slide deck. So.
Yeah. Well.
I use it all the time.
Awesome.
Fantastic talk on Bitcoin. I'm curious about your view on Nostr and whether you think unincentivized Nostr relay can truly
Oh, my friend, you're not going to like this one. I think Nostr is just Ethereum for Bitcoiners. Yeah. Again, I don't dispute the goals of Ethereum to decentralize the world. Wonderful, but implementations matter. And I would say Nostr is not following the methodology. Social media is too complex of a thing to solve with a market. We first need to figure out payments and routing and data transfer and algorithms, and then we get to have social media. I'm not at all saying that they should stop, right? Like, I want them to keep going, right? I think they're learning things that will become really, really, really meaningful and useful in 10 years. All right, thanks everybody.
All right, guys, we've got a little bit before Pierre's going to be up here in a little bit, right around 3:45. So if you need to use a restroom, drink whiskey, something like that, please go for it. Buying whiskey for the kids that are sleeping? No. I did not do that. My kids. Well, we didn't buy them whiskey. We bought them a lot of Taco John's last year. Or not last year. Shit, that was 7 years ago. 7 years ago. Same difference, yeah. No, it was, yeah.
anxiously awaiting, because we have a Bitcoin OG, Pierre Rochard, with us. I don't know that we've actually ever met in person before. So he had to come all the way to my hometown for us to meet in person. But we've been obviously friends and Twitter compatriots probably for 8 to 10 years, I would guess, at least. So it goes back a ways. Pierre, it runs research for Riot, and I asked him for the first time, I didn't even know where he's living. He's living in Austin, Texas. Obviously, Riot has most of their facilities in Austin. But his research on Bitcoin mining has become must read. So I see some of you out here who I know read his work every day. But without further ado, let me hand it over to Pierre. Thanks for making the trip.
Thank you, Caitlin, and thank you to the University of Wyoming for the hospitality. I really appreciate being here. This is my second time in Wyoming. The first time was over in Jackson Hole, and I like it here better than in Jackson Hole, I'll tell you what. Excited to share kind of what my perspective on what the value of Bitcoin is, and then tying it into what's going on with Bitcoin mining and the Texas grid. So just a little bit about Riot. We're a vertically integrated real estate, industrial, engineering, procurement, and construction, and operations company. So we self-mine. We only mine Bitcoin at our Rockdale facility. We've got 700 megawatts of capacity, and then our Corsicana facility has 1 gigawatt that we're currently scaling up towards. And we also recently acquired facilities in Kentucky. So we have just 2 hours away in Denver a electrical equipment manufacturing company, ESS Metron, that produces low and medium voltage switchgear, which you can imagine if you're building a industrial scale Bitcoin mining facility, you're going to be buying a lot of switchgear, and so it just made a whole lot of sense to vertically integrate there. Okay, so let's dig into I don't know why I messed with it. I shouldn't have messed with it. Okay. What problem does Bitcoin solve? I think the big problem that Bitcoin solves is the trust or the distrust that we have to have with regards to money. And I think that over the past century, we've had an experiment, a big experiment with fiat central banking. And I think that the distrust in it is growing along a few different angles. One is the wealth inequality that central banking, fiat issuance causes, where you have a set of insiders who are granted a monopoly, a legal monopoly on printing currency, and so they're able to go out and spend that new currency before everyone else, and the rest of us pay for it in the form of inflation at the end of the day. And that having that kind of inequality of issuing the currency causes kind of macroeconomic wealth inequality that has skyrocketed since the 1970s, which is when we really left the gold standard. The other problem is that as the value of our dollars decrease, it pushes us to have to either spend on consumer goods. So you've got more and more people who are living paycheck to paycheck, and they're doing so in a rational manner, because if they were to hold dollars for a long period of time, their purchasing power would evaporate. And if they're not living paycheck to paycheck, what they're doing is investing, and they're having to invest as quickly as possible, right? So either they put it into an index fund, and then suddenly the S&P 500 lacks accountability, and CEOs are doing whatever they want because there's so many passive investors who are just blindly investing in their companies. Or they go out and make risky real estate investments, for example. And so all of this is due to the pressure that they have from monetary inflation, where they feel like they can't just hold cash, they have to go put it to work. They have to go earn a return, and they take on increasingly risky investments to accomplish that. And we see these booms and bust cycles, combined with, when there's a bust, the insiders, magically, they bail themselves out, right? They print $1 trillion. They say, oh, no, I didn't lose any money. You guys lost money. So that is something that is driving an increasing amount of political polarization, of radicalization of people. And so I think that just from a from a socio-political perspective, the system is increasingly creating pressure on people and kind of inflaming things. So the last picture I have on here is of Fort Knox, which is where there's a lot of gold. And this is the other problem that Bitcoin solves, because all of the trends or the arguments against fiat central banking, you can reply with, well, okay, so you want us to go back to gold. No, I don't want us to go back to gold, because gold also had problems, and those problems are what caused the demise of gold and the ascent of fiat central banking. Namely that gold custody tends to centralize, and gold can only ever be in one place physically at one time. And governments have a monopoly on the use of force in a geographic area. So just if you give it enough time, before you know it, the safest place to hold your gold is at Fort Knox, surrounded by the U.S. military and nuclear missiles. Bitcoin does not have that problem because it dematerializes custody, meaning that instead of having stacks of physical gold, now you have 12 words. And those 12 words, or 24 words, that mnemonic seed phrase that is a private key that can enable you to have access to $1 billion worth of Bitcoin is highly scalable, right? So it can be $1,000 worth of Bitcoin or $1 billion worth of Bitcoin. And you can furthermore have it be multi-sig, right? So instead of having one place where the private key is, you could say, okay, we're going to have 2 of 3 or 3 of 5. And so now you're decentralizing custody in a way that makes it harder for state actors or thieves to capture it. So that's what Bitcoin solves with regards to gold and on the custody side. But often overlooked is the cost of verification as well. So in fiat, forget about it, because you can't, there's 2 levels to the verification in fiat. One is the $100 bill. So that's actually really inexpensive to verify. You can get a bill counting machine that'll verify a $100 bill for you. But you're not allowed to audit the Fed, right? If you try to do that, they'll arrest you for trespassing on their property. And you can't audit the gold either, right? So even if you are buying the gold, you would have to have access to a laboratory to melt down the entirety of the gold and to assay it. And so there's tremendous cost to verifying these other monetary assets, whereas with Bitcoin, the cost of verification is very low. You just run a Bitcoin node. So this is kind of all of the different kinds of problems that Bitcoin solves. And let's dig into some more specifics on how the Bitcoin system solves the trust problem. So the first anchor is really around transparency. Bitcoin's code is open source. You can go read every line of code that is, the Bitcoin protocol. There's also different instances of the code base, right? So some people have rewritten the software, the protocol rules, in different programming languages. There's different implementations. Anyone can review the code before you compile it, before you run it. You can go ahead and comb through it. Make sure there's nothing untoward. And then when you're actually using the Bitcoin software, the node software, what it's doing is it's connecting to other peers on the network. It's downloading the entire ledger history, all of the transactions since day 0 of Bitcoin in January of 2009. And it's cryptographically verifying all of this data to ensure that there's no funny business going on. And this is really an unprecedented level of independent auditability, right? Where in traditional audit, I started out in Big Four at Deloitte, you take a sample of transactions. With Bitcoin, you're verifying, you're auditing all the transactions, the whole population, first of all, to make sure that you know where your Bitcoin are, so what is your current balance, but also to know that your balance, if you hold 1 Bitcoin, you hold 1 out of a 21 million possible Bitcoin. So you want to make sure that you own a fixed percentage of the fully diluted supply of Bitcoin. And there's no other way to do that than to use a Bitcoin node or to trust someone else, which defeats the point, right? So this leads us to accountability, right? So you're not just your own bank, you're your own central bank. So when you're running a Bitcoin node, you are the one who is deciding on what protocol rules you want to call Bitcoin, with the big caveat that you have to make sure that those protocol rules are compatible with all your counterparties, right? So if the rest of the world disagrees with you, you're going to be out on your own island. But if you come into consensus, you are a first-class citizen on a peer-to-peer network. The second part of accountability is not your keys, not your Bitcoin. Bitcoin gives you tremendous freedom. Along with that comes responsibility. If you delete your private key, if you delete your wallet, there's no one you can call to undo that, right? You're really out on your own. And so there's a tremendous advantage to not relying on a trusted third party, but that comes with a trade-off that you really have to rely on yourself. Whether you trust yourself or not, I'll leave that to you and your therapist. Okay, reliability. Bitcoin differentiates itself from the fiat system and from gold systems through this decentralization that removes single points of failure. Bitcoin's uptime, it hasn't gone down since 2013, if you want to call that going down, of having a bug that needed to be reversed. And a big part of the reason why Bitcoin is so robust and reliable comes down to the philosophy of the software engineering, where the development process is really focused on the security and stability of the software to make sure that it continues to function, rather than adding bells and whistles, adding new features that would have trade-offs where, okay, now the system is marginally less reliable, but we've got these doohickeys here that can produce digital widgets. So this is a trade-off that Bitcoin has taken. Other cryptocurrencies, in order to compete with Bitcoin, they have to differentiate themselves, right? They can't just do exactly what Bitcoin's doing. And so by differentiating themselves, they do have to make compromises on reliability. And then it's up to you of, are you looking for a monetary system that's reliable, or are you looking for a monetary system that's exciting? And speaking for myself, I think reliability is a little more important in this area. So all of this has led to a tremendous growth in the value of Bitcoin, or the market value of Bitcoin at least, because the fundamentals, they basically haven't changed over the past 16 years. They've improved, but when we look at the market value, it's now worth over $1 trillion of market cap. And this has happened in waves, right? So when we look at Bitcoin price charts, it looks very volatile. And it's mainly because the adoption of Bitcoin happens in waves. We're social animals. We engage in mass hysteria, right? The animal spirits will overtake us, and we're all trying to adopt Bitcoin at the same time. We're all trying to buy it at the same time. And then we all get bored with it, and it crashes, and we're no longer interested in it. So that's how the adoption happens, is through this process. And there's no way to stabilize it. So the way to stabilize it would be to have an active monetary policy, right? To say, okay, we've got a lot of Bitcoin adoption right now. Bitcoin miners, can you produce more Bitcoins to meet this new demand so that the Bitcoin price can not be volatile? That's impossible, right? And so, or in Bitcoin, it's impossible. That there's a fixed monetary policy. And so that's really, you have a trade-off between, okay, we're going to accept the volatility of Bitcoin's price in order to have the stability of its monetary policy, which is the diametric opposite of the Federal Reserve, by the way. Federal Reserve, they're trying to target 2% inflation, and then the monetary policy, they'll add $1 trillion to the money supply to target that 2% inflation, and then it'll go to like 18%, and then they're raising interest rates and all that. So completely different game. Okay. where does Bitcoin mining fit into this system? So the Bitcoin system broadly can be divided into a signing device, which more often referred to as a hardware wallet that will store a private key and then enable you to sign data using that private key. This connects to a wallet. The wallet will craft transactions and communicate with a Bitcoin node, whether it's your node or somebody else's node. And the node is what is doing all of the protocol verification, both of transactions that are coming from wallets to make sure that they're following the rules before adding them to a backlog of transactions, the mempool. And then from the mempool, transactions get included into blocks by mining pools. And so mining pools are batching transactions together in order to provide a sequence, an ordered set of transactions so that you're not spending the same Bitcoin twice. And they take a summary of all of this called the block header, and they send it out to the miners. And the miners take this block header, they pass it through a hash function, SHA-256 squared, and that gives them 256 zeros and ones. Now what they're trying to do is have a certain number of leading zeros. And that number of leading zeros in the hash, that's called the difficulty. So the more leading zeros are asked for, the harder it is to mine Bitcoin. So that's increasing the difficulty. And so we'll get into kind of the hashing part in a second. I just want to put into context that Bitcoin is not just Bitcoin mining, right? Bitcoin mining is a subsystem within Bitcoin. And it's not, we shouldn't hyper-focus on saying, Bitcoin mining is like securing the network. Like, to me, that's a gross oversimplification. I think the nodes are really what's securing the network, and the signing devices are what is securing your Bitcoin, right? Because they've got the private keys on them. And the miners are providing a very particular service, which is essentially a decentralized clock to the network to be able to journalize transactions in a sequence. Now, the other part of it that they're doing is it's not just the transaction finality that you see there to prevent the double spending. It's also the decentralized issuance of Bitcoin to prevent what's called seigniorage. So seigniorage is a technical term in monetary economics referring to the monopoly profits of the currency issuer. So the seigniorage is generally accruing to the sovereign, right, to the U.S. government, although when you look at how dollars get issued, quite often it's through the commercial banking system, and so the seigniorage is really going to the commercial bankers. In any case, what Bitcoin does is Bitcoin mining does is create a competitive market for issuance. So all of that profit gets squeezed to kind of a profit margin that is very comparable to any other kind of commodity market. And so it's not like there's anybody making outsized profits in Bitcoin mining due to the fact that they're able to stop others from mining Bitcoin, right, by having a monopoly on issuance. Okay, so already covered this. This is a great book on the ethics of money production, which looks at it kind of from a historical and academic perspective. Bitcoin is not mentioned once in this book, but you know what? It's the most relevant book in this context of preventing seigniorage.
Isn't it older than Bitcoin?
I think it is, yeah. So I think it does predate Bitcoin. And certainly the ideas predate Bitcoin, because he goes back to the school of Salamanca in Spain in the 1400s. So, it's not like monetary economics started in 2008. But if you're speaking the truth, it's timeless, right? And so it's just very applicable to Bitcoin. Here's Bitcoin's monetary policy. So you see here every 4 years worth of blocks, the issuance, that 10-minute issuance, right, it gets cut in half. So when Satoshi started Bitcoin, he was mining 50 Bitcoin every 10 minutes. Now, the Bitcoin were worthless, so he was earning $0 while mining. He was mining at a loss. He was the OG ideological miner, as Rob would say. And he really was doing it to keep the network alive and to just see, if anybody would join his cryptographic dance. And sure enough, lots of people did join. And then, 2012 got cut in half to 25 Bitcoin, then to 12.5, then to 6.25, then to 3.125, most recently this year. And in 4 years, in 2028, it'll get cut in half again. So a common question for Bitcoin miners is, okay, this is asymptotically approaching zero issuance. The last Satoshi, so one Satoshi is 100 millionth of a Bitcoin. Bitcoin's highly divisible. So there's a total maximum 2.1 quadrillion Satoshis, which is exactly equal to 21 million Bitcoin, just like 100 cents is equal to $1. The last Satoshi will be mined in the year 2140. But even before then, as you see here, when we look at 2036, you essentially have 99-point-something% of the Bitcoin mined. So everybody's fighting over, the last 1.4 million Bitcoin here, that the bulk of it is going to be over the next 12 years. So what happens after that? Well, we have to keep in mind that there's also a lot of transactions happening on Bitcoin. So the quarterly transaction volume, that is, what's the total value of all the Bitcoin outputs being settled on the network, it was $4.3 trillion in Q2. If you annualize that, that's a lot of trillions, right? And it's comparable to other mainstream macro payment systems. Now, that's the payment volume, but the transaction fees are very volatile. So here you see the average transaction fee by quarter. And then I put in purple when was block space utilization over 95%. And so you see that when utilization is high, average transaction fees are high as well. And that there's been historically tremendous volatility. Big question as to whether we've entered into a new era of permanently high fees. As you can see here, these past few quarters have been over $5, whereas historically, it's been below that. But another thing to look at would be, instead of looking at it in dollars, compare it to in sats. So in sats terms, so in Bitcoin-denominated transaction fees have actually gone down over the past decade, whereas the dollar-denominated fees have gone up. So really, you could argue that transaction fees have gone up because of Bitcoin's price going up, not because transaction fees went up. And that is an interesting phenomenon to look at, too. Okay, bringing it, so all of this, the issuance of Bitcoin and the transaction fees, those add up to the top line revenue for Bitcoin miners. Now, where does the cost go? There's a really interesting academic paper written by industrial economists who looked at the blockchain data. And what they found was that, first of all, neoclassical economics has this assumption of perfect competition. And they never find perfect competition until they look at Bitcoin mining. And they say it's a good approximation of reality. And they note that they've never seen anything like it in their industrial economics research. Not only have they never seen this level of competition, but they've also never seen this amount of data availability for their research because it's all on the blockchain, right? That you can back into so much Bitcoin mining data by just looking at what's publicly available. And what they found is that 40% of that top line revenue, right, of the new issuance and of the transaction fees goes and gets spent on electricity. And so from there, whether the electricity is coming from solar, wind, nuclear, hydro, natural gas, that's where that revenue will go. So power producers have to think about Bitcoin mining as just a tremendous source of revenue for their business. And then 60% of the mining revenue is spent on the actual mining rigs, right? The computers that are doing all the hashing. And just want to check on time here. Okay. The hosting, right, or the construction, the overhead, the cost of capital, my salary, all of that. So I highly recommend reading this paper if you're interested in industrial economics or Bitcoin mining, because I thought it was a fascinating read. Now, let's zoom in on the electrical. So this is taking a look at kind of a typical mining rig, the S19 XP. It's got 3 hash boards in it, and each hash board has approximately 100 chips on it. These are ASICs, application-specific integrated circuits. So these are hardwired at the time of manufacturing, in the semiconductor world, to only do one thing, which is to hash SHA-256 squared. Now, Bitcoin is the biggest, user of that hashing algorithm. There's other very small altcoins that also do SHA-256, but I think it's fair to say that this mining rig it's basically only for mining Bitcoin. And it's producing 140 trillion hashes per second because it has to produce lots of hashes to try to find and get lucky and find one that has enough leading zeros. And it does that so when you're hashing, basically you've got this data that has information about the Bitcoin block. And you pass it through the hash function, and then you get these random zeros and ones. If you pass the same data through the same hash function, you will get the same result. It's deterministic. But if you tweak the data a little bit, so there's something called the nonce. So if you increment that nonce, you change the data a little bit, now the output will be completely randomly different. And so that's what allows you to generate 140 trillion hashes off the same data, is by tweaking that nonce a little bit to try to get lucky on the output of this random process to find the needle in the haystack, or the lottery ticket, essentially. So in terms of the total network, there's millions of these mining rigs spread throughout the world. A lot of them are in Texas. So Texas has approximately 15% of the global hash rate, which the global hash rate in electrical terms is approximately 20 gigawatts. I don't even know how to relate that number to an audience, but if all of the Bitcoin mining was in Texas, it would be a third of the Texas grid. Texas grid is approximately 60 gigawatts. Maybe one day we will all be mining in Texas, but let's go and take a look at how Bitcoin mining has integrated with the grid in Texas. So, let's look at this slide. So here's a case study. Let's go back here. Because you're producing 140 trillion hashes per second, you can stop the Bitcoin mining rig and not lose any work that you were in the middle of, because the work happens almost instantaneously. And so this makes Bitcoin mining a highly interruptible load. And then, because it is a perfectly competitive market, the price at which Bitcoin mining is profitable is tied to the price of electricity. And so over the long term, the price of the revenue earned per megawatt is trending towards, okay, what's the global average cost of producing a megawatt? And so currently it stands around $100 per megawatt. Now in this slide, which is from ERCOT, they've got $149 per megawatt hour as kind of the break even for Bitcoin mining, Bitcoin miners in Texas. And what they saw here, this was during the solar eclipse on April 8th. I don't know if y'all remember all the hubbub about it. It was kind of strange. I was driving on April 8th, and there were like people pulled over, from all sorts of different countries, pulled over on the side of the highway, staring up the sky. And it takes a lot of dedication to do that. It didn't make sense to me, but I guess people follow solar eclipses very closely. The power production in Texas, there's approximately 20 gigawatts of solar power. And so that 20 gigawatts went to zero for about half an hour during this solar eclipse. And you see that dip in supply of electricity caused the real-time price of electricity on the wholesale market to increase to $1,000 a megawatt. And so that's what you see here. They've called this system lambda. ERCOT has some of the worst public communication ever. But anyway, that's the price of electricity, dollars per megawatt hour. And so you see here that it went above the break even for Bitcoin miners, which means that then Bitcoin miners are economically incentivized to turn off their mining rigs. And that helps offset the loss of solar generation. And so through the price signal, you're able to balance the grid, and Bitcoin miners having such a low break even is what makes them responsive to the electricity price. A traditional data center, because it's not a perfectly competitive industry, traditional data centers, and for a lot of other factors as well, it's not just that, they have a much higher break even. So to turn off an AWS data center, they might tell you, we won't do it until you pay us $5,000 a megawatt. And so if the market price of electricity only goes to $1,000 per megawatt, that means that the AWS data center stays on through the solar eclipse. So it's all price driven, right? And as it should be, because a market mechanism will give you the most efficient outcome. What's interesting in Texas is that electricity prices can be very high for a very small percentage of the time, and then very low for the rest of the time. So 99% of the time, electricity prices are less than $100 per megawatt. So that's the green, the blue, and the purple here. And then this is sectioned off by month. You see here in August of last year, it was a brutal summer in Texas, which means that we saw a lot of high prices because we had lots of people turning on their AC. We had so these high prices would happen when you had the sunset and the wind was too low and the wind was not picking up. And so with intermittent generation, that means that if you don't have the wind and you don't have the sun and everybody's cranking up their AC, then you're going to have a scarcity event. And that's what we saw happen day after day in August. And the grid, both on the transmission, distribution, and on the power generation side, has to be built to meet that peak demand, or peak net load, but I'll avoid the technicality there. And that means that you essentially have to overbuild the grid so that you can serve those peak hours in the evening in August. You've got to build lots of extra infrastructure, which means that in the shoulder months, the grid is underutilized. And you see these pricing periods, you've got over 50% of the time, the price of electricity is between $0 and $20 per megawatt. You even have in purple here times where electricity prices are negative because the wind is blowing too much and there's too much sunshine. So Bitcoin miners are able to provide lots of revenue for power generation during off-peak times, and then during peak times, they turn off, and that electricity gets rerouted to everybody's air conditioning, which really, being that kind of flexible load is a huge advantage for the grid. Okay, so I want to talk about a topic that often gets brought up, which is about, it's on kind of more the regulatory and policy side, where people say, hey, should Bitcoin miners be blacklisting addresses? That is that when we're including transactions in a block, should we be looking at those transactions and making sure that those addresses are not going to terrorists, right, or to other bad actors? And I think the short answer is no, even though that's the controversial answer. But for a number of different reasons. One is that it's just ineffective because then somebody else, somewhere else in the world will include that transaction and you've accomplished nothing. So it's it would be performative theatrics to do that. The second is that if you don't include a transaction, that means that you don't take the transaction fee. And so what you're saying is that you want the transaction fee to go to a foreign Bitcoin miner. And so essentially, it would be just a benefit to foreign miners to say to US-based miners, hey, you're not allowed to take this money. And the third is that, let's say it was effective, it creates a problem where the easiest way to seize Bitcoin is to have the criminal deposit at a exchange, at a fiat on and off ramp. If you're preventing the criminal from moving their Bitcoin, then they're not going to be able to get it to a fiat exchange, and you're not going to be able to surprise them and seize the Bitcoin. And so it really is counterproductive from a law enforcement perspective to be freezing transactions. The other part is that when a Bitcoin miner is including a transaction in a block, they are timestamping it. It's akin to a notary public or to an expert witness. And to say that, well, we don't want the accused to be paying for an expert witness. All sorts of weird questions around that. And it's also, why would you not want to have evidence that the crime occurred? Why are you trying to prevent evidence from entering into an immutable blockchain? And then the last point, probably the most controversial for those privacy-oriented, is that companies like Chainalysis have developed lots of tools to trace Bitcoin transactions. Now, they're not perfect. They are heuristics. We often see them get abused, where they kind of make leaps of judgment that are inappropriate. But nevertheless, they have also, in other instances, actually had results of, catching bad guys and putting them in jail. Another topic that gets brought up that I figured would be of interest to this to anyone talking about Bitcoin mining is 51% attack, right? Where, okay, what happens if you have a bad actor acquire somehow 51% of the hash rate? And that they're able to censor the Bitcoin blockchain, either by selectively, not including transactions, or by just not including any transactions, or only including spam, right? Not including any legitimate, certified monetary transactions, or censoring in order to double spend. So here is really where Bitcoin mining is anti-fragile. So if that were to happen, the response to that is a market-driven response of transaction fees in the mempool, in the backlog of transactions, that cannot be censored, that essentially you would be sending a signal to other hash rate of, hey, we need more hash rate to come online in order to pick up these transactions. And then either the attacker would defect and pick up those juicy transaction fees, or they would be uneconomical and get outcompeted by the honest miner. And so really the ability to bid up transaction fees in response to an attack is far more valuable than this idea of having high transaction fees before the attack as some kind of deterrent. All right, that's it. Happy to take any questions or comments. Yeah?
Here, can I ask, you were at the mining parallel event today, and there was some conversation about Wyoming. We export 90% of it. We're an energy producer. We export 90% of the energy. And a big reason why we're not Texas for the Bitcoin miners is because the public utility forces the transmission, which of course Wyoming is so vast. So there's big transmission costs. Do you have recommendations if Wyoming is never able to get that fixed for how Wyoming can attract more Bitcoin miners?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the tremendous advantages that differentiates Bitcoin mining from lots of other energy-intensive industries is its mobility. And so you can make the Bitcoin mining go to the generator rather than having to build transmission. So behind the meter, I think, is the big opportunity in that context. In Texas, when we look at our Rockdale facility here, it was built adjacent to an abandoned aluminum plant, which meant that you had existing electrical infrastructure that was being underutilized, a switch yard that had empty bays where the transmission company was like, hey, you want to plug in? Go ahead and plug in. It's no incremental cost to the system because it's actually just sitting here dormant. And so finding underutilized assets, going to the power generator, I think it could be the unlock. The other is to, bite the bullet, which is, the very difficult thing that Texas did was deregulation of saying, okay, well, ERCOT is going to do all the transmission planning. They're going to be the clearinghouse, the order book, and they're going to be agnostic as to what the load is and what the generator is. And then they're going to have a free market on both sides of the transmission and distribution, so that they can deliver the lowest cost energy to residential and retail and industrial users. And so I think that's probably very politically difficult when you have entrenched interests who are, they might be earning a regulated rate of return, and they like that. They don't want to change that. And so maybe finding sweeteners to help them, join us on this journey and not be antagonistic might work out. But I think the behind the meter is, and behind the meter is actually, it's increasing in its, people are talking about it more because it's happening more. Part of it is because of Bitcoin mining. Part of it is also because AWS announced that they were going behind the meter at a nuclear plant, and it raised all sorts of equity questions where it's like, okay, indirectly they are increasing transmission costs by being behind the meter, and is that fair? How do we allocate that? So it raises all sorts of policy questions. I believe FERC at the federal level just had a workshop to kind of start thinking about how to deal with behind the meter growth of load now that load can kind of go to generation rather than historically how it's worked.
Where is that nuclear place? AWS would find, that's interesting.
I'd have to Google it. I believe it was with Talon, and it was all very press released, publicized, and it caused some consternation for the entrenched players getting disintermediated. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah.
So you said earlier, you said that the nodes are, you believe, are like a final arbiter, like a security of the network. You said that's correct?
Correct.
So I've had this discussion before. I'm trying to understand. I might be wrong here. I don't know for sure. But why would the miners not be the final kind of arbiter of security? If a node, let's say a Bitcoin miner, let's say the cost of mining Bitcoin is just electricity bill is what, tens of thousands of dollars worth of 50 grand right now?
Yeah.
And what's the cost to spin up a node? Tens of dollars?
Right.
So why would the miners not really have the basic option that they could call at any time to spin up their own nodes for like orders of magnitude cheaper and then be the final arbiter of security?
Because even if you're running 10,000 nodes, those are still your 10,000 nodes. You haven't replaced other people's nodes. And so then as a miner, you're taking the work, the proof of the work that you did, that winning hash with that block header and the nonce and the Coinbase transaction that's going to pay you, and you're sending it to all the nodes, and those nodes are verifying the work you did. And so you're proposing a block, and if they reject it as invalid, then you don't get any revenue. And so you've put in all this cost and you don't get any revenue because you were trying to unilaterally change the rules. The nodes, so for example, for a Bitcoin miner, their node doesn't matter as much as the node that, for example, their exchange is using, right? So if you're going to sell your Bitcoin to pay your electricity bill, you'd better be on the same consensus as Coinbase or Kraken or whatever exchange you're using to sell your Bitcoin, because if your 10,000 nodes are now an island and you're following your own rules, and then you send a transaction to Coinbase, Coinbase is going to say, hey man, you're in your own world, so you're on your own. And so that's really why. I don't know if that helps or if it just muddies the water. So it's an intersubjective consensus. So each node it's really representing the views of the node operator. It's not like the more nodes you have, the more power you have. Your power is very much constrained by it's, people say, oh, well, it's economic nodes, right? Like I mentioned the exchange. And I think that even that is an oversimplification. I think that it goes further than what nodes are currently operating. It's almost like, what's the cost of me starting a node, right? And so in a sense, it's not just the current nodes that are on the network today, it's the potential nodes that could be on the network if something were to happen and somebody, suddenly I find some motivation to run a node because my trust level has been, compromised for some reason, and I no longer trust Coinbase, so I'm going to spin up my own Bitcoin node and withdraw my Bitcoin to my keys and verify it on my own node because I don't trust them. Bitcoin miners are very much slaves to the nodes in the sense, in two senses. One is the halving, right? So if we were in charge, we would never allow the halving to happen. And the second is in the difficulty adjustment. If we were in charge, we would never allow for there to be a difficulty adjustment. And so the nodes are the ones that are doing these things to us, turning the screws. And that's outside of our control. And so we're very much the slaves to the masters that are the nodes, which is really interesting because, as you mentioned, it's so inexpensive to run a Bitcoin node. And so there's a tremendous asymmetry between it doesn't cost a lot to be in charge, and it's very expensive to have the privilege of carrying these transactions for the network. And that asymmetry is very important because ultimately that's what makes Bitcoin decentralized. If it was expensive to run a Bitcoin node, Bitcoin would be centralized, and then whoever can afford the cost would be writing the rules for everyone else. It's the low cost of verification, which ultimately is what secures Bitcoin. All right, well, I think I'm up on time anyway. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, 2 more. Well, I don't think it's a threat in the sense that it's not new to have custodians in Bitcoin. Overall, I think the quality of the custodians has increased over time, maybe just due to survivorship bias, right? That the Mt. Goxes and the FTXs of the world blow up and disappear, and the more responsible actors like Coinbase endure and survive. But look, Coinbase could get hacked tomorrow and all of those Bitcoin in the ETFs are gone. What happens at that point? I don't know. I think that it would be a tremendous shock for a lot of people when we say, hey, we can't undo it. So you got to buy the Bitcoin again. Yeah, it's hold your own keys. Don't rely on an ETF. Flip side to that is for some people, holding it in an ETF is lower risk than holding their own keys because they're not tech savvy and they trust their broker that they've been working with for 30 years. So I think there's trade-offs and different demographics, but overall, I'd say, I'm not using an ETF. Did you have a question?
Well, I was going to ask a question for the non-Bitcoiners.
Yeah.
I know the answer to it, you know the answer to it, but what happens as the block reward goes down? How are miners going to maintain profitability and actually maintain the network? Like basically, the mining doesn't.
Yeah. So there's no rule that says that miners are owed a living, right? So if the revenue decreases by half, and half the miners are unprofitable and they go out of business, I think that's fine. I mean, these are for-profit businesses. They're not like charities where we need to be contributing to leave a legacy or something, right? So they're not owed a living. They'll gladly pivot to HPC, to AI, to whatever is the next best profit maximizing solution for them. So in one sense, like Bitcoin mining revenue, you could imagine it one day, let's say there's no more subsidy, right? There's no more Bitcoin being added to the ledger, and transaction fees are de minimis because scalability has been solved. There's no longer any congestion issues. Transaction fees are $1 a day total, which means that there's only one guy with his laptop sitting, in his parents' basement mining, and you've got trillions of dollars settling on the Bitcoin network, and this guy's the only one doing it. It's not a problem. Now, if he starts censoring transactions, now transaction fees start going up. Now more Bitcoin miners are attracted, and now you've got two guys on their laptops mining, right? So it decentralizes itself as necessary, and it centralizes itself as necessary. But because it's permissionless and open, that's ultimately what makes it so dynamic and scalable in either direction. Now, I think that when we look at the future, there is going to arguably be a period of peak mining, right? Where, let's say Bitcoin reaches full adoption, 100% adoption, Bitcoin price is $10 million per Bitcoin, and transaction fees are stable at a steady rate. With each halving, now you're going to have less and less Bitcoin mining, and from a certain height. And there was actually a research report published by NIDIG, along with co-authored by Nick Carter, that had a really great chart on this, showing, okay, Bitcoin mining total is 20 gigawatts today. We project that peak gigawatts will be like 200 gigawatts or something. And then it'll slowly just taper off over time. So it's not like Bitcoin mining is going to continue to grow until it's consuming all the electricity in the universe, which is like some kind of hyperbole that sometimes I hear. All right. Well, thank you all for coming. Thanks for the great questions.
Everyone, just to let you know, we have a 10-minute break in this room, and then we'll have Caitlin do her keynote, and she's also going to be joined by Trevor Rutar of Kraken Financial, and we're going to talk Wyoming SPDIs. So about 10 minutes, and then the room comes back. Thank you so much for doing this. That was great, by the way. Thanks.
Okay, I have the distinct pleasure of introducing our finale for this evening, and that's going to be Trevor Ritter with Kraken Financial and Caitlin Long with Custodia, and specifically to talk about special purpose depository institutions, their creation, how your business is operating within them. Caitlin, do you guys are just going to riff, or do you want a moderator? Perfect. If you want me to. I'm going to say the hard things, though, right? You know that. Okay, so we're going to start with ending the Federal Reserve. Too soon? No? All right.
Check. Check, check, check.
Neither of them can say that, obviously. That's
No
their
comment.
regulator. But, oh, you got to hold it in for a little bit. Yep.
There we
we're
go.
Good to go.
Thank you.
All right. So starting with Caitlin. Caitlin, would you kind of talk to us about yourself, introduce yourself, what Custodia is, those things?
Grew up in Wyoming, was in New York for almost 30 years, and then came back. This is my hometown. I went to college here for undergrad, and got partnered up with Tyler and with Chris Land, wherever Chris is, the 3 Ls, that worked on all those early years blockchain bills. And the history of the Special Purpose Depository Institution Charter is really simple. There were a whole bunch of entrepreneurs who showed up in Wyoming in 2018 when I put out the call on Twitter to the industry to come in and just let the legislators meet all of us and learn we were serious people, and the perception that crypto is for nothing but criminals, which, by the way, I heard through one of my tentacles that a senior person at the Federal Reserve said that 2 weeks ago. They still think that at the Federal Reserve. They need to get out more. But needless to say, we were fighting that perception in 2018, and it's 2024. I think Wyoming's well moved past that perception, but obviously the Federal Reserve hasn't yet, but we'll get there. And what they saw at the legislative session was 2 things that Senator Nethercott, for those of you who were here yesterday, commented to me that it wasn't the usual crowd. She said, you know, at all these cocktail events that the legislators have, it's usually the same people showing up again and again, and this was not the usual crowd. And Mark Greer, who was then a committee chair, said the thing that he noticed was that people were coming up from Colorado, and usually it's, you know, the best exports, if you will, the best students from Wyoming are leaving Wyoming to go to Denver and go to the big city. And so those 2 things really struck the legislators, and that mattered back then when everybody was just trying to get up to speed on all this. So the entrepreneurs came in and they said their biggest problem was debanking. This industry keeps losing bank accounts, and so the state set about to try to solve that problem, and we had one thing we really needed to solve for, which is that the FDIC was not going to provide FDIC insurance to startup banks that were going to touch this industry. We knew that, and it was the then banking commissioner, Faulkner, who said, well, there is such a thing as an uninsured bank charter, and oh darn, if you're not going to have FDIC insurance, then you better not lend. You better be a 100% reserve bank. Oh darn, and that resonated with folks like Tyler. And so that's what got this whole thing started. And they're designed specifically to be digital asset custodians. There are 4 of us who've been chartered, of which 2 are operating. And obviously, we're mired in litigation with the Fed, which rug pulled after 100 meetings. Chris was meeting with the state or with the Fed weekly for almost 2 years. And the state invested a lot of money and time into this and doing it right, and in doing it with the Fed, and the Fed lied by saying that, oh, they were just talking about regular Wyoming banking business, like they needed to meet every week about the small number of banks in the state of Wyoming. Obviously not true, but it should be sanctionable that the Fed said that. Yeah, Chris just mentioned that. I think that's right. I mean, because it's not accurate that the Fed is saying those things. It's not accurate. It's misleading, because the state was meeting every week with them about the new charter, and here we are.
Trevor.
Well, hello, everybody. I know we stand between you and drinks tonight. And thank you, Caitlin, for letting me crash your keynote and turn it into a panel. I'm Trevor Ritter. I'm the CEO of Kraken Financial. A little bit about my background, 20 years in traditional finance, and saw Bitcoin, blockchain. This is the way of the future. So with a long time left in my career, I could either be part of the disrupted or one of the disruptors. So it's an easy choice. Kraken in general is an exchange, a cryptocurrency exchange. We're one of the world's largest, and we've got many pairs, we've got many locations around the world, and we were started in 2011 out of the Mt. Gox hack. Our founder and CEO, Jesse Powell, said there's got to be a better way to do this. He flew to Japan, he was looking at what happened from that hack, how he could help, and he said we need to have a secure exchange. So that was what Kraken was found on, is that security, and that's the part of our ethos even today. As things morphed over the next few years, we were watching what was happening in the regulatory environment, and Wyoming was passing all of these laws that you've heard about today and in these past conferences, and we said, this is a state that's doing it right. And the ethos was so matching with what Kraken was doing. We value the libertarian values, freedom of speech, freedom of thought, freedom of choice. So Wyoming was a really good partner in that. So we put our hat in the ring for the charter. We were the first to get the charter. Caitlin actually beat us to launch, and that's because we pivoted our business plan because of this Fed master account issue that you hear a lot about and will continue to hear about. So that's a little bit about Kraken, a little bit about myself. Kraken Financial launched earlier this year. Our primary products are we're a crypto bank, so we do digital assets and we do dollars. So we've got a deposit account, and we also do crypto custody. And that's been, because we can't get the Fed master account at this point in time, really where our big focus has been is in that custody.
Perfect. Anecdotally, I would like to note, and you can tell Jesse this, the first time I ever flinched around somebody from the crypto industry was actually Jesse Powell. When he showed up in Jackson in a mohair muumuu, I questioned whether or not we were going down the right road. And then he began to espouse these libertarian principles that we all lean into so much. I was like, okay, he's one of us, just kind of dressed like a weirdo a little bit.
Funny story about that. It was like the first and only time he's worn a suit. And so we said,
Exactly.
no, you're meeting with regulators. You really got to put...
But the funny thing is, he showed up in a suit because I guess folks told him he had to get a suit for his charter hearing, and he showed up in a suit. And of course, it's like a Peaky Blinders, like several inches above the ankle, the skinny jean kind of cut, and then he had these spectacles, these round spectacles, and he walked up to me and said, "Do I look like a banker now?" And it was Jesse's style on Jesse's take on looking like a banker. I love it.
Fun times. So
Yeah.
when we're talking about special purpose depository, I think everybody's relatively in the know on some of the issues that you're currently facing. But talk to us about some of the issues that maybe are not quite on the nose, or it's not in a 10th Circuit case, something that you guys have really struggled with and you've had to overcome.
Yeah, maybe.
Did that one die?
I think it might have died. Well, Kraken fights the SEC a lot, and so you hear a lot of the discussion about what Caitlin's doing on Fed Master account. We're kind of letting her fight that fight because we can't fight all the battles, nor can she. So the SEC is one that we've been talking about. What's a security? What's not a security? What is the registration process? And of course, you've heard Gary Gensler talk about just come and talk to us, fill out the form. We have tried since day one to get that through. So. There's now some lawsuits that we can't talk a lot about, but we're going to see those through true fruition. So there's some guidance on the industry in that regard.
By the way, how about that Chuck Gray speech at lunch? That was stunning. I was so happy. I think he's the hot new politician in the Bitcoin world because very few people have met him before, and that was a full-throated, rousing protection of what we all stand for, both in Wyoming, and him calling for Gary Gensler to be fired was just beautiful. He's the securities regulator of Wyoming. I don't know how many people really understand that nuance, but anyway, Candidly, the biggest challenge is banking is very highly regulated. We filed our reply brief, our final brief in the lawsuit today, and one of the things we point out is that the number of women-owned banks in the country is 0.4%. Why is it so low? And is that intentional? We don't ask that question in the brief, but the reason I pointed it out is when you have such a rules-based regulatory system, what does it do? The first thing it does is it locks in the old guard, and who's the old guard? It's the incumbents. And so you just don't see, a diversity of small d diversity of people being able to start new things because they just can't break in. And Elon Musk had a really interesting point related to this, which is that when you overregulate, eventually, if you keep regulating, everything becomes illegal. And that was a profound thought. But there's so much regulation about how banks have to be set up to integrate with the Fed. And one of the things that I really respect about what Trevor's done at Kraken, having pivoted away from the business plan around a Fed master account, at least for now, is you didn't have to go through some of the just crap that we had to go through to get ready to integrate with the Fed. And it is such an incestuous game. I alluded yesterday that there are a lot of things that I haven't yet talked about that would just make people's jaws drop. And one of them is that the Fed picks approved integrators, and every bank has to use one of those. And what do you think those approved integrators do? Because they have market power, there are only a handful of them. In fact, there were originally just 3. And when you're one of 3, and in order to get access to the payment system, which is what makes a bank, that you have to use one of those 3, they just rape the banks. And some of these contracts are 7-year contracts. And if the bank wants to sell itself or merge, always inevitably the big issue is what is the core contract at the bank that's being acquired, because the contractual terms are that if the contract is canceled, that the bank has to pay out the entirety of the contract. This is nuts. This is the reason why the banks are so far behind on technology, and they're protected by the Fed because of this. And it's interesting that Rohit Chopra at the CFPB put he's looking into this oligopoly of the banking cores. Again, if you're fat and happy and you have 7-year guaranteed contracts and the Fed is not going to ever turn you off, what do you think those companies do? Do you think they ever innovate? They have zero reason to invest. There's no reason to invest in CapEx or anything like that. And so lo and behold, one of the challenges that I know Trevor and I both had is to create a bank that's going to have technology that can interface with the digital asset world. It needs to be API based. And guess what we found? Those original cores don't even have APIs. They're that far behind. And so you wonder why the banking industry is so antiquated. It's the Fed, ultimately, because of these decisions that it has made that the banks have to live under.
Yeah, a couple of things I would add to that is, I think Caitlin has said it in the past, and you've got this front end 21st century technology on the front, but it's connected to a horse and buggy back end, so that's got to be fixed. And Bill Gurley of Silicon Valley fame in investing, he talks about regulatory capture a lot, and everything that is put forward in legislation usually is to protect the incumbents. So we're seeing this in banking, obviously, with these examples, but it happens a lot within federal or state regulation. That's overreaching.
Well, and so obviously the Federal Reserve has been a huge issue for both of your entities. To the point with Kraken Financial, you pivoted your business. But let's talk about some of the other entities that might be the useful idiots of the Federal Reserve that also stood in your way and prevented you. For instance, how did your routing numbers go?
Yeah, I talked about that yesterday. You knew that I had kept that quiet. I'll actually give a little bit of a story. I've met the head of the ABA, at a conference. Guess what? There's a conference once a year with the top 60 bank CEOs in the world. Kind of, when I found out about that, I got invited, and I don't want to out the person who invited me, because this was pre-FTX, and he said, look, there's somebody who's really trying to do this in a lawful and compliant manner and get inside the bank regulatory perimeter. Let's invite her and let's listen. And the head of the ABA was there, and he came running up to me afterwards, and we all applied to become members of the ABA and got denied. And we all had challenges getting our ABA routing number. ABA routing numbers are necessary but not sufficient to access the payment system. And the ABA sat on our application for almost 18 months. And it's a complicated structure, but what was so interesting is that I actually had a really good conversation with the head of the ABA after that conference. Again, stop and think about it. The top 60 bank CEOs get together once a year. Where are the antitrust authorities on that? Okay? And here's the other funny thing. I'm used to being in an environment where there are not a lot of women. There was not a single woman CEO from the United States, other than me. Not a single woman CEO from Europe. Guess where the other 2 women of the 60 who were there were from? Middle East and Asia. I was really floored. All these, virtue signaling, Americans and Europeans, and not a single one was a woman from those banks. Now, of course, the CEO of Citigroup is a woman. She just happened not to be there. But anyway, the reason I bring it up is I was really floored after having that positive conversation, and I think there are bigger forces at work, because I know full well that they know and respect who I am and what we're doing here. And yet, look what they're actually doing in their actions, trying to stymie us, refusing to let us join their organization, and acting in an anti-competitive fashion in multiple other ways.
Yeah, similar story for us. Like mid-2022, we got a call from the ABA office, and they said, congratulations, you've got a routing number. We're like, all right. And they said, let's talk about your Fed services. What? Let's do that. So we started talking about that, and they said, oh, it's stuck in the risk and credit department. You have to talk to them. So we have this routing number that plugs into nowhere, nobody, trying to work with like correspondent banks or things like that. And it's just layer of bureaucracy, expense, taxation on the system. So they've really painted it into a corner.
Someone who knows the answer. No, asks the question, why did we get our routing number? It suddenly appeared. Trevor has a similar experience. Do you want me to tell the real story? Can I tell the real story? Okay, the real story. Yeah, I figured that, but I want to be sure. Okay, some of the machinations, just so you get a sense of how just small c corrupted all is. Okay, it just is. We got our routing numbers after waiting and frankly threatening to sue the ABA for the delay, which was, I think, in both of our cases about 18 months. Here's the way the Fed works. The Fed operates above the law and refuses to submit to congressional oversight. There was an investigation into Fed master accounts and the Fed's practices, and the Fed just ignored all the congressional requests for their appearance and for documentation. It just literally ignored it, never even answered. Okay, so how does congressional oversight work if an agency refuses to submit to oversight? So here's the bottom line. The only reason we got our ABA routing numbers is because the Fed needed to get votes to get out of Jay Powell's nomination to get out of the Senate Banking Committee. Okay, and here's what's crazy. There are 4 Wyoming Speedy Banks. 3 of us have our eligibility letters from the Fed and our ABA routing numbers. The 4th doesn't yet. Why? Because they came along later. And the Fed didn't need anything from Congress, and so the Fed has taken the position that they have to prove that they're a depository institution eligible to apply, when the Fed has given the other 3 Wyoming Speedies our eligibility letters, and they have the exact same charter. This is nuts. It's corrupt.
I think it's also important to note that the American Banking Association is a private association, and yet they have the keys to issue routing numbers in the United States. That's not held by an agency. It's not governed by any laws. It's governed by what is, in fact, an actual lobbying group. I mean, it is, the Banking Association lobbies. I mean, there it is.
It is a lobbying group. Being in this fight, I've done a lot of reading of Fed history, and it's such an important history because banking used to be entirely private in the United States, and the states were the ones that issued bank charters. All the way up until the Civil War, the only federal chartered banks in the United States were the First Bank of the United States, which was the first central bank. That lasted 5 years, and Jefferson took it down, I believe. And then the Second Bank of the United States also only lasted 5 years. Up until the Civil War, there were no federally chartered banks. There was no involvement whatsoever by the federal government in banking. And then there was a decision to create a federal charter and a federal chartering authority, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. And then fast forward, the Fed got created in 1913 and the FDIC in 1934. The Fed was created to be a utility for all the banks as a payment system. The FDIC was created also to be a utility for all the banks as the insurance company. They were not supposed to control anything. They were just pure utilities, and everybody was supposed to get access to them. This whole fight over access wasn't supposed to happen, but the reason I bring up all that history is that all of banking was private. There was the panic of 1907, and JP Morgan was the lender of last resort, and he realized, hey, if there were ever an even bigger panic than that, I want to be able to create a Fed put so that I don't lose all my wealth, because what if the panic is even bigger than anything that JP Morgan could have bailed out back then? So the Fed got created in 1913, and here's what's interesting about it. As I read the history, and the reason I bring this up is it's a little more complicated than the ABA being just a lobbying organization, because here's what happened. There was an actual taking of property with the creation of the Federal Reserve from the bankers at that time. They were forced into this system. Originally, it was voluntary, but then they were forced into it. And but the bankers made that bargain back then. And so the bankers of that time would have the argument that what the US government did to them was took their property and forced them into this system. But that was a long time ago. And ever since then, it has turned into a system of privatized profits and socialized losses. And one of the most interesting things about the lawsuit filing that I found interesting about the Fed's filing in our lawsuit from about a month ago is that the Fed admitted it's guaranteed by the US taxpayer. And I asked, because remember, the Federal Reserve is privately owned. And I asked a Fed historian whose book is, if you're interested in this history, I highly recommend Peter Conti Brown's book it's called The History of the Federal Reserve. He actually, by the way, as a side note, he introduced me to Wyoming's first congressman who warned that the creation of the Federal Reserve would create an entity that would centralize in its control, and that the power over credit in the United States would centralize in Washington, D.C. and New York. He was spot on. He was a rancher from around Sundance, from Crook County.
Yeah. Northeast Wyoming is the best place in the earth.
Frank Mondell was his name. I'd never heard of him, and I looked him up. I'm like, man, was he prescient. But I totally lost my train of thought about the creation of the taxpayer backing. Yeah, that's right. It has evolved such that even though it's privately owned, the U.S. government guaranteed it. And I asked the historian, the author of that book, Peter Conti Brown, if he'd ever seen it in writing before, and it never so starkly. He pointed out that if you pull out a dollar bill from your wallet, it says Federal Reserve note, and so that's an implicit guarantee by the U.S. taxpayer, but it's never been admitted quite so starkly. So that actually made some news.
Okay, so obviously issues with the federal government, they suck. Wyoming's pretty great though. So let's talk about the Special Purpose Depository Institution unto itself And why did each one of your entities decide that that chartering process was something that you wanted to pursue? What stood out to you?
Yeah, for us, it was a couple of different things. First and foremost, Wyoming being forward in this created this laboratory for innovation, and we could explore this charter here. And it made sense because of its full reserve backing nature. It could enable us what we wanted to do for the larger exchange, so that was pretty attractive to us. We also had clear laws that were passed, and I think they were talked about this morning, privacy, property rights assigned to your Bitcoins. Since then, they've passed laws about not being forced to produce private keys in courts and things like that.
Criminal or civil.
That's right. So that's a really big deal to our clients. Yep. And then also, there's this ethos of self-custody with digital assets, and we're absolutely fully supportive of that, and we try and enable that. But not everybody can do that. Large institutionals can't by law. They hedge funds or asset managers, they have to have a qualified custodian that can do that. And so banks are qualified custodians. So that's a designation saying that you have met all the thresholds to become one. You've got high capital requirements, you have exams, you've got financial reports and audits that have to be completed, and there's really clear rules in bankruptcy. So we are considered bankruptcy remote, meaning that if there ever was a failure of an SPDI, it goes through an unwinding process. I'll go a little bit deeper and talk about bailment a little bit. So this is an issue where, like a coat check, you never give up ownership of your property, you just give it to someone for safekeeping, and then when you want it back, you can have that. That's what SPDIs do, is that ownership never changes. So all of those things combined made the SPDI the perfect structure for what we wanted to provide for clients.
Caitlin?
This is a passion project for me. I was working with, there were 150 different groups that kicked the tires on the Speedy Charter back when it first became available as of October 2019. And the Commissioner of Banking didn't think the vast majority of them would make it through the Fed. And so he didn't agree to charter the vast majority of them. But what I was learning at the time, because this was just, for fun for me, and it wasn't officially working, just talking to a lot of groups trying to help them get ready to apply. And what I was learning is the capital requirement was high, and a lot of folks just didn't think they could come up with the amount of money required to get the bank charter. And then a lot just, like Commissioner Faulkner at the time said, just weren't going to make it through the Fed. Now, the funny thing is, none of us made it through the Fed, and some of the crazy things you'll see in our lawsuit filing today, some things got unsealed that the Fed sealed in the district court filings. And they, of course, sealed the nice things they said about Custodia. Here's what actually happened. When we first started to apply, they had all these nice things to say about us. And one of the first examples that comes to mind was how impressive our experience was. And then what the Fed said publicly was that we had limited and deficient experience. And it's just, there were like 8 categories of total flip-flops like that. So the real story was that they really did respect us. They were papering the file to create a politically motivated denial post-FTX. So it's fun to be able to reveal all that today. And so I don't think the fact that none of us got our master accounts meant that none of us could make it through. There were obvious factors at work that had nothing to do with us. It was a very politically motivated decision in Washington, D.C. We know from having gone through discovery that it was very much driven by FTX. The timeline was FTX failed. 2 weeks later, Vice Chair for Supervision Michael Barr held a meeting to talk about Custodia. That was the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. The first draft of the denial memo appeared Monday after Thanksgiving.
Fascinatingly enough, and something that isn't talked about enough, is the fact that FTX and several other entities that are now gone had looked at Wyoming's laws pretty hard and had considered moving to Wyoming, but ultimately the burden must have been too high, right?
Right. For a fraudster, you bet.
Right. So that's a real gold star for Wyoming. I mean, we were confusingly accused multiple times of deregulating this entire industry. Before Wyoming came along, there was no regulations. So what the hell would we have deregulated?
Right.
So it's kind of an interesting aside there. So when we're talking about speedies, and obviously this is a passion project for Caitlin, and match the morals of your business, Trevor. Specifically through the chartering process, what was that like? Because the Wyoming State Board of Bankers exists traditional banks. So what did those individuals have to say when you were coming forward with this new novel charter in your chartering process?
Sure, it's interesting, but we thought the chartering process would be the hard part. It was
Same
not.
here.
Getting the charter was one point, but then trying to open and operate was entirely more difficult. But I would say during it was very, you had to provide testimonials. You had to have a huge book full of all of the compliance regulations that you were going to do to submit your application for the charter. And the board had to be interviewed by these bankers. They had to understand your business model, what you were doing, how deep was your compliance background, and everything of that nature. There were a lot of closed door meetings too, where executive sessions would really comb through the business plan and what it was you were planning to do. And it was met with criticism at first from the bankers, because the bankers board who approves all of these had to understand the industry, what we were trying to do. Were we a threat? Were we a competitor? Were we after a different sort of client base? And then eventually they voted on the application, and everybody voted aye. And these were bankers who were voting for this. So they understood our business model because of all the application process, and then granted our charter in September of 2020.
Yeah, and I went and talked to all of the Speedy CEOs just to confirm this, but every Speedy charter that was chartered was voted unanimously to be chartered. And to Trevor's point, it's I think 5 bankers and 2 private citizens on the Wyoming State Banking Board, so we had to actually cross the hurdle of the bankers. So that was why I was noting it was rather interesting that the Wyoming Bankers Association came forward to be adverse to the state in our lawsuit, when the actual bankers, and there are probably, it rotates around, but I would guess 20 different individual bankers have served on that Wyoming State Banking Board since the Speedy charter started coming through, and every one of them voted yes on every Speedy application. Yeah.
Well, a super interesting point that you're essentially making is that while the Wyoming Banking Association, the lobbying organization for the bankers, seems to be adverse, it seems like the traditional small-town banks across the state of Wyoming tend to be very pro, at least by their votes that they've demonstrated as they served on that board. So that's kind of quirky.
It is quirky. As I pointed out yesterday, it's pretty clear interests from outside of Wyoming were involved here.
I suspect that there's attorneys at work, Chris Land. I gotta pick on Chris. Oh, easy. I wasn't going there. I mean, you're my friend. Oh, yeah, let's go with the question. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the state of Wyoming has come up with this novel legislation, and they've created these really interesting structures. Is there anything the state could do or didn't do that could have supported you more fully in your efforts to obtain master accounts and or some of these other structures? Because it seems to me it's like there was a lot of they had a lot of not press conferences, but they slapped themselves on the back a lot. But when it came to actually executing against that they created, they stumbled.
Yeah, the question for those watching live is there anything else that Wyoming could have done? Because there was definitely some self-congratulation, but when the going got tough, did we get as much support as we could have gotten? One thing that I will say is that I do believe that the state had a cause of action and standing to sue on our behalf. And it's been tough for Custodia to have to fund that lawsuit. And we disclosed yesterday that the costs of operating without a Fed master account ever to date for us are north of $8 million. That does not include our litigation costs. So this has been crushing for us as a small organization. And yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to potentially at some point walking through all these damages, looking at all kinds of ways we can recover that. But it sure would have been nice had the state stepped up to defend its laws in that regard and not have to have the private companies bear that cost.
And I think they're recognizing that now. There's a Defense of State Banking Act making its way through the legislature to hopefully allow them to take up more steps. It's also been proposed in the past, the state of Wyoming getting its own FedMaster account, and then it doesn't have to be holden to the whims of the Fed with particular institutions. So I think it's something that the state has recognized and the legislature has, and they're thinking creatively about how they might be able to address it.
I talked to Secretary of State Gray after his tremendous speech at lunch today, and he wasn't aware that the state of Florida CFO, who's the equivalent of the treasurer of Wyoming, actually put out a press release last month. He's so sick of all the debanking that's happened to law-abiding citizens in Florida that he's proposed to create a state-owned bank called the Sunshine Freedom Bank. And it's two things. It's to stop all the debanking so that if Washington, D.C. overreaching federal regulators target particular industries or people, that they will always be able to get a bank account from the state-owned bank. And then the other is, he said they tallied up how much money they pay away to New York and San Francisco banks, and they would want to keep it in Florida.
Real quick, I've got to mention something real quick, because the state of Wyoming, I think their original intent on this Speedy was to sue. And so there's an interesting, if you care to do the deep dive on the original Speedy legislation, it contained a provision in that legislation that if the Federal Reserve were to deny a master account,
yes,
the state of Wyoming, the Attorney General would sue on the behalf of that bank. As our counsel at the time was negotiating with the Federal Reserve said, really our only issue with that legislation is that one little line about suing us. But if you remove that, we'll be good with it. And so the chairman of the select committee at the time said, hell, guys, let's just remove that. That guy's an idiot.
Uh-oh.
It was me.
Yeah.
Well, a question. Staying on the Sunshine Freedom Bank for a second, with what believes to be an unbelievable level of corruption, what's to stop the Federal Reserve from just yanking the master account of the Sunshine Freedom Bank, whatever it wants? What real protection does that give if the gatekeeper?
Yeah. So this is so the question for those watching online is, what's to stop the Fed from just yanking the Sunshine Freedom Bank's master account? And I would say the Sunshine Freedom Bank, first of all, has to get formed and get over all the opposition of, I'm sure, their local bankers. But second, it has to get a master account in the first place. And so I said to the... How hard is that?
How hard can it be?
Yeah. Look, the state of Texas has one, right? And North Dakota owns their own bank and has one. And Professor Julie Hill, Dean Julie Hill of the UW Law School, is the foremost expert on this topic in academic circles. And she did original research on the Territorial Bank of American Samoa getting one, right? So you actually have examples where sovereigns are getting their own Fed master accounts. But the interesting question becomes that, let's put it this way, if you look at who has master accounts and who doesn't, there are more than 400 that are not federally insured and don't have a federal regulator. And those were the biggest objections that the Fed had towards us. Okay, so how do you square the circle of 400 of them, and you start looking at each of them individually? A lot of them are not legally eligible for Fed master accounts. But yet they got the Fed master account. How did the state of Texas get a Fed master account? Well, the state of California came calling to them apparently and said, well, we want one too. How do we get this? Okay, so it's just, when the Fed is abusing the law like that, I mean, it'd be nice if they would actually comply with the law. And the reason I say that is there's a history. It was asked about this yesterday, and there's some reference to it in our lawsuit filing, which I posted a link to on my Twitter account today. There was an antitrust investigation, actually multiple antitrust investigations into the banking industry in the 1970s, because they were blocking types of charters they didn't like. Sound familiar? And they were blocking access to the ACH payment system. The Department of Justice had multiple antitrust investigations open into the Fed and the banking industry for blocking access. And there were other issues at the time, but long story short, Congress passed this law in 1980 guaranteeing that all eligible depository institutions will get Fed master accounts. Well, that's not what's happening, clearly. So that's, again, the litigation. I'll stop there. I won't say any more about that. But it is true, and you'll see some of the documentation in our public filing. The Fed itself, in frankly dozens, an overwhelming amount of internal Fed documents, said that that's what they recognized, that 1980 law leveled the playing field for everybody. And if you are an eligible chartered depository institution, you automatically get a Fed master account. And that's not, in the recent years, what the Fed has been doing. And then when Senator Toomey, because he was so angry at the Fed for ignoring his oversight attempt, he forced the Fed to disclose who has master account holders. There should be more outrage at that disclosure because of how many ineligible Fed master account holders there are. There's a lawsuit out there by a Puerto Rico bank that lost its Fed master account, and they put an estimate on the value of a Fed master account at $150 million. And how many ineligible master account holders got granted that gift by the privately controlled Federal Reserve?
Might have been married to a congressman. There's a hint if you want to do your own research. So we have time for one more quick question. Go ahead.
First of all, thank you both for being honest with us. I think it's really illuminating to hear what's going on in the country, and it takes a fair bit of courage, I think, to actually say these things out loud. So I want to recognize it. I appreciate that. You've characterized this corrupt organization, and the question comes to what end? What is their fear? Is their fear that speed banks represent a referendum on fractional reserve banking? Are they afraid of keeping going? What are they doing this for? What's the end goal here?
Yeah, the question is, what's the Fed's real fear? And I'll point to publicly disclosed documents that came out in Discovery. There are a lot of people who don't understand technology in positions of authority. And stop and think about the impact of the organizational structure. Typically somebody who's worked their way up to decision authority in that organization have been there for 30, 40 years. I was floored to see in the handwritten notes of one of the decision makers that she did not know what an API is. If you don't know what an API is, you should not be making decisions about technology.
So it's just connected. The answer is this is just a piece that's created, well-funded, connected.
That's part of it, absolutely. But I'd also say it's back to that regulatory capture. You're trying to protect the incumbents, block Wyoming SPDIs that can do this, while at the same time allowing large Wall Street or other type large banks to be able to catch up or do this.
Yeah, the SEC let the cat out of the bag in July when Gary Gensler leaked to Bloomberg that he was allowing, quote unquote, several large banks to get, quote unquote, special exceptions to the accounting standard that that the SEC implemented to slow this industry down, called SAB 121. The details of that are not important. Just know that the SEC tried to slow this industry down, and by changing an accounting rule that applied to publicly traded companies. And they disclosed in July that they were giving special exceptions to several large banks. And then a speech came out last week by the head of the accounting board at the SEC, and he confirmed what we knew back then in July. It's been an open secret. Bank of New York Mellon got Fed approval, technically not approval, it's supervisory, not objection, to enter the digital asset custody business. So now let's stop. They've been in it for a couple years, but this accounting rule slowed them down. Well, they got a special exception. And if you look, you have to know how to read bank speak in the SEC's disclosure, because of course this is all very coordinated, and they did not want to admit this. But that's what happened. I call out the corporatism. These are supposedly Elizabeth Warren's progressives, and they are giving special exceptions to several large banks. It proves the very protectionism that we are alleging. And the sad thing for the state of Wyoming is they did slow us down. And here come the New York banks.
Let me put one little punctuation on that. One of the things I have my students read is an economic paper put out by an economist at the Fed who discusses what is the purpose of money. And we generally recognize money as having, three purposes: a store of value, a unit of account, and a medium of exchange. This economic paper goes on to say, but there's a fourth purpose of money. And that fourth purpose of money is a means of social control. And so I really do believe that that's an aspect of what we're looking at here as well too. So I want to thank our two panelists for really a candid discussion. And I want to thank you all for joining us this year. Again, to have something in our space be 7 years, 7th annual, is amazing. And that it wouldn't have happened without Tyler Lindholm, Caitlin, Chris Land back there, wave. He never waves when I tell him to wave, but he's back there. And I will promise you there'll be an 8th. So, the good news is we're not quite done yet. So we are inviting you all over to the College of Business, which is literally a 150-foot walk from here, where we have some food and maybe a little alcohol. And I'd like us now all to just kind of celebrate being together and have an opportunity to talk with everybody and really end this amazing event, which it wouldn't be possible without the support of all of you. But this next event is our gift to you all for being here and being as supportive as you are to the Blockchain Center and all of the initiatives we're doing here at the University of Wyoming. So I want to truly thank you all, and now let's go have some fun. So, thank you, everybody. Just follow the crowd.